Beautiful, bustling Budapest, the capital of Hungary, the vibrant city, full of culture and history. Hungary also has a rich chess history, one full of great players. Now it hosts one of the world's most storied chess events, the Chess Olympiad. Every 2 years, players from almost 200 nations gather in one place. Their goal? Win glory for their country. Hungarians have done this many times, including the women's teams in 1988 and 1990. I was there. But no host country has won since 2010 in the women's section and since 1998 in the Open. The last Olympiad in 2022 was full of excitement. The winning nations only clinched victory in the very last round. In the end, Uzbekistan and Ukraine reigned supreme. Who will come through this time? Welcome to Budapest, my friend. This is the 45th Chess Olympiad.
"374 teams representing nearly 200 countries have spent the last 2 weeks giving us their blood, their sweat, and their tears. And it all comes down to today. For some, the precipice of glory as we enter the 11th round of the 45th World Chess Olympiad. Welcome to the broadcast, everybody. My name is John Sargent, and joining me for this absolutely wonderful day are Grandmaster Robert Hess and Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Oh my goodness, it's the final round, Robert. It really does all come down to today, and some things are certain, but a lot more aren't.
I feel a little sad. Of course, I'm happy for the players and teams that are ultimately going to win the medals, but I'm sad that it's coming to an end because this is a chess spectacle and it happens only once every 2 years. So it's going to be great times for the winning teams, but also sad to see it come to an end.
And Danya, this really is an event like no other. The team dynamic just adds such a cool element, such a great dimension to what we would normally see in chess. Okay, you have things like club events, but it just feels like it doesn't come close to the Olympiad.
I'm going to make a comment of a different kind. I was just thinking earlier, when was I wearing a suit? How many times in my life was I wearing a suit at 5 a.m.? I thought that this was the first. Later, I realized that maybe at my brother's wedding, I fell asleep in a suit. So I was wearing one at 5 a.m. for whatever reason. But this is a great time to start a round. It might be dark outside, but the wheels are turning in the players' brains because we got more chess to play.
This is going to be absolutely wonderful. There are some things to do with the results that we all but know heading into the final day, but a lot of them are wide open. Most of the medals places are still wide open, and we've got plenty to look forward to. Don't listen to it from me, though. We have a wonderful pre-round video, as always, from Mike Klein. We don't know if he has security issues, because this time he's on his way to the venue.
Well, here we go. Early morning start. The flooding is nearly over. The Ricky Martin concert's over. Now it's time to give out some medals. We are on our way to the round 11, where all will be decided. India has virtually locked up the gold medal in the open division. In fact, most teams that are still alive for a medal are rooting for India today. They want them to run away with things and beat Slovenia because they still have a chance to get a medal. Interestingly, even if USA is able to win on board 2, they don't even guarantee themselves a medal. Although their tiebreaks are looking really good, if they beat China, they have to hope that some of their previous opponents win. So now we're trying to get in the venue, and we're waiting for one of these security guards, and we got to show them our pass, and there we go. The filming continues as we enter the arena. India would need an absolutely apocalyptic event not to win the gold medal. They would need to lose 4-0. They would need USA to lose 4-0. Probably not going to happen. All right, let's move over to the ladies' event where things are actually a lot more exciting. India is trying to get double gold. They go into this round on 17, tied with Kazakhstan, but they will not play head-to-head. They've already played each other. There's actually 4 teams alive for the gold medal. In addition to India and Kazakhstan, both USA and Poland are still alive for the gold. Those top 4 teams, all to be decided for. We're rolling into the venue. We're going to try not to make contact with the Malawian team. I think I recognize those outfits. Let's let Malawi pass. Hello. Good luck in your final round. And yeah, big excitement here, big excitement. Okay, we're going to try to find the chess.com parking space. Yes. Thank you, Danny Wrench, for paying a premium for this parking space. Slide it right between the BMW. And now we enter the arena. It's going to be a very exciting round 11. And I personally can't wait. So we're going to jump on in. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Mike. That was the smoothest flash of the badge and get past I think I've seen all tournament long from Mike. I'm sure he's extremely thrilled with that result as well. Let's take a look now at the standings heading into the open section. Danya, Mike touched on it in his video. There's no hiding this. India would have to suffer an absolutely monumental day for them not to win gold. Fun fact, the only way they don't win gold is if they lose 4-0 and if somehow China beat the United States, I believe, 4-0. Even 3.5 wouldn't be enough.
And at that point, aliens from Mars would descend down to Earth, and they would teach us that the best move is one H2 to H5. John, as a newer commentator, I think I'd be playing up the scenario, but let me echo Robert from yesterday. That is impossible. India has won the gold, and if they don't, I am more than happy to be wrong because we'll have bigger problems to solve.
Okay, well, he hasn't offered to eat his jacket at least, Robert, but to be fair, I do think there's a very good chance we're not going to be seeing that today. That said, though, as far as who gets the silver and bronze medals in the open section, that genuinely is far from certain, even though we have a team in clear second starting today.
Yeah, it's an open question because for Team India, do they want to go all out? Of course, they want to win each and every game they play. They're full of young talent who always strives to get the job done. But for India, a 2-2 tie earns them the gold medal completely. That would also be good news for Slovenia. So there's a lot at stake in that individual match. And of course, USA versus China. Those are the heavy hitters, 2,700 plus players across the boards. And that means that we're going to have a slugfest for silver potentially and also the bronze medals.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the pairings today, and maybe you'll get an idea for what I mean. Slovenia, obviously, in a great position in the table, Danya. Their reward for it is an 11th round pairing against India. So suddenly, prospects... I mean, on the one hand, prospects don't look so hot. On the other, if they have the match of their lives, this could be incredible.
Indeed. I mean, listen, right now, Slovenia is looking over at board 10, board 9. Brazil, that would be a slightly better pairing. That would be a little bit nicer. Yeah, they're playing Team India. Yeah, Fedoseev is playing Gukesh. And yeah, they are outrated as heck on the other 3 boards. And yes, this is the opportunity of a lifetime to play the ultimate round on the world's biggest stage.
And Robert, a quick word on China-USA. Obviously, to have any chance of gold medaling, China has to 4-0, regardless of whether they win the gold medal. I'm sure they want to 4-0 anyway, but realistically, the US is an absolute powerhouse here. How exciting is that match going to be?
That match is epic. I mean, if India weren't running away with this thing, we'd be talking about a clash for a gold medal. But I love that matchup between China and USA, and it is the silver medal on the line. If China wins the match or even ties it, they will almost certainly get the silver medal. And Team USA, they know what they need to do. They have to win this match, even by the smallest of margins, to fight for the medals.
Okay, so a lot on the line there in the open section, but if I'm being perfectly honest, in terms of who's going to get the medals, today is all about the women's section. India were running away with it for so long in the tournament, and then suddenly that loss to Poland blew the doors wide open. Kazakhstan were in the lead heading into yesterday's round. India are back on top now, but only by tiebreak. Mike mentioned that realistically 4 teams are in contention for gold: India, Kazakhstan, the United States, and Poland. But Danya, all 3 medals positions are up for grabs today, and all of those results are possible.
Oh, absolutely. And really, the story is, yes, India lost that very painful match. But the way that they recovered, they could have lost the next match if the player who lost the critical game against Poland did not the very next day, Vantika Agarwal, come back to win. And then another clutch performance yesterday. But Kazakhstan, this team and what they have managed the last 3 matches, these players will be writing a memoir just about those rounds.
This is going to be so much fun. And I believe Kazakhstan are playing the United States today as well. So we've got second place playing third. Let's take a look at the pairings, actually. Robert, there's a lot to break down here, but I think we're going to have to be following a lot of these matches today super, super closely.
Of course we are going to have to follow them closely because so many teams have a chance for gold and, of course, the remaining 2 medals. And you look at the top, Kazakhstan versus USA. USA led by their youngsters, Carissa Yip and Alice Lee. And Kazakhstan, I mean, talk about the job that Alua Nurman has done for them. She saved the game and the match against Georgia yesterday. And throughout the event, she scored important victories. So as we look at this lineup, there's so much to dissect. But I just want to talk about that board 4 matchup. I mean, it may seem like board 4-0, it's lower down. No, these teams are actually very well balanced. And Alice Lee having the tournament in her life, Alua Nurman well on her way to the International Master title. I'm super excited about this clash.
And Danya, taking a look at this scorecard, this pairing sheet between both of these teams, this is probably going to be the heavyweight matchup we focus on for a lot of today. Your thoughts on some of these wonderful names and amazing matches we've seen so far?
John, for an 11-round tournament, and remember thus far the players have played 10 games, we have a surprising number of players across both sections who haven't lost a single game. I mean, this isn't just what you do in an 11-round tournament, just don't lose. Alice Lee, making her first Olympiad appearance, she has not lost a single game, coming through with clutch performance after clutch performance. But Irina Krush, the veteran, the elder statesman, she has, and she needs a really good performance today, as does Begim Tohurjonova, who is outrated on board 1.
So much to look forward to. And that, of course, is just the potential fight for the gold medal position in the women's section. Robert, I forget exactly how many teams can be in contention for silver and bronze, but it genuinely wouldn't surprise me if, depending on results elsewhere, that's double digits in terms of the number of nations that could be medaling today. So if you're the players in the playing hall right now, you're not thinking about, oh, what if this, what if that, what if this? If you're simply in the top 15, top 20 teams on the board, you're just playing all out for the biggest possible win.
I think, if I remember correctly, 9 teams have a shot at the medals at this stage. China in 10th place in the women's. I think they're just outside of the reach of the medals, but that still leaves us with so many mouth-watering matchups. We see Vaishali in her chair right now. Team India, they did have that setback against Poland. They then tied the U.S. Yesterday, they got by China thanks to Divya Deshmukh. I talked about the youngsters on Team USA, the youngsters on Team India. There's Harika, who's a veteran, who's been so strong for India throughout the last couple decades. They will rely on her on board 1 against Gunay Mamadzada. So this is going to be another awesome matchup. And India, if they win, they have to hope that Kazakhstan does not do the same, because Kazakhstan is playing a team, the U.S., with more match points, which means more tiebreak points are on offer as well.
And this is where I think we've done quite a good job, Robert, of avoiding talking about this in too much detail, but this is where we've avoided lots of tiebreak calculations, I think, quite well across the last 2 weeks, but there's no way to avoid that today, right? It's all about if we finish on the same number of points, which nation is going to clinch it. Do you have, and I'm putting you on the spot here, and I'm very happy if the answer is no, is there a 60-second or less explanation, roughly, for how the tie breaks work here? Because it's not just the number of games won, right?
Oh, it's number of games won multiplied by the team you beat, or in case lost to, their match points in the overall Olympiad. So let's say a team scores 10 match points, you beat them 4-0, you get 4 times 10 equals 40 tiebreak points. So it actually is just easy math, but there just are so many teams that you play along the way, and they remove the lowest score of your tiebreak. So let's say you beat a team that's lost all their matches. That's going to be worth nothing, and they just remove that and they count their top 10 scores. So it's the best 10 teams that you face in terms of your tiebreak. So, I mean, John, that leaves a lot of math to be done. We're going to focus on the chess, but you know that the team captains and players and fans that represent the countries, they're doing that napkin math.
I really, really like your explanation a lot more than the explanation we just saw on screen, which looked like it almost looked like a meme straight out of A Beautiful Mind. Absolutely no way I was going to be able to calculate all of that in the 30 seconds that we had it on screen. Absolutely rough. But basically, beat a lot of strong opponents, you'll have a better tiebreak score. Get a lot more 4-0 wins, you have a better tiebreak score. Like, the basics are easy enough to understand. And all of that's going to come into play on this here final day, where so many of the teams in both sections, but especially in the women's section, have a shot at getting some of those medals. There's a really interesting atmosphere as well on the boards we've looked at so far. Lots and lots of nervous energy, but whenever we get a shot of the players from Team India, Robert, very calm demeanor, very relaxed. They know what they have to do. It's a different kind of energy to the rest of the playing hall.
Well, speaking of relax, look at Fedoseev there. Vladimir Fedoseev representing Slovenia. He's just smiling.
High-five, jumping in, high-fiving everybody. Hey, what's up, guys? I'm just playing Gukesh today.
Donna, you know Vladimir quite well. I mean, he looks super cool to be playing for Olympiad medals.
He's super cool to be around, unless you've got the white pieces against him and your name is Magnus Carlsen. But I'm actually really excited for this matchup, insofar as I can be excited about anything other than sleep at this hour. I'm very excited to commentate with you guys. But Vladimir Fedoseev is the kind of guy to bring the heat every single game. Draw, not usually in his dictionary. He's got white, and he might play the kind of opening, right? The kind of offbeat system that Gukesh usually doesn't face from the Super GMs who like their Italians and their anti-Berlins. Let's keep an eye out for the plumber, as Vladimir Fedoseev used to be known. His Russian nickname, Slesar. I have no idea how he got it, but that's how he was known for years among his friends.
That is a really cool bit of knowledge. I hope we get a Mike Klein interview with him where we get to find out the origins of that nickname. I bet that would be an amazing story. But we will see later on. The first moves are about to be played. So I'm going to be handing over to your commentators for this final day of the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad. With everything on the line, let's start things off. Robert Hess, Daniel Naroditsky. Have fun, buddies.
Thank you, John. Our good friend John Sargent. You'll be back. We'll miss you for the time being. But what we won't miss is any of the action in the playing hall, the Box Sports Arena in Budapest, Hungary. And as we look here, it is a stare down. Begim Tokirionova, she's trying to avoid the stare from her extremely strong opponent, Bibisara Asabayeva.
The game hasn't started yet.
Well, the mind games have done it. We know that chess can be quite psychological, so this is actually pretty cool to watch.
I mean, we're in the starting position. There are 20 available moves. This is honestly just an iconic look at this one man looking up, the other looking down, just gathering themselves for. And these ladies realize this is such an important game. They will be thinking about this for years. Not an exaggeration. You really can't imagine the pressure. You feel butterflies in your stomach, or as the Russian expression goes, ants on your skin from thousands of miles away.
And for Team USA, these women's teams have been oh so close. I had the honor of coaching them 2016, 2018, and it feels like they were just out of medal contention, on the top boards in the last round, but couldn't get it done. This is their best opportunity. And for USA, there's Irina Krush. She has been a mainstay of this squad ever since she's been a teenager, and now she thankfully has these youngsters alongside her. Alice Lee here with the white pieces, Danya. She's been superb. Carissa Yip has been maybe the star of the Women's Olympiad. So you look at this USA squad, but then you realize they're playing Kazakhstan, a team that's tied for first and also is strong in all four boards.
And if I may very quickly just summarize why Kazakhstan is so intent on making the most of this, okay? Really quickly. Round 8. They are losing Alua Nurman, the decisive game. She is losing to Pauline Guichard. She turns the game around and checkmates her unexpectedly. Okay, then next round, it's Alua Nurman versus Alicia Slavichka, the decisive game. Alua Norman is worse. She's losing. Boom. Suddenly she's not losing. It's equal. Suddenly she wins again and takes the match. And yesterday, round 10, Kazakhstan is losing. Alua Norman in a hopeless position against Bella Hotanashvili with the other 3 games a draw. Boom. She's not losing anymore. Hotanashvili sacrifices a rook, but Nurman holds, draws the match. This is some of the most improbable set of results we have seen, and they want to make this count because the stars might never align like this again.
That's right, and there's that expression, better lucky than good, and I always say best lucky and good. I mean, why not both? And for Team Kazakhstan, and frankly, all the teams towards the top, they have to rely on some good fortune. But chess players, we often say, make our own luck. And you see, Harika Dranavali, she will need to make her own luck today because she's been a little bit luckless throughout the event, Danya. For Team India, this women's team, we know how strong they are. It seemed like they were going to run away with this event just like their compatriots in the Open. But for Harika, she's already lost 3 games in this event, playing Gunay Mamadzada, who with either color can do damage. And here we see Divya Deshmukh for Team India. 8.5 out of 10. Vantika Agrawal, 6.5 out of 8 in games played thus far. So this is Team India. They're on a high right now, but they need to end on a high, and that would be the gold medal finish for them.
And they need to look upon the Open team, which most certainly will end on a high. They've been riding one all throughout today. And for team captain, the experienced Grandmaster Abhijit Kunte, just such a luxury to have an overseer like that. Vaishali and Harika, Robert, ironically enough, the top 2 boards for India, we are used to excellence from them. They've had a bit of a roller coaster. They've had their struggles. They need to come through today. 2 very difficult and dangerous Azerbaijani opponents across the board from them.
And you mentioned Azerbaijan. They have Mikhail Shereshevsky as their captain. Danya, so much can be said about him. So team captains, they play a very important role in providing preparation. Also just the helping teams remain composed. There's a lot of just, talking to the players through match strategy. And we do have a 7-board view here. The bottom row will be entirely USA versus Kazakhstan. The top row, we have 3 games from India versus Azerbaijan. These are games for the gold medal, Danya. And as you look across the top and the bottom rows, that game with Krush and Balabayeva, that's barely just started. But I would say that top row, that game between Fatilyeva and Vaishali, that one looks fun. And in our USA matchup, Carissa Yip, we have a King's Indian on that board against Kamalidanova. So, Danya, you pick, I wouldn't call it our poison, but our pleasure. Which game do we want to dive into first?
And this is too early, Robert, for an all-you-can-eat buffet. This is just pleasure for the chess enthusiast. We have every conceivable type of opening setup. They know who's commentating, so Kamalidanova says, okay, I will play a King's Indian, and already a surprise on that board. Can we start with the kid? And there are 2 adults playing it here by the looks of Black's last move.
Well, let's go to that game. Carissa Yip, she is now 21 years old, just celebrated her birthday before the Olympiad began. And we see that there's no better belated gift than a win in this game, which would earn her a gold medal individually, also could earn USA a gold as a team. So, Danya, let's dive into the specifics, the X's and O's here. This is a King's Indian, and the last move played looks like it's undeveloping for black, so take us through the strategy with knight f6 rather than knight b8 to d7.
Well, Robert Hess actually had this position with Daniel Naroditsky. I did not bespeak, not against Daniel Naroditsky, with Daniel Naroditsky. Let me explain. So this started as a King's Indian, and white playing a very... Where is this sound coming from? It should be coming through my headphones. White playing a very fashionable line, bishop e3. Now, Robert, here the typical move is e7, e5. Okay? And then white plays d5, and we get a closed center position. In the team battle game, you and I, Robert, faced this against Levy and Hikaru, and we played a very rare move, c6, that I will not go into right now. And a different very rare move, knight f to d7, played by black. Now, this is not as unusual of a move as it may appear, because once black unfurls her setup, it's going to work like a charm if white does not react appropriately. So let's say white plays a random move. Black wants to quickly play e5 and then quickly push f7, f5. And Robert, just steamroll white on the king side before she's able to put her clothes on with that knight on g1 and the bishop on f1.
Yeah, and because in typical King's Indian lines from the white side, h3, it is a known move, but it's a bit of a slow approach, right? Typically, white plays knight f3 before pushing that little h-pawn, so you would have too quick development for black to undevelop with knight f6 to d7, but as you're showing on the analysis board, it's a standard practice to go e5 and f5 as soon as you are allowed, and often that black knight goes to h5, but with the pawn h3, it's a less attractive line, let's call it that. So that is what black is aiming for, Danya. As you said, e5, f5. Is there a way that you feel that white should either stop it or best get ready for these pawn pushes?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. White has a vast array of different setups here, and all of them are approximately equivalent in strength. You could get the teeth on the king side with g4. You could resort to the conventional method of development with knight f3. You could sometimes push h4, just kind of a hesitation move, a little hezzy, and the h5 square is less defended. But Robert, let's not forget, it's a little bit later in Budapest, so the players, they're all out of their pajamas, they are locked in, and they're ready to fight. Von Aronian, maybe. He's the kind of guy who would come in wearing some very fashionable pajamas. What do you think? Just kidding.
Well, Levon, he's been playing some fashionable chess ever since the first 2 rounds, and there are many photos of him with Carissa and the rest of the women's team, so it does seem like great camaraderie from the open and the women's teams. And I think for Carissa, it's smart that she's slowing down. If she's not familiar with all the details here, I mean, queen d2 is a very natural move as well, just lining up your queen and bishop. You can castle queenside at some moment if the position calls for it. Bishop h6, trading away black's best kingside defender would come to mind. So this is early stages, but a big decision, I'll call it, for Carissa Yip, and I do believe she's doing the mature thing, slowing down. And so why don't we slow down from this game and also back out and look at how the rest of the games in this match have gotten underway.
Indeed, and as we do, Carissa Yip is actually a King's Indian player herself with the black pieces. And the common wisdom, Robert, goes, sometimes you are worst against your favorite openings. I have found that to be very true for my own career. So some meta strategy going on the faces of these players and on the boards. Off we go to the other boards in this match. We have a typical Queen's Gambit decline on board 4. We're not going there. So road closed. The Hess vehicle must get on a different freeway, but I'll give you the selection.
Well, board
You're free
3
to choose
in
whatever
red.
you want. No restrictions.
Yeah, just not go to board 4. I heard you loud and clear. Board 3 is a London system, so I think we can not go there just yet, but we will tune into that game eventually. I'm looking at board 1, Danya, just because there was a tactic that might be instructive for people to see all the way to the left. Knights were traded in an unconventional way. It was a pawn sacrifice, and so maybe we can just back up a few moves, show how this opening goes. We are still very early on in this round and in Budapest, and especially where you are in Charlotte. But as we go into our game between Bibisara Asabayeva and Begim Tokiryanova, I think it would be cool to show that little tactic why white couldn't win a pawn just a couple turns ago.
And let's rewind, and we're not rewinding far because not a lot of moves have been made. I was just running a quick search to see who played this move first, and you'll like what you hear. Okay, well, not this move first. 1c4 has been played for well over a century. This move. And I remember seeing knight d4 for the first time, I think, in a Peter Svidler game. I'm just thinking, what, this is how people play chess now? So many years later, yeah, I know this is how people play chess. Does this blunder the pawn? No. Black plays queen e7, but Robert, white can just drop her knight back to d3. This is clearly a bluff, right? No.
I remember that Richard Report game that ended similarly, right, with just a quick little checkmate in the middle of the board. And Tanya, this is, of course, just unacceptable at this high level. But if white, instead of retreating the knight to d3, I think another instructive line is after queen e7, threatening to go for the mate. What if white plays pawn f4, pawn d6, and now knight to d3? Because knight f3 is a check. It's an uncomfortable check. But it's not checkmate because the white king now has that f2 square.
So instructive that here knight f3 is wrong because it actually helps white. Why does it help white? Because the king is now on its way to manually castling to g1. I actually don't know what the best move is here for black, Robert, but I would imagine something like bishop f5 affords you a really, really powerful initiative. White wants nothing to do with this, of course. Bibisara simply continues her development. And now we see this trade. Can I make one more quick comment on this mate on d3? This is a very, because how often do we get to discuss 6-move mates in a real coverage? This is a very ubiquitous idea, and I think the most famous instantiation of it. This will be a very long game, Robert. We might have to pause our analysis of the other games for a while because I might have to look this game up. I think it went knight d7, knight f6, knight d7, queen e2, and black plays knight gf6. This is Karas versus Arlamovsky, as well as I'm sure thousands of other games. This is another instance of this famous mate. I could dig up 10 more, but we've got some games to look at. The last move is bishop to b4.
That actually was the reference, not the Karas reference all the way back in the day, but Richard Rapport won a game like that in recent years. His opponent just completely forgot about that checkmating sequence. But now that we're here, Danya, we showed why grabbing that pawn in the center wasn't good. I do think that everyone watching at home, don't always trust your opponent. Sometimes people blunder or misremember their openings, but don't just go pawn grabbing this early in the game. You need to develop your pieces. And now that we did have that trade on f3, black fully developed bishop to b4, I have to say I like the opening choice from Begim, because what she didn't want to have is some kind of scrappy battle where Bibisara would be better prepared. It seems like Bibisara is out of her preparation. Begim has more time than she started with, and the position, even though only one pair of knights has been traded down it feels simplified. Like there's no struggle at the moment. There's no tension, and that should be good news for Team USA on board 1.
This may sound like a banal point, but Begim is not just older, she plays a lot. Okay, she plays a lot of tournaments every year. She's very experienced, and that gives you wider experience in different types of positions. And oftentimes that makes you really good at these undefined positions where it's not totally clear what the plans are. There's a lot of options that look approximately the same. The one problem with that is Bibisara still in her preparation. She doesn't play 1c4 to avoid theory. The English is now very much a theoretical weapon, Robert, and queen b3 is the topical move. Now, I see in my database a7, a5 is relatively rare, but has been very popular recently. Hikaru has played it. Bishop to c5 here is the main move. But Bibisara looking for one of those positions that are rich in strategic complexities.
Yeah, I'm just not sure she's going to get that.
Oh, she's played it.
Yeah, but look at Begim's clock right now. She's got more time than she started with. So that leads me to believe that it's Begim who is thrilled to be in this position. Objectively, of course, it's so early. Both sides are fine. But it's not clearly defined just yet. There's so many different pawn pushes that both sides can go for. And speaking of pawn push, I thought I just saw a pawn push with g4. So, all right, we may get fireworks after all.
Listen, the first occurrence of this position after a5, Bronstein versus Polugayevsky, 1973. Bronstein, he liked his little tricks in the opening. Even he would be looking at g4 and saying, first of all, what are these screens everyone's watching on? What are these boards and these yellow squares and these cameras? What is g4?
I was hoping that was a rhetorical, because g4 for the score, it feels like maybe a potential own goal. Because what if black says, I see you want to play g5 and kick my knight out of here. Can black not just play the quiet little h6? And is the main point, Danya, that eventually white is going to play d3, develop the dark square bishop, and castle long? Because you're not going to castle kingside after pushing your g-pawn like this.
I think you're absolutely right. White has woke up and chose violence, and probably, g4, I think that she is playing for tactics here. If black plays h6, I think white is going for d3 and essentially will await the moment that black castles kingside, which probably Begim wouldn't, because now the h-pawn, of course, can be used as a hook. And I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say checkmate is not far away. The king, as you like to say, perhaps not long for this board. The thing is, Begim doesn't have to play h6, and if she does play h6, of course she does not have to rush castles kingside. The common wisdom goes, you meet play on the flank with a strike in the center. So I would be inclined to quickly push d7, d5. Mike Klein would definitely be inclined to do that as well. We saw him driving to the playing hall. And alternatives to h6, Robert. I'm wondering, can you take the sting out of the move g5 as well?
Yeah, these are not easy decisions, so I think that Begum will sit in for a think. And I just want to make one point about the styles of both these players. I think G4 plays into both of their styles. That may be a weird comment, but Begum is so good at counterattacking. Her openings are very solid. USA has put her on the first board in the last two Olympiads, in 2022 and here in 2024, because they believe that she can hold her ground, hold steady on the top board against all of these IMs and GMs that she's going to face, and then you could put a Carissa Yip on board 2, and you could put Alice Lee on board 4 and hope that they do damage a la Arjun Erigaisi style. So Begum likes these positions where her opponent has to go all out in maybe an unnatural way, and Bibisara, well, she's an agent of chaos. She's won the World Blitz Championship, the Women's World Blitz twice, 2 years in a row. She likes these kind of combative positions. So I think, Danya, maybe I'm going out on a limb here, but I do believe this is a position, the type of position I should say, that both players want.
You're absolutely right. They're fine with it, right? Because they've now just essentially gotten rid of the opening. They said, now we are in the stage of the game where we want to be. And for Bibisara, she's not rushing h6, right? That's an autopilot response. I'm very partial to a move like d6. Hey, bring it on. You want to go g5? Do it. And this opens up a little window of escape for the Black Knight. Now the pawn is under fire, and in my head, I've been trying to assess this position, and this doesn't pass the smell test, at least for me. I'm all for dubious ideas, Robert. From watching my online blitz exploits and my opening unsound sacrifices, this, even by my standards, a little bit dubious. Maybe that's not the idea. Maybe white will play like h3, but that's kind of like, having said Peter, you have to say Paul.
Well, I admit that knight d7, knight c5, knight e6, that merry-go-round, the carousel, looks pretty pleasant for black. So Begum is doing the right thing. When you're hit with a surprise g4 pawn push, you sit, you think, you calculate, and she does have plenty of time. I like d6 even more than h6 now that we put on the board, but why don't we leave Begum to it, because her game is just one of the many in this Women's Olympiad that will have tremendous consequences for the overall medals. We have to look at Team India against Azerbaijan, and as I look across these boards, Danya, we have to start with Vaishali with the black pieces against Fatalieva, because that is a very sharp opening. I know it's been seen before, but for many of our viewers, they're looking at this like, huh? What is this? Why is this position so open? Why is black's pawn structure the way it is? Isn't black down a pawn? What's going on here?
Well, I should say black is down a pawn, but white's material advantage probably not fatal, Lieva. Because black has a lot of compensatory factors. Those light squares on the king side, however, they might end up being fatal if white does not keep a watchful eye on them. Let's rewind, because we need to see how we got to this crazy position. Peter Leko style, that's who I learned it from, the OG. He's not taking the day off, I think. He has been busy playing the Olympiad for Team Hungary. What a story. We'll get to that. Let's get to this game. Catalan. Knight d takes c4, a6. And this is one of the sharpest lines. Vaishali clearly revealing her intentions, Robert. She is playing for a win at all costs. Okay, e3. Knight fd2. Yep, I've seen this before. e5. White captures one pawn, but in return gives up the Catalan bishop. And now takes another pawn, but gives up the light squares. And that's how we got here, with the knight jumping to b4 and saying, I'm okay with a queen trade as long as my knight gets all around your light squares. I don't think white is okay with the queen trade on black's terms.
So I'm with you there, and white can avoid a queen trade by moving the queen off of the starting square, but those light squares, as you're pointing out there, I mean, they're so vulnerable. Even if queen e2 is played, I think black can play queen d3, like continue to threaten, in air quotes, a queen trade, because black has complete control of white's vulnerable light squares. And if the queens do come off, black should be very happy here, as you can just take advantage of all of these weaknesses across the board.
Yeah, but the queen and the knight, they just have an apartment, penthouse apartment overlooking Central Park. I heard they go pretty cheap now, $1,500 a month. But for the queen and the knight, they are not going to get out of these squares unless they have a good reason to do so. Robert, great call. Queen e2 on the board. Let me put queen d3 on the board one more time. How is white going to resolve this tension? Is white going to say, guess what? I'm just going to take. I'm going to play rook d1 and take the simple approach to try to kick your knight away directly. How would Vaishali respond to this, in your opinion?
Do not take the bishop on c1. That seems clear to me, because then most of the pressure that black has will be relieved and white will be happily up a pawn. So I think rook d8 would be the starting point for me, just to maintain some of these tactical possibilities, to ask white, are you ready for bishop g4 ideas? Because that could be really annoying, as my bishop can then go to f3. And there are all sorts of ideas with black playing h5, h4 as well. Like, just because the queens are off the board doesn't mean that there won't be some kind of attack. So I feel you that, it's unclear exactly how black proceeds, and maybe black needs to exercise an abundance of caution, because white is up a pawn, has the better pawn structure, and there isn't this immediate threat towards white that you have to worry about. So as I look at the time, I love what Vaishali has done, but then I look at the specifics in the position, and I do get worried, at least personally, playing down a pawn like this. Is the activity enough?
Yeah, I mean, black's play is a little bit vague here. You can see the d3 square. Queen d3 is a very punchy move, but first of all, you have to find it. I think it's the only move, because queen to d5 walks right into e4, opening up white's bishop. Of course, she is still in her preparation. Of course, Vaishali knows this. And of course, there's a queen on d3. I won't run this on the database right now, but I can give you a guarantee that we are still in territory that some correspondence player has explored at some point in the last decade.
Yeah, there have been games in this line, but maybe there are becoming fewer and fewer the deeper we go into this variation. And I want to give Vaishali a shout real quick. She lost 2 games in a row. She held on yesterday, drew that one. So just like her brother Pragananda for the Open team, she has to be a rock for this Indian squad, because she is facing tough opponent after tough opponent. She started off this Olympiad with 4 wins in her first 4 wins and 2 draws in her first 6 games. It was a great start for her on board 2 for India. But at the top of this lineup, Harika's lost 3 games, Vaishali's lost 2. This is a huge moment, because they know how much relies on them. They need to be steady. They need to be strong. And I love the opening choice, Danya, showing no fear despite losing 2 recent games and then the draw yesterday.
And I'll second you in shouting out Vaishali. Her fighting qualities. Remember the women's candidates? I don't remember exactly the numbers, but it was something like 4 or 5 losses to start the tournament and something like 5 consecutive wins to end the tournament in a stage as big as the women's candidates. That speaks volumes about Vaishali's ability to get up when she is knocked down. She has been knocked down a few times this tournament, but this final game coming out with preparation, I think potentially okay with a draw. I mean, I could see this fizzling out, but choosing a line that's a good middle ground. Combative enough where white certainly runs the risk of being worse with a mistake, but not brazen to the point where you're irresponsibly burning your bridges.
Great description. Also great memory in the candidates. She lost 4 games in a row, then won her final 5. This is a true fighter in every sense of the word at the chessboard. And I think that India can be happy given her time management. She has more time than she started with. And that means that the other players, even if they don't know the ins and outs of this variation, Danya, they're looking at this game and saying, we can trust Vaishali. She did this. She's putting emphasis on this final round, and she is just showcasing some of her best prep. We'll continue to look at that game later. But Danya, as we look at the other games in this matchup, they look relatively quiet on the other board. So which game would you like to do a deeper dive into of the remaining 3?
Well, we'll get there soon, but one game that we won't get a deeper dive to is FIDE. I think they'll make a draw. Oh no, this is the different match. I banned us from looking at any Queen's Gambit declines. Once they reach the middle game, I'll lift the ban, don't worry. I am looking over at board 3, Divya versus Beydu. Let me look at it on the other screen here, versus her Azerbaijani opponent. And it's a pretty unconventional English structure, Robert. Actually, in English on board 1 and English in the Kazakhstan match. It's your day. John, Robert, they're really paying homage to England today.
Well, the last couple moves in this game between Divya and Bedolayeva, it's been quite interesting because black has parted with a bishop if we can pull up that game. And white recaptured with an awkward move. And you're right, Dingley Ren and 5-minute Caruana drew their game very early. There was not really much of a game, so we shouldn't spend too much time on that. But look at this position, Danya. Black just took a knight on e2 after white poked that bishop that was on g4. And then white took back with the knight. So we have this position with the c4 and e4 pawns. You know, I like to say the square in between those pawns is going to be black's for the taking, unless white can fill the square. If white were already castled, you'd quickly punch through d4, and then you're saying, oh, there's no strategic advantage for black there. So black may consider retreating the bishop to c5 at some moment and just fully focusing on control of the center.
Indeed, and go for Beidolaeva. Just to be clear, I think, fairly comfortable pronouncing these names. My mom, after all, is from Baku. Some other chess players from Baku, but I forget. We'll get back into that. But let's get right to this. This was a pretty interesting English, and Divya has the bishop pair. She has the prospect of playing d4, but black might be saying, not on my watch, after castles bishop c5, and white might have to resort to the other pawn break. But that's a pretty dangerous double-edged pawn break to try to execute.
Getting f4 in when, black
can't do that.
has many... Yeah, not legal right now, but even if you get king, h2, pawn f4, it still can be a risky decision, both dynamically and strategically. But I think white will go for that, Danya. At some point play pawn to d3, try to get f4 in, but you're a devious man. F4, knight g4 check. I see exactly what you're going for, but we should show everybody because it is a realistic type of variation. h5 wasn't played just for the show. It's one of those ideas that black does, in fact, try for when white has a fianchetto structure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you there with my incessant moves and arrows and flashing lights, Robert, but after knight g4, this is, as old as chess, which is pretty old. This idea, it's ubiquitous. You've seen it before, most likely. This is cut off. White has to give up everything to avoid mate. Otherwise, the knight jumps into f2 and black wins material. So you're like, well, what's the problem? Can white really not work around this? It's actually very difficult because, yeah, you can play d3, but how are you actually going to solve the problem of knight g4? And to make matters worse, let me pass a move by black. Bishop g5 also runs into knight g4. In fact, knight g4 can sometimes be played without any provocation, so h5 is a very dangerous resource here.
That's right. So we are showing that there could be tactics, despite the nature of the position at the moment looking very quiet. So we have just seen Divya castle her king. She has more time than her opponent, about 14 extra minutes on the clock right now. I would say the time management is the best thing for India right now. They're feeling good with Vaishali playing so quickly. Divya, she may not be in a position that she's had before, even studied, but she's responding to her opponent's moves quite quickly with every turn. And I like the move here from black. Bishop c5, we were just talking about Danya. It wasn't played for the tactical sequence that we enjoyed showing, but it is a great decision trying to cover the center. That d4 square is super important.
And I'm expecting d3 by Divya. She will be flex, and she's, wow. Before I could even finish the sentence, d3 appears on the board, and lots of decisions for Beidolaeva. h5 still possible. I'm not too fixated on this move, though. Bigger question, where is black in a castle? Kingside castles is the standard move, but maybe black will move her queen. Maybe she has a certain notion. I don't think that would be a very wise notion. You've got a pawn on a5, but lots of questions to answer for both players here.
Yeah, this is a slow burn. We'll see how it develops from here, but I like the start for Divya because of her time. But black is playing great moves herself, so we will come back to this game. And if we go back to the match overview, I've been saying that I like the clock usage for Team India. I think that Vaishali, she should give the rest of the team confidence. John, I know you've been watching these openings quite closely. I mean, what do you make of all that we're seeing here? Because India may have a lead on a couple boards, at least on the clock, but I'm looking at board 4 and it's Azerbaijan with a healthy lead on time there.
I don't want to say playing it safe, but it feels like there's a lot of playing what you know heading into this final round. Like, board 2 looks fun, but at the same time, it feels like it looks fun and it's in prep. There's We've had a couple of isolated instances across the playing hall where, Danya, I think it was you that pointed out that, hey, let's get out of the opening and just play some like fun, sharp tactical chess from move 10. But for the most part, it's been a relatively quiet start.
Yeah, I mean, very rich positions, right? So this isn't a case of everybody playing the Berlin or the anti-Berlin or any kind of Berlin. It's a case of the players trying to just get into a complicated middle game so that the better player can win. And by the last round, they want to start that process early. They don't want 25 moves of prep. That's a treat for us, the commentators, and us, the chess fans, because we are going to get just a truly symbolic battle between these heroic teams in this final round.
So plenty to play for. We've got a lot of fun, complicated setups, which basically means the middle games today and the middle portion of the broadcast are going to be wild all over the place. We're looking forward to seeing how this continues to be set up. Our coverage of the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, folks, will resume after a couple of minutes. Go and recharge your drinks, and we'll see you in a few.
We're here with Grandmaster Peter Leko of Hungary, the legend. First thing I want to ask you, what's it like to play an Olympiad in your home country?
Yeah, very special, of course. I'm getting so much love and so much support from the fans. But I also try to isolate myself completely so that I'm trying to save up all my energy for the games.
You got Richard Rapport back, which is a huge boost to the team. And I don't like to ask Judith this anymore, but did you at least make one offer for Judith to play?
No, I don't think so. I guess she was also not signaling, yeah? And it was already kind of adventurous enough that I returned. But yes, it was very important that Richie also comes back and we have the best lineup possible. And we want to fight, and I think we have a very good chemistry. Everybody's fighting for everyone, so this is very important.
And today you beat Lithuanian Grandmaster, the youngster, Pultinavičius. You're up 1-0 at the time of this interview. You guys are locked into board 2 as per the rule of the event, but you've earned board 2. Do you feel like Hungary's playing a little bit above your personal expectations, or is this where you expected to be?
No, we have no expectations. The only expectation is that we want to fight against any team. So, of course, yeah, losing to India was kind of... well, one could say expected, but the match wasn't so easy. So if you look at the score, it's 3-1. I played a good game against Prague, but I still missed a bit of confidence to maybe hope for more. And okay, India is just way too strong. I mean, they are just very strong and very young, very determined, brilliantly prepared. They have also fantastic chemistry. So it's a very tough team for anyone to beat.
Absolutely. All right, well, there you go. Nobody's beaten India in the Open or the Women's, but today, in a little bit of a battle of generations, I'm kind of glad my generation won. Thanks, Peter, for your time.
Thanks a lot.
The decoration looks like an Indian wedding. I know it's from the tweet on the playing hall actually here. So I made put a picture. Actually, it was a very good tweet, but I think it was a very underrated tweet of mine. But okay, fine. And they said the decoration looks like an Indian wedding. Okay, it's a sensitive topic here, so let's just move on. Anish is leaking chats. Be aware of him.
I think you have to be aware.
No, this like they're trying.
The things you have told me on chat.
No, okay, I've been a good boy ever since. You know, I know now that like everything can leak at any moment. So I'm just being always being very good. But I think this is like one of those when they're trying to send the message, like blink twice kind of thing, that somebody's trying to rescue you, and they're sending you this message through this setting, like be aware of him.
I'm sorry to be the one to tell you, but you don't look very good in this highly anticipated selfie.
Just like my brother, not really funny jokes, but take your like joking, they're a little funny.
Just kidding, by the way, not joking.
Ah, just kidding.
Just kidding.
Oh, my whole life I thought JK means joking. Oh, snap. I have to rethink now all this, my entire like life, all the conversations I had online when people say JK.
Because just kidding has a better vibe than
I thought it's
joking.
like joking. Why did I think it was joking? Just kidding.
I think next segment should be you knowing the Gen Z terms.
True.
You have 3 kids who are Gen Z.
Yeah.
So.
Well, LOL. LMFAO.
That's millennial.
ROFL.
No, that's in 90s.
Okay, I'm boomer. Fine. You got raised though. Is that a modern thing or not?
Yeah, but it's not
But
contextual.
It's not true. Yeah, that's the problem. Bro tweets so much, it's hard to find mean tweets from the past. Chat.com. Okay, that's funny. Okay, that's funny. Well done you.
Yeah, it seemed like all the mean tweets from yesterday.
It was. At some point I realized the lazy guys, you're just scrolling my yesterday's feed.
Yes, exactly.
It was all from yesterday.
Exactly, it could have been like...
True. No, you have to keep scrolling. Okay. No, good stuff. Yeah, I didn't have much time to prepare for this, huh?
We're back with more of the final round here at the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad. The women's section has been absolutely on fire to start things off. We are set up for some delightfully complex middle games, and we look forward to seeing how they will pan out. In the meantime, we're going to go ahead and take a look at what's happening in the open section. Obviously, India have this all but wrapped up. They are very much in control of their own destiny. Simply draw the final match 2-2 or better, and they are guaranteed to win the gold medal. They still have to complete the feat over the board, though, and the battle for the other medal positions is really quite fierce in the playing hall. The best thing any other team can do, Robert, to maximize their chances of this is to not even think about the standings and go straight into a 4-0 victory. But that's no longer possible on the USA-China match.
No, it's not, because Ding Liren made a very quick draw against Fabiano Caruana. You look at that board to the left, the result is in. Pieces barely left the first rank, so that means that China, the opportunity to win gold requires India to lose their match. It already required miracles across the playing hall. It seems like those miracles, I don't even know how small the chances were to begin with, John, but they seem completely unlikely now.
And focusing on the individual board for a second, we obviously won't give it too much coverage, Danya, but it is worth noting, Ding Liren, Fabiano Caruana, massive respect between the two players. So a quick draw here is, I mean, it's maybe not always going to be the case, but I also think it's fair to say not completely unexpected.
No, definitely not. I mean, it was more unexpected the way they made that draw. I would bet it would be a Berlin, but I think even the players, they've chosen a new, a new wine in old bottles. We need a new repetition, something fresh, maybe a Sicilian. But, these players, they've worked their tails off. For Ding, such a disappointing result yesterday, and you cannot blame them for wanting an early day, some rest, and perhaps watching their teammates from the comfort of their hotel rooms.
Righty-ho. Well, there are still 3 games left to go in this matchup before we take a look at the rest of the hall as well. So, Robert, Danya, I will hand it over to you to go over the final moves of this draw and then head into the other games. One footnote as well. We've been told that knight b8 was not a move played on the board, and it was a consequence of the players setting the pieces back up.
I didn't realize that. I thought it was the novelty of the year by Fabiano Caruana.
Have fun, guys.
Appreciate you, John. And yeah, we can look at how that game was drawn. It won't take us very long to show you what happened. It was an incredibly short game. And as mentioned, that for China, they need to win all their games, hope India pretty much loses all of theirs, and the tie breaks would have to just be absolutely out of this world for India to somehow lose the gold medal.
They're so close.
Danya, as we look at that draw, it took them out of contention for gold. I think we can just show everybody how the draw was agreed to, just because it was an early finish after an early start for these two.
Yeah, they're gone. There's nobody at the board. And, okay, so this actually started as an English, but the English, of course, can, in many cases, transpose to an accelerated dragon, because d4 and e4 are common moves. And indeed, Robert, g6, d4 takes, bishop g7, e4, knight c6, bishop e3, accelerated dragon. And here, queen to b6 is, yes, this is like a new thing now, this line. I saw this in a Chessable course by Plikta, queen back to d8. And the idea, I believe, actually is knight c3, bishop takes c3 check, which is getting popular, Robert, in many openings, giving up your fianchettoed bishop to cripple white's pawn structure. So it's an interesting line. The downside, quote-unquote downside, is that it allows a repetition, and you didn't have to tell Ding twice. I heard repetition. I heard I can go home and rest. That's what the players did.
And Fabiano Caruana has been known to give up his dark squared bishop for a knight and double white's pawns, and even not double them in less obvious lines, like in King's Indian defenses, right, against Wojtaszek. So Fabiano would have gone down that path, tried to play for a win against a Ding who hasn't been in the best form, but still has put together some great games and just hasn't been able to get the finishing touch in. So Ding, he draws this game without much of a fight. For Fabi, great preparation, great decision-making, and this is a good result for Team USA. Drawing with black is the theme in team matches. Draw with black, hold off your strong opponent, and try to win with white. So as we look at the boards with the white pieces for USA, there's also an unusual opening, Danya, by Bu Zhangzhi. It's becoming more typical thanks to Fabiano Caruana, but this was, not Fabiano Caruana, excuse me, Hikaru Nakamura, pardon, a different American player who is over 2,800. So for Bu, he played the Nakamura line, and he, I think, does live to tell the tale. His position is, I would say, slightly worse, but quite acceptable.
No, we have to look at how this was reached, because Emmanuel Lasker's dictum, I spent the second half of my chess career unlearning what I learned in the first. It really comes to mind here because, Robert, look at this. The Damiano variation is the label of this line. Any Damiano variation is always bad. By the way, did you know that that is Ruy Lopez's fault? I won't be too long-winded in this story. Very quick, folks. When you see a Damiano variation, do you know what that is, Robert? The classical Damiano?
Yeah, I
Which
do.
move?
But I'm more curious about your story. So just get through the story so we go test so F6, yeah.
That's the Damiano. But Damiano was actually the first to refute it in, I think, 1492 in his book. He was the first to say that knight takes e5 wins for white. In the 1560s, Ruy Lopez wrote a book, and he had a beef with Damiano at several points. He constantly pointed to Damiano's mistakes, some of his typos, and pretended that they were errors made by Damiano deliberately. And he actually called this kind of Damiano's opening, and that misnomenclature has stuck for 500 years. So Damiano wasn't that bad of a player. In this game, we see a different Damiano with knight takes e4. But Robert, it loses a queen.
This is, what you're taught not to do when you're a kid. But I keep saying Fabiano when I mean Hikaru. Hikaru has repopularized this line because of Queen E7. And your story about Damiano, Danya, I think I remember you saying it once. I completely forgot about it. But I remember you telling me about the quarrels that those two had for some reason. There was like a one-way beef in that relationship.
Yeah, because Damiano was dead when Ruy Lopez was writing his book. But I actually read a lot of Ruy Lopez's book. Yes, it's available on Google Books from like 1560. The notation is fascinating, but that's a conversation for another day or another hour. In this line, black recaptures the knight at the cost of a pawn, but then gets a quick lead in development. Knight to c3 is the recommended move, Robert. A queen trade, and white is supposed to have a modest but stable advantage in this endgame. But Boo has analyzed this probably to move 45. And what do you make of this? Are there any moves here that surprise you?
I think bishop b5 is the moment that I was caught off guard, because knight b5 to my eyes looks very natural. You're just going after the c7 pawn. Black cannot easily castle queenside because the a7 pawn falls with check, and then the white knight can just back out of that square. So to me, this is the direction that I was thinking, but as I see you make the moves and the evaluation board didn't even react, so clearly even that is okay for black.
I'll take a look at this during the break just to see, because I'm very curious. Okay, bishop b5 allows c6. The bishop steps away to a4, slightly awkward square. Boo castles queenside, drops the knight back. He seems to be completely fine here, and in fact with several different, and bishop b7, Robert, maybe there are more ambitious approaches here. Levon, I just don't feel like he squeezed anything. No lemonade produced from this position.
And actually, even his last move, bishop g3, a bit surprised by that decision. I thought he'd go bishop e3 with a tempo against the a7 pawn, try to get a knight e4 in. I'm not trying to claim that white has some kind of, even any advantage whatsoever, but if you can induce pawn pushes, there may be later game weaknesses that you can exploit. And so the bishop on g3 does make perfect sense, Danya. You are staring across a wide open diagonal.
Okay.
But as you see, look at Boo's last move, f5 here. Is he still in his preparation? I know he spent 14 minutes.
Top computer move. Top computer move.
Do you think he studied this exact position before?
I was actually discussing Boo with my friend yesterday, and how underrated this guy is. He's played a lot of tournaments within China. He's been underrated. This guy is just a beast, right? Every time I look at his games in a tournament, he's either winning or he's out prepping someone like Arjun Aragaisi. Boo is an incredibly solid positional player. He knocked Magnus Carlsen into the World Cup. Don't sleep on him. And f5 threatens to trap white's bishop, but the real idea, Robert, I think, is to induce the weakening f3 and what? To develop the bishop to c5 and reinforce the threat? Or is there something else on his mind? Bishop b4,
I think
maybe?
Exactly right. You have your choice of dark square bishop moves, but this looks completely natural. f4, even if it doesn't trap the white bishop, it gives black control that e3 square. It's a check, but also just blocks that rook on e1. So suddenly I'm looking at this position and I'm wondering what you think. Is Boo not just trying to stabilize and try to make a half point with the black pieces? Do you think he has any ambitions here?
He absolutely does. And whether or not he does, Aronian actually is in a little trouble here. This is insane. I checked this position, Robert, and apparently this is a preliminary assessment, but to keep the full equality, white has to find this move, just walking into f4, because of this resource knight c3 to e4. I started to wonder, okay, but what if something like bishop d6? Are we seriously saying that black can play for the advantage? Yes. Why? Well, let's follow this line. Takes. I bring my king up to c7. Let's say your rook drops back to d1. The reason black is playing for the advantage, there's two reasons. This bishop is horrible, and it has no easy prospect. And this knight is amazing, and it's going to give white nightmares by jumping to h4 at the right moment. That's another positive byproduct of inducing f3. The fact that knight h4 will be highly problematic. Levon, I'm not saying that he's worse. He needs to be careful these next two moves, though.
You just reminded me, because you used the word jumping and Boo, and it reminded me of this story, quick story, from the Political Cup 2011. I was playing in the event, my brother was also playing, and people would play football, or as you know, soccer, out on the grass, and all of a sudden, I see Boo Zhongji jump out of his room's window to come run to the pitch. Like, no joke, there's just Boo jumping out a window. He was on the ground floor, so it wasn't dangerous, but just sprinting to get in on the action. So that is a throwback that I haven't thought about in quite a while. But Boo Zhongji, he jumps around the football pitch. He jumps with his knights on this board here. And he could be jumping on Levon Aronian, who, with the win, by the way, would probably secure gold medal on board 4. So there's a lot at stake for the team as a whole for USA. But for Levon personally, a gold medal is up for grabs on board 4.
And of course, team medals are much more important, but individual medals, they mean a lot to the players because they're a testament to the fact that you showed up and you really put in your blood, sweat, and tears. You did everything within your control to maximize the chances for your team, Robert.
That's right. Yeah, Levon, he's won a bunch of gold medals with Team Armenia. He would like to win medals with Team USA now, and that is true. It's for the country first and then the individual second. So let's hop out of this game because we've been looking at it for quite a while. Nothing has changed in the last few minutes. And as we look at this match as a whole, honestly, slow start. We have a result in on board one, but otherwise, Danya, not so much defined in these positions.
Yeah, except one thing. We have a Scandi for the first time in this Olympiad. Oh, I'm sure it's not for the first time in this Olympiad, but in the India match, we have Arjun Erigaisi playing one d5, not in response to d4, but in response to e4. I know one man who's smiling from ear to ear, John Bartholomew.
Of course he is, because he loves himself a good Scandi. It's not Team India anymore. It's hashtag Team Scandi. Arjun Erigaisi, welcome to the lineup. But this might not have been the best decision. It's a brave one, perhaps. But, I mean, it's such a shaky opening, if we're being honest. And now it looks okay for Black. But just a couple turns ago, Danya, I think during the break, we took a brief glance. You and I were chatting about it. And it looked like something had gone wrong for Black. And now it looks like we're back to normal.
Yeah, I wish I could show you what's on my chess base window because I was looking at this during the break. And this position that's currently on the board, I checked because I was wondering what happens if Jan Subel plays a stereotypical kind of thoughtless move that gets Black back in the game, and he kind of has. Can I rewind and kind of explain how this was reached?
Let's do that because I love playing
no.
Scandi online. No, I'm all for it. I love playing in blitz games, but I'm not as courageous as Arjun Erigaisi to trot it out on the last round of the Olympiad.
It's a dubious opening, but obviously not one that has never been played by the top guys. Queen to d6 is one of the most combative options. Apparently, it's called the Mises Kotrij Gubinski. Like, the name is so long, it won't even fit on my screen. Okay, d4. How about queen d6 variation? Great. Knight f3, but Jan Subel, he shows that he has done his work and eaten his oatmeal. And I have a more broad point on this that I'll make a little bit later, Robert. But knight to b5 apparently is the move recommended by Stockfish 17. So recently this has taken hold and put this line into very serious question. Queen b6, look at this, a4. Clearly Jan Subel came up with this during the game. You can just tell by the moves, right? Knight a3. What is White doing? Why is this unpleasant? Because if Black proceeds with his development, the knight circles around to c4 and suddenly the queen is getting harassed and it doesn't have any good squares. Queen c6, another tempo move. Then the bishop comes out to c4 and f7 is under fire. Queen a7 is the best move, and that is not a good sign. What does Arjun do? Instead, he has to deploy his light squared bishop and capture it just to prevent this from happening, giving White the bishop pair as well as the move. And instead of continuing the initiative with a5, forcing the queen to d6, and now the key move, the one that White perhaps missed, is g3. Robert, this would have put Arjun, let me be straightforward here, in serious trouble.
G3 is one of those moves that can be very difficult to play because you are exposing some squares on your king side, but it's important to note that Black lacks a light square bishop. G3 is a move you never would play if there was a bishop on c8 ready to land on h3, but without that minor piece, this looks great for White, as you're pointing out. If the bishop can get to f4 in these Scandinavians, White is often quite happy. And Danya, as we look at the difference between what you're showing now and the game, White doesn't get that full coordination because that Black queen is staring down to b2, and Black is in time to strike with c5. And it's not like Arjun has an advantage at the moment, but what is happening is freedom for the Black pieces. You typically want a knight on the queen side behind rather than in front of the c-pawn. Knight c6 now strikes at the White center, and if White takes on c5 here, Black takes back with the queen, gaining a tempo against the bishop on c4. The bishop on g7 is happier because there's a longer diagonal to work with, and as you're drawing the arrow, knight c6 is like automatic as a next move. So this is more availability for the black pieces. That little pawn push, Danya, c3 rather than a5, that changes the dynamic in the position, and it's good news for Arjun, which is great news for Team India.
Yeah, I was having this discussion with Bortnick recently in the context of the Alekhine, how in these positions, white typically plays c3 without a second thought because it's such a natural improving move. And when you analyze with the computer, it often never recommends c3. Like, you just don't need to play this move because the pawn on d4 is sufficiently well protected, and typically black plays c5 anyway. Now, I will say I still think white is better, and one benefit of c3 is that maybe the queen has access to the b3 square at some point. So I would be tempted to start with a5 if I'm Jan Subel, force the queen away, maybe trade on c5 now, and at least try to justify the move c3 by deploying your queen to b3. But I'm a little bit concerned about knight c6 here, and this is starting to look like an Arjun position. He's also up 30 minutes on the clock, and suddenly it feels like the trend of the game, I wouldn't say it favors black yet, but it hangs in the balance.
And I do believe that Arjun, I don't want to call it a bluff, but he may be playing his opponent's rating. We saw in his first game in this entire Olympiad, Danya, he sacrificed a minor piece for just 2 pawns, and objectively it was a bad decision. Like, he was in trouble. He would not have done that if he were playing, say, Lenier Dominguez, as the player he defeated yesterday. So I'm speculating, of course, but I do feel like because Arjun's opponent is a grandmaster and a very strong player, but not at his rating, very few people are, that he's in a way playing the opponent's rating versus just choosing an objectively sound opening. He's been able to get away with it. One tiny pawn push, a little bit slow, allows black to claim that things aren't so bad, but I do feel like he was taking some risk today with his opening decision.
And this is pretty much standard operating procedure as we see a5 by Jan, by great players who want to ensure that they can play for a win. We saw Magnus playing a Philidor against Valentin Dragnev. 1g6 is a very common move. Robert, this is a risky approach, and let's be very clear about something. Jan Subel is a young grandmaster, okay? He works hard on his game, and sometimes the GMs in the 25 to 2600 rating range, they do their chessable, right? They're incredibly diligent, hard workers. I see this when I play Title Tuesdays. Sometimes these GMs, and even lower rated players, in a certain opening, if they remember their prep, they know just as much, if not more, than these top guys. We saw Javahir Sindarov get caught in crazy chessable prep, I think, against Trinidad and Tobago in round 1, and was completely lost out of the opening while his opponent was, thinking about his favorite movie. This is not a gimme for Arjun, and he needs to be precise.
No, you're 100% correct, and we, of course, appreciate and applaud all of these players. You don't get to the top table of the Olympiad in the last round by accident. It's hard work, it's experience, it's skill, it's talent, it's all of the above. It's that perfect combination. You get all those ingredients together, the recipe is success. So for Jan here with the white pieces, he's a very strong player, and it's likely that Arjun was trying to avoid mainline theory, but he did take a risk with his opening. And for the moment, it seems like black is doing okay. White still maybe a slight plus, but Arjun not so much worse anymore. And as you said, it's a more Arjun type of position. So why don't we leave these two to it? And we did have a fun fact for everybody about the Budapest Gambit. It's been played 7 times this Olympiad. I don't think we've looked at a single game, likely being played in matchups with teams that are not at the top of the table, but still fun fact for everybody that players are respecting the host nation.
Robert, I told you we needed to look at the Faroe Islands versus Papua New Guinea.
You have a follow-up to that, or is that just a one-liner?
No, that's actually the end of my commentary. That line was a mic drop right there. You can take the rest.
Okay, well, why don't we look at a new position, because we have a lot going on in this matchup. I'm looking at the left-hand side of our screen. That board in brown, Gukesh looks like he's got a great position against Fedoseev. He's just pushing his pawns forward. And then Vidit on the right-hand side of our screen against Shebenik. I mean, that looks like a kind of an odd position where both sides' kings remain in the center, and black is not developing the king side, at least not yet.
Let's go there. Take me there. Take me to Vidit land. And just to add to our cool tidbit about the Budapest Gambit, a word on opening names, Robert. Openings are not always named after the first person to play them or the first city. Like, it's not always named after the first instance of the opening, because the second instance of the Budapest Gambit and the first, neither was played in Budapest. The second was played by a guy named Ernest Grunfeld. Ernest Grunfeld was also not the first person to play the Grunfeld. That would be Banerjee. The second was Alekhine. Alekhine wasn't the first person to play the Alekhine. Najdorf, not the first person to play the Najdorf. And Naroditsky, hopefully the first person to stop talking. But before I do, usually openings are named after the person who contributed the most to their understanding. I actually have no idea what happened in Budapest that triggered the name Budapest Gambit, but I do know that the 2024 Olympiad is a storied event that will be remembered.
That is true, and that actually was quite a good fun fact of your own, where you let everybody in on that secret that sometimes the players just get to lay claim on an opening name that they didn't actually invent. But as you go through this opening, Danya, it was a strange one. Not every day you see a pawn push to b3. So in a Sicilian that started as a Rossolimo, things got a little weird from here.
This is a pretty topical line. Knight jumping out to d4, just like in the Kazakhstan women's match in an English. Here we get the trade on b5, the knight sliding over. Speaking of knight d6 checkmate, while it's not checkmate, it can still be a dangerous threat. So black preempts it by putting a pawn on d6. E takes d6, a6. And Team Slovenia, they've brought preparation. They're firing on all cylinders here in the opening as Šebenik, he defeats Bach yesterday. But right here, I'd be a little bit worried about black's lack of kingside development. What do we have? We have a move? Yes, queen c6.
Okay,
Good
increasing
stuff.
the pressure
Good stuff.
on the knight on f3, Danya. And I just want to let you know that I looked up the Budapest Gambit history, and it was Adler Maróczy, played in Budapest in 1896. And I guess that's why it was given the name. The first time it was played was in Budapest, so not from, not necessarily the expected way, but at least Maróczy, Hungarian chess player, and it feels like it's a nice homage.
Very nice. I was writing a biography on Geza, so I'll have to put that in my Maróczy binder.
Oh my goodness, you and the puns, they're never going to end. Yeah, I'm just doing the face palm, but in my head. I'm just leaving it behind the scenes for the moment. But Danya, I think something that you've said has been excellent, that there's so much hard work that happens behind the scenes with these top players, with Slovenia well prepared in quite a vast array of different openings. And for Vidit, we're looking at this position, black has way more time. So Šebenik might be more comfortable given the dynamic, and we're looking at a position where black is ready to take on f3, ruin white's kingside pawn structure. But how much stock do you put in? I know that you always say pawn structure is overrated.
No, I mean, it's overrated until, there are not a lot of pieces on the board. Then, if anything, it might be the most important factor in the game. I'm looking this position up, and this is clearly some major home cooking for Šebenik. D6 is an extremely obscure move. I mean, this is almost unplayed. So clearly taking Vidit to that deep, dark forest we like to talk about. And let's try to get a handle on what's likely to happen next. Because if I'm Vidit, I'm very, very tempted to castle queenside and try to push d4, open the center at all costs. My question to you, Robert, is does Šebenik willingly take on f3? I don't like it because white's going to go gf. That's not going to change the fact that the center will open up. Black's king better make sure that it has accommodations ready in the event that this happens. What is the way for black to solve his problems?
Oh, I thought you were going to answer that question. I was hoping you would, because I didn't have an immediate reply, because black would like to play f6 and e5. If you could get both of those moves in at once, you're feeling a lot better about the position. And I mean, f6, you see that the evaluation bar doesn't really shift. So this is, actually, I was going to make a pun by accident. I would say this is a central idea in this current position here to play for e5. And as you said, take on f3 right away, it opens the g file, and that g7 pawn is the tender point in black's position. So white would like to see the g file open, get some activity, sort of develop the rooks, double pawns are bad because they can't protect one another, but they're good for rooks because they open files. And so a rook would love to see the g file open up and gain activity because you could do a rook lift along the g file. So I'm with you. I think that delaying the capture on f3 is smarter. But f6, d4, as you're pointing out, I mean, this does look like a position that's heating up as the black king will remain in the center for a little bit.
This starts to smell a little bit, and, you know, not air freshener. Slightly worse than that. Black actually supposed to castle queenside here, but as you can see, it becomes a matter of playing precisely and pretty fearless moves. I would not be confident here at all unless I knew the computer assessment, and clearly at this point, Šebnik out of his prep. But something like this, yeah, once you put it on the board, Robert, I think it's clear Black is doing just fine. But getting yourself to castle, allowing a move like DC, maybe Black has e5, maybe this walks into knight takes e5. I'm not so sure. I mean, Black has to now hunker down if FIDE castles. Clearly, he's also thinking about other moves.
Yeah, this could get tactical if Black keeps that king in the center. So very tough on this board. No, at least immediate advantage for FIDE. He is the high-rated player. If we get into a sharper line, we can come back to this game. But for the moment, it does feel like Šebnik is doing all you could ask for him on this fourth board. With the black pieces, seems to have equalized, is well ahead on the clock. So that's good news for Team Slovenia, who wants to get some match points here. They want to get at least a chance at the medals as they are in clear third heading into the final day of action. So as we look, Danya, India, they want to win this match, and it's looking like the top two boards. I mean, Praggnanandhaa lost yesterday to Wesley So. I love his position from the white side. There's a random pawn on h4. I didn't expect that in an IQP. Isolated queen pawn, the board in blue. And then all the way to the left, Fedoseev, Danya, sometimes he plays a little bit too much with that free spirit of his, and I do think his cavalier approach could backfire against a player as solid as Gukesh.
And he'll be the first to tell you that White is clearly worse in right out of the opening, right into the end game. And for Vladimir Fedoseev, like I said, he will play something interesting, fresh. Sometimes it works, but Gukesh, he has shown time and time again that no matter what kind of stylistic approach you throw at him, he's ready for anything. He is a truly universal player. Can we quickly dive in and just try to figure out how bad this is for Vladimir?
Let's look at it, because the position, it looks bad, but it may not be as critical. Maybe it doesn't pass the eye test, but perhaps White is hanging in there, but it looks bad, Donnie. Why can't Black just take on f3, for example, and say your pawn structure is bad on the king side, and now when I play c takes d4, you would love to take with a knight, wouldn't you? But you can't do that because pawn to e5 would fork your minors.
96. There's maybe
Just take the bishop.
But okay, then you play some check. Very nice. Wow, early morning tactical awareness by Grandmaster Hess. Because at the end, you can pick up the knight and two pieces for rook here. Overwhelming amount of material. Very important, Robert. White has to play ED. How do you foresee?
I mean, just look at the pawn structure, right? I mean, even if Black isn't winning, a4 is a great choice. Danya, like, we could just pause at this moment and you take a survey of the grandmasters here in the playing hall. They're looking at this position like, this couldn't have been a worse opening for White. How do you get this position? This does look very bad.
No, it's garbage structure for White. Pawn structure is overrated, except when it's an endgame. Then you have to look at it clearly. Rook to a6 is a great move here. And this is not just a computer move. This is a very findable move by Gukesh. And the thing is, he's got many ways to keep a big advantage here, Robert. This is what makes positions like this so nasty to play. You're not sitting there, okay, if my opponent plays this move, I get counterplay. You basically hate your existence no matter what your opponent plays.
Sounded quite depressing there, but it's true. I mean, this position is not one that Fedoseev drew up at home. He wasn't looking to get a ruined pawn structure, a queenless position. We know how much Fedoseev likes this combative chess where tactics are all over the place. I have to say, this is not looking the way that Fedoseev would ever have wanted. I mean, this is just Gukesh's position to outplay his opponent, there's still so much work left, and we know how tenacious Vladimir is. But Danya, I mean, out of the opening, this is really bad.
Yeah, and I mean, let me just very quickly before we go to Prague's game show you. I could talk about this for a while, but the most recent inaccuracy by Vladimir, this endgame is already not great for white. But he kind of panics. He makes this tilted move, knight b3, kind of annoyed with the course of the game. And this walks right into the lion's den here, a5, Alfred announcing his presence. And I think Fedoseev just forgot maybe that if he snags the pawn on c5, Gukesh can take back, unfurl his center, and then calmly pick up the c-pawn with a huge advantage. Rook c8, not even the most accurate move, but you get the point. And h3, trying to force the issue. He's forcing the issue all right. Gukesh, consummate professional, comes to the last round. Okay, maybe he can make a quick draw. No, he is going to play for maximum because that's what world champion challengers do.
And maybe he's not overrating pawn structure. He might keep his bishop saying, this is an opening board. My light square bishop is the only one here. So a move like bishop f5 is certainly not out of the question. So he's taken a page out of your book, Danya. He hasn't just captured on f3 and ruined white structure. He wants to win this game. So he's looking at what maximizes my winning chances, not just what looks good and hurts my opponent's structure. So I think for Gukesh, he is spoiled for choice. We can leave him to it. I do think that he's going to ponder this decision a little more, as it is a consequential one. And if we zoom out of this particular game and look at the overall match once more, Danya, Praggnanandhaa, that's the board we haven't looked at, and he lost yesterday. Today's a new day, and his position is looking nice to my eyes.
Yeah, and you talk about factors that determine team success. Where Praggnanandhaa is concerned, I've got a little comment on him. But first, we got to get our bearings on this board. Anton Demchenko has had an excellent Olympiad. He's scored some big wins, yesterday defeating Christensen. But today, in maybe a little bit of opening trouble, at least that's the feeling with a bad French-like bishop on c8 and Praggnanandhaa having beautiful centralization of his minor pieces. Let's take a quick look.
Yeah, I'm so curious how that pawn is on h4 in that game. So if we look at the board in blue, we'll bring up it on our full screen here. But there's a pawn on h4, but white castle in that direction. So there's a bishop on g5 that kind of has been hanging. What have the last few moves been like?
Yeah, it's like, has this situation been here for like 10 moves? You know, AlphaZero seems to prescribe that kind of approach. This was a QGA. Standard fare so far. c5, castles, knight c6, all theory. Okay, bishop d3, one of white's many moves. Trade on d4. Here we get the IQP structure. Still very normal. I'm getting like a Basov Giri vibes from the candidates, sort of, maybe. Also a Basov Nepo, I want to say, from round one. So that's how h4 happened, right? If you take on g5, h takes g5, clamps down on the king side, very unpleasant. Prague starts by taking on d5, flicks in this move bishop e4. I'm not sure exactly where he got this edge, but I'd be very annoyed right now if I was Demchenko.
And it's because of what you spoke of. The bishop on c8 is a bad minor piece. The bishop on e4 is excellent, staring in both directions. It's not just going for checkmate. There could be a time where white goes rook c1 and bishop takes c6 in a position. So for Prague right now, bishop back to e3, I would imagine, is just an advantageous position because he has more control over the center, has a little bit more space with his minor pieces. But Danya, maybe there's some tactics available to white. I see a pawn on h4, a bishop on e4. I imagine that h takes g5 in some positions may not actually be a threat.
Yeah. And I mean, I think Prague, he's got this position under control. And if you're the team that's the heavy favorite, right, you want to dictate terms. You want to call the shots. And you want to avoid the kind of thing that Vidit has, I think, which has the potential to go astray. Feels like Prague, he is just laying down his authority on the board here in the early going.
And he's just using the isolated queen pawn to his advantage. It restricts some of black's pieces. When you have an isolated pawn, you have open files in the adjacent lines. There's one rook on e1, there's a rook coming to c1. And at any point, Danya, d4 to d5, you have to look out for that. That's what they say in all of the educational books. If somebody has an isolated pawn, especially an isolated queen's pawn, you have to control the square in front of it. And right now, white has control of that square.
There's an old classic, Winning Pawn Structures by Alexander Baburin, which I read, and it's, I think, hard to find now. I saw a copy for $900. I mean, it's good, but it doesn't come with, little gold bars hidden in the pages. But it's the funny thing about that book is that it's only about one structure, which is the IQP. It's just called Winning Pawn Structures. And Baburin loves this D5 pawn advance. He has many examples of it. That's the book where I learned all about the IQP structure, but I kind of forgot most of it.
Well, I appreciate the honesty. I see the chat. I think this is a fan of Team India. India going for 4-0 today. I actually don't think that's what they're going for. They'd be happy to just get on out of here with the gold medals, no matter what the score is. And given Vidit's position, I'm not thinking, that they are going for 4-0. They just want to get the gold medal and return home as heroes.
And they've shown a winner's mentality from the very first move, right, since the opening bell, as we expected them to. And I have a quick vignette on Prague that just demonstrates the kind of winner's attitude that this entire team, I think, has come in with. I think that we should choose perhaps the next match so that we have a direction to go in. Maybe France can be a good one to consider, Robert. As I share this quick story, what do you think?
Yeah, they're playing Uzbekistan, so that Uzbek team, they may have lost some close matches, but they still have a chance at some medals. So they, of course, would like to get those. But I'm curious to hear your story, Danya.
Okay, I'll preview the MVL Noterbeck position. I had the great pleasure of training for Prague with a few months, and RB Ramesh, the storied coach, when I was prepping for the 2021 U.S. Championship. And each training session was me, Prague, and Morali, another top GM who defeated Magnus, actually. And first of all, of course, it was just such a pleasure to compare thinking processes and to watch the young mind at work and to compete. It was super, super fun. But I just remember after a lot of the lessons, what would I do? I would bullet stream, immediately get into the pool play blitz. And then I'd hear in the other tab, Prague would still be playing through endlessly the positions from the lesson. He would be looking at a move that we didn't get to explore. 20, 30 minutes, right? And that reminds me of the proverbial basketball player who keeps putting up shots after the lights in the gym have gone out, the doors have closed, people have gone out to dinner. Dinner can wait, okay? Because I've got some studying to do. The meditation before the game, all of that, that's not an act, right? They won gold medal, and they did it with a round to spare. And you don't build those habits overnight. You build those with many years of diligent training and sacrifices.
It's very true, and that's a great story to hear about Pragnanda, how dedicated he is, and Ramesh, the legendary coach and grandmaster from India. And you're talking about training regimen, you're talking about the way people get ready for the big moments. We have now a great player on our screen, the former world rapid champion, the gold medal winner in 2022 for Team Uzbekistan, Nurbek Abdusattorov. I wouldn't be surprised if he trains by just like boxing and stuff. He's always staring his opponents down. He's a very tactical player. He loves getting these deep opening lines where he knows them a bit better than his opponent, but he's also always willing to grind down his opponents in an endgame. So he's so versatile. And in this position, Danya, there's a rook on h4. Like you were telling the story, I'm listening to it, but I'm also looking at a random rook appearing on h4. And a couple rounds ago, he was black against Predke's roving rook. What is that rook doing there?
Wasn't that the saving move against Ding yesterday?
Yes.
Was it rook h4?
Yes, it was.
Oh, maybe that's why you put the rook on h4. By the way, he's also a fantastic ping pong player, approximately 2,200 strength. Little known fact.
Wow.
Noterbeck Abdusattorov, yeah. 2,700s, not only can they, tie their shoes and oftentimes make their own food, but yeah, they're pretty well-adjusted individuals.
Well, I mean, it seemed like against Predke's rook was like on a ping pong table, just going from side to side here. But what is this rook doing on h4? Like, why is it there? What do you make of the current dynamics where black is attacking the white queen? White's center looks quite imposing and something that MVL is going to have to deal with. Whose preparation and understanding of these positions in a Sicilian, a Najdorf, is better?
Well, to the surprise of exactly no one, we got here from a Najdorf. Let's rewind a little bit and see how the elements of this mess were put into place. So MVO playing an oldie but goodie, knight g4. He is known for this line. Let's go down the rabbit hole. This is all common theory, Robert. I don't know this line at all. I never played knight g4 with black. b5 so far passes the smell test. I've seen this before. Okay, gh. That's how the rook landed on h4. It was invited there. Personal invitation of the g5 pawn. Hitting the knight, it drops back. Bishop develops. And, okay, c3. Disapproved of by the eval bar. Whatevs. Now we have a trade. And actually, Noterbeck, look at this. This is where things start getting very unbalanced. He doesn't take with the knight because he wants to keep an eye on the e3 square. I think he didn't want to allow queen e3. And that might not be something he did voluntarily. But as a benefit, it does give him this nice little parking spot in the center of the board. And knight a5, f4, knight ec4, Robert. 21 moves on the board already.
And what a weird position we have, because neither king is going to find a very safe home. You look at black, who can castle kingside or queenside. You're not going either direction. So the kings are likely to stay in the center. White's pawn structure is compromised on the queen side. a2 and c3 are both isolated. Black has control of the c4 square, but I think white has the bigger immediate threat. Like knight takes e6, that looks quite harmful. You're doubling the pawns, but that's not really the issue. Black will have some light square difficulties to deal with. So I think that MVL's best advised to move the bishop back to d7. He does still control the c4 square, so he doesn't have to worry about dropping a piece. I would drop the bishop back, Danya. What other moves come to your mind for black right now?
By the way, did we mention Bekra already drew Yakuboyev?
We didn't mention that, so good on you to call that out.
Okay, so you asked me a question. I rudely interjected with an irrelevant statement. Let me try. Bishop d7 is very tempting. That's kind of the move your hand is making in order to pave the way for e7, e5. I don't know what white's next move is. I don't know what black's plan is. The king is still in this. White's king is in the center and will be there for the rest of the game. I think it's safe to say you won't see queenside castles. So if bishop d7 is played on the board, Robert, is there a move that catches your eye? Like, is knight f5 a thing?
Definitely the direction I was looking, but it's too early to come up with all of the imbalances that arise after that.
Yeah, just have actually top engine. Okay, even at 6 a.m. I can still once in a while. And bishop takes f5. Yes, e takes f5. Although queen d5 is also a move. Oh, imagine if we get this on the board. Now this at 6 a.m. No, thank you.
This at any time. Too complicated to figure out. Giving up a pawn to open up the d file, rook d8 would hurt, and the white king is still in the center. So this is a fascinating position. And for Uzbekistan, they're the ones with the medal chances. France, they're behind Uzbekistan. So for this Uzbek team, they won the gold 2 years ago. They have a good chance to medal if they win this match, because if you look, and thanks to our production for flying in those standings there, you see Uzbekistan's tiebreaks. They have great tiebreaks on the rightmost column there, 329.5 Olympiad tiebreaks. That is actually better than Slovenia. So even if Slovenia ties, Uzbekistan still has a good chance of overcoming them. So good chances for Uzbekistan, who's probably rooting for India and China to win. And that way an Uzbekistan team victory gets them the bronze medal. So that, I think, is not really up for debate. If Uzbekistan wins, India and China win, Uzbekistan secures the bronze. Maybe there's a chance for silver, Danya, but that seems less likely.
And of course, they wanted to repeat golds, but they're also realists. And they had a very difficult match yesterday. Sindarov lost unexpectedly. And then Yakuboyev against Wei. What a resistance, Robert. But in the end, he just couldn't pull through. He had that chance at the end, which was more complicated than it seemed. And I think that the team strategy is a good one. He drew with black, did Noterbeck Yakuboyev. He can rest, and that means his teammates will have to pick up the slack. But will Sindarov be able to hold off the baggage? Will Noterbeck Abdusatorov end on a high? He's had a lot of highs and lows. We'll see.
We'll see indeed. And we look at the other boards here. There's nothing to be bored by in this match. Danya, look at this. I mean, on board 4, Volkidov is kind of playing this cagey type of position from the black side. And then we see on board 3 in red, they're just getting started there, but black looks a bit passive, though maybe is about to strike on the queen side with a little pawn push. So I think Uzbekistan, they've got a fighting chance, and they would like to rack up the victories. A 3.5 half score could even give them chances at the silver if USA were to beat China.
There is no clearer message of match strategy, Robert, than Vokidov's opening choice. He played a Berlin against Aragaisi. There's not a Berlin here. There's a pawn on e6. He played a Sicilian, and Lagarde played a peaceful bishop b5 check. Vokidov forced the game to enter a tactical realm. I really like his position out of the opening. I like Sindarov's position, and I like Uzbekistan's standing overall here. Although positions this tactical, we know from every round how quickly the tides can change.
In a hurry, in a flash. If you're not careful, you make one mistake, things can turn around completely. So a lot at stake in this matchup for Uzbekistan in particular. Whew, wow, I mean, just so much action to look at. Danya, I feel like we just have to stay at these top few matchups. I mean, the rest, while we do want to tip our proverbial caps at some of the players, Anton Korbov, for example, from Ukraine, they have a chance to medal if Ukraine gets a big score. They've been led by him thus far, but it looks like all eyes in the playing hall will be on the top few matches: India, Slovenia, China, United States, and France, Uzbekistan.
Yeah, absolutely. And I appreciate that. I think everybody is still very interested in the top games. And the fact that Slovenia, this upstart Black Horse team who've only got 3 players, I think 2 players, technically over 2,500, unbelievable. Their grit in winning 5 matches in a row. Now the reward, he gets to face India in the last round. Sorry. Will they be able to put up a stiff resistance? Robert, this makes this match so fun to watch. Every round has endless storylines that we can revel in.
So why don't we take a quick peek at any updates that we may have in that top board matchup, because this Uzbekistan versus France match, it's going to be important, likely for the bronze medal, but we're talking gold medals here. And we know that India, they are ready to hang those medals around their necks. Yesterday, they all but secured first place. And so let's maybe dive away from Uzbekistan versus France and a quick update on any board of your choosing in the top matchup.
I've got some bad news for Team Slovenia, because I think the captain, he was already pinning some of his hopes on that Scandi game, just by definition. Why? Because it's a Scandi. Sorry, John. We'll have a talk after the show. But the team captain, by the way, Matej Šibenik, who is playing on board 4. Yeah, he's also the captain. He wears many capes. Okay, this is not good. Jan Schubel is he is losing the thread of this game, Robert.
And I think the easiest way to show that is if there's a queen trade. This is a very quick and simple variation that once the rook recaptures on c5, white is in massive trouble because the knight on e5 is under attack. If the knight moves, you drop your bishop on c4. And Danya, maybe f4 is the only move that keeps you in the game, because if you try to make a move like rook e1 or bishop f4, then that knight just simply moves out the way and white is dropping material.
No, you're losing like all 3 of your minors at the same time. And how did this happen? Well, I pointed out queen b3. You're still better. Jan, I think, is playing for a draw. Now, can I blame him? Would I be able to handle the pressure facing Arjun on this stage? No question, absolutely not. But the fact remains, Robert, how many times does this lead to quick disaster, right? Trying to force the issue. Arjun plays rook c8, and this move, superficial. I just don't understand it. e6 it's the only move by black, and I'm just not sure what Jan was hoping for here. But now he suddenly needs to be careful not to be worse.
I would take this position from the black side because white's pieces, they're stuck defending one another. A queen trade could isolate the white pawn. We keep saying that pawn structure, it may not matter in many positions, but if black can take on d4, get a quick knight c6 in, it will be Arjun Erigaisi playing for a victory because white's pawns, they stick out like a sore thumb. They're overextended, easier to attack. And you can see even just like by the time Arjun up 40 minutes on the clock right now. The pressure is building, and Arjun, I mean, there are few players you could say that are even better than he is right now. Magnus Carlsen, and then the rest is up for debate. But Arjun, he fears nobody. He played a Scandi, and now he's in great shape.
Well, that hand on the head, that is a subtle tell from Subel. And on that note, I got to ring the bell. There's got to be some turn of events that favors Slovenia on all the boards. And right now, I'm looking at this one. Prague is better. Now suddenly the hopes maybe shifted to the team captain. Who's got black versus Vidit. Beteseyev is worse. Slovenia is in trouble, Robert. But let's not jump the gun. And this team has grit, right? They've got pride, and they will fight to the last drop of blood.
They will indeed, but Team India, they've been strong all Olympiad. I don't think that they will stop their winning ways for anybody unless some amazing resistance is shown. John, welcome back, partner. You've been watching the action unfold here. I mean, what do you make of it all? Can you be any more impressed with Team India not taking their foot off the gas and having good positions in at least 3 of the 4 boards here?
You're right, Robert. It's difficult not to be. We obviously saw quick draws elsewhere today. India are continuing in exactly the same vein as they have done since day number 1 of this tournament. Even though they've got one hand on a gold medal right now, they absolutely do not care about that situation. They are focused on trying to squeeze as many good positions out of this match as possible. If they can win 4-0, they will absolutely take that. So a beautiful setup here for India to claim the crown, but Slovenia have been so hardy in this tournament. They have done so well for themselves. They obviously will be fighting, and if there's an opportunity, one slip up on any of these boards, I have no doubt they will be taking both hands and grasping it. Elsewhere in the playing hall, some of the top players continuing to fight. It doesn't matter that it's the final round. It doesn't matter if they're not at the absolute top of the standings. They are fighting for every board they can get, including that man, MVL, who's actually going to be playing in the next event in the 2024 Champions Chess Tour. And I want to bring that up because it only starts in a couple of days, folks. On the 25th of September, the JB Cup begins. The Julius Baer Generation Cup. This is the last chance for this year's top contenders to claim their seat in the Champions Chess Tour finals at the end of the year. Now, we saw MVL just now. He's already got his place alongside Magnus and Alireza, but who is going to get the golden ticket to join these heavyweights? We start the streams on chess.com from September the 25th. Use !CCT in chat for everything you need to know. So even though the Olympiad is ending today, we've got more action coming at you in just a couple of days' time. We're going to a quick break so we can go ahead and top up our mugs of tea. We hope you guys are having a wonderful start to your day wherever you are. We know it's an earlier start. We appreciate you being here with us. And we'll be back with more action from the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad final round after this break.
Do you regularly watch any chess streamers or content creators?
Yes. So he's telling the truth.
He's telling the truth? Okay. So who do you watch?
I like watching Hikaru. Yeah, okay, true, but there is something with that behind his answer there as well. There's something because he got a big reaction on that.
Okay.
Do you want to ask him about that?
I mean, feel free to elaborate, Magnus. You like watching Hikaru?
But, well, I root against him.
All the time? Or just online on his streams?
No, general, almost all the time.
What is the most embarrassing thing that's happened to you during a game?
I've peed my pants, I've spilled water on the board, I've knocked over pieces involuntarily, I've pressed the clock without making a move, because I thought my opponent had pressed the clock without making a move. Like, it's a long list.
I wasn't talking about your professional career, I meant when you were a junior.
What do you think about the meaning of the world champion title now that Magnus Carlsen is not defending it? Good question. I know that the whole world was very surprised when Magnus really announced it, that he's not going to be defending his title, though he's clearly #1 player in the world. I was there myself. I was #1 for 26 years, and I was never a world champion, actually. Of course, the World Championship title values less right now because of this, I believe, to everyone. At the same time, we still seen an incredible match between Nepomniachtchi and Ding. And I do hope that we are going to see an incredible match between Ding and Gukesh, because clash of generations and incredible motivation by the youngster in the end. I hope Ding will be also ready to fight and show his very best. I do hope that it's simply very interesting still for the whole world how Magnus is playing when he's not playing in the World Championship title tournament or matches, but he's playing and competing. So this is something very good for all of us, that we can enjoy his not only his games, but also I think it's very important that he did not retire from chess, but he just refused to defend the title. But we see him playing in tournaments, being extremely enthusiastic. And it's also very interesting to see whether his views and ideas and changing the format and playing different style of chess, like the freestyle, which direction this will lead in the future for the sport of chess. So I think it is very exciting, and I'm very happy that Magnus is still very much in the chess community and very active, but this way also the World Championship is still very exciting for me, at least.
I think Didi shifted to Mumbai to get a movie made on his life. When he approached the producer, the guy said, "Whoa, Gukesh is here, I can't believe it."
I think this has happened to me though. Somebody came.
Ah, it's a true story.
Yeah, no, not producer part. But somebody came and said, "Oh, I'm a big fan. Gukesh, can I take a photo?"
But at least it means you look young. Or they expect
half glass full, yeah? Glass half full.
True. Today's story, this is my tweet. I didn't know that. Thanks for your input. The world changed so drastically.
I think I'm a bit disappointed with the meme tweets.
Yeah.
I can say.
Well, I mean,
like I expected medal rows.
Yeah. This tweet of mine, it's a little deeper. I made a tweet at some point, and then about Tuesday, and then a content creator I know copied that without giving me any credit, which is fine.
I mean, that's now happening for tournaments also.
Exactly. And then he made a tweet, today's Thursday, and then I copied that. So that was kind of the inside joke with that content creator, who is not a very large one, but he knows who he is.
Is he born to stream or?
Actually, yes, but he's not from India. So yes. So there was some inside joke there, but yeah, it's lost by this point. What is that?
9 out of 10 doctors agree that Colgate is the best toothpaste. Vidit is the 10th doctor.
Yeah,
what does it mean?
I don't know, but it's funny.
What does it mean?
I don't know what it means. I think it's funny. It's just funny. I don't know what they're trying to say.
I say that Colgate is not the best toothpaste.
No, they're just saying that somehow you are, like, you are that special one in a bad way.
It's too nuanced from my understanding.
It does sound very funny though, so I will give them that. After winning title Tuesday once, Anish has filed a petition with God to rename all days of the week as Tuesdays. Not funny. Not funny, no, not funny.
We're still here with the final round of the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad. Just a reminder to all of you, I'm sure you've heard already, nearly 400 teams representing almost 200 countries are in the playing hall, and today determines the gold, silver, and bronze medal positions in both the open and women's competition. It literally cannot get more climactic than this. Unless India have already won gold in the Opens. But 5 out of 6 of the medal places are still up for grabs, and we are going to be going back to the women's section of the competition, where honestly, it is absolutely white hot right now. Danya, India, Kazakhstan in the driving seat. Arguably, they control their own destiny, but the US and Poland just need one slip up from them today, and any of these teams could slip out of the medals positions entirely.
Well, John, I'm flustered because I'm just speechless at this one development that we're about to get to. But you're absolutely right. This has been a shuffling and reshuffling. We can slice and we can dice, as I like to say. But right now, White's kingside pawn has just gotten diced up on Alice Lee's board in the US versus Kazakhstan match. And yet again, we keep saying this name, Alua Nurmanova. She is always in the middle of good things for Kazakhstan, and today is no exception.
We're going to head straight to that board and take a look. The US and Kazakhstan are obviously two of the nations that are locked in battle trying to grab the medals today, and they need big wins. So huge developments here. Well spotted, Danya. This is looking, I mean, look, there's no covering that there's a big move here, but I'm also going to caveat before I bow out that there's always the possibility of more twists and turns incoming. So, Robert, Danya, over to you. What do we have here?
Thanks, John. And there are twists and turns all throughout the Olympiad. Alua Nurman's been part of plenty of them, Danya, but this time things are turning out pretty well for her, because in this position, you're going to show a pretty bad blunder from Alice Lee in this exact moment.
Situating her queen on the fringes of the queen side. Alice trying to put pressure on the c5 knight, but it's the e4 knight that ends up in Wonderland after knight takes f2. And no matter how you look at this, through the looking glass or not, White's queen on a3 is the problem piece. It's undefended, Robert. LPDO. Loose pieces drop off. You cannot take. Alice Lee knows all of this. This is a fatigue blunder. This is a blunder that comes from playing 10 difficult rounds. And just, your legs, your brain cells just aren't firing as fast as they were. Alice Lee, she will not make this blunder under any other circumstances. And guess what? You got to get back up and continue fighting, because last I checked, this is not over.
It's far from over. It's a one-move blunder. When pieces are on the same diagonal or the same file, you look what happens when the piece gets out the way from in between them. So this tactic, knight takes f2, it's going to be a shot to the system. But if we look at her last move, you have to appreciate it. Knight a4 is a very smart try, because if black thinks I'm a pawn ahead, I've always been taught when up material, trade pieces. Knight takes a4. Danya, the white queen takes back on a4, I think right away. And with that trade, the a7 pawn will drop once the black knight retreats to e4. And we're talking about a totally different dynamic where it's equal material once again, a better structure and a better king safety for black. But after knight e4, queen takes a7, I do think that white would be right back in the game.
And listen, do great players not blunder? No, great players and great fighters, they blunder all the time. Everybody blunders. It's just the human condition. They get back up, and you don't have a single moment to recover. On the very next move, you need to be perfect, and Alice Lee was, and she played knight a4. You need to minimize the losses and make sure that white doesn't lose the e3 pawn in succession or blunder a subsequent tactic. There's no question black is already technically winning, but you think about world champions, Magnus Carlsen, resilience, tenacity, and the ability to recover from a shock during the game is what sets them apart. Wilhelm Steinitz won the clutch game against Mikhail Chigorin in their world championship match, down a piece for no compensation. So Alice Lee, how does she readjust to this new scenario? How realistic are her chances? And let's just shout out Alua Nurman. She's a beast.
She's been exceptional for Kazakhstan, surviving that game yesterday against Bela Kotinashvili. Some of her wins, like against Pauline Guichard. And for Alua Nurman, I believe she's well on her way to the international master title. She is going to near 2,400, and this is just the beginning for her chess career. But Danya, the pawn f2's gone. You acknowledge that. You say, look, that was a terrible mistake. But I do think that white can make this quite a difficult conversion for black. For instance, on this very turn, Alua Nurman down to 37 minutes for 20 moves. As I was saying before, if you take on a4, queen takes a4 back, the black knight saves itself because now it's under threat. Back to e4 you go, you drop the a7 pawn. And now we're talking about a position where, wait, didn't I just win a pawn? Wasn't that exactly what I was looking for? Danya, after queen takes a7, the material is once again even. The queen protects e3. Things are not good for white, but you start to believe in yourself a little bit more. At least I'm not down material. Where's my opponent's attack going to come from? How are they actually going to press forward? And if you don't take on a4 in the live board, Danya, and you just defend your knight, either by bringing your f2 knight back to e4 or your pawn to b6 and just trying to keep tactics alive, I feel like that a7 pawn is still a problem. And if you play b6 ever, knight d4, knight c6 becomes an idea. I think you get the point I'm trying to make, that there are going to be some concessions that black has to make along the way, and white will have to at least smile, even if it's a pretend smile, and say, thank you for this opportunity. I'm right in this game.
Robert, the computer line that maximizes black's advantage here, it's ridiculous. And actually, you can do it two different ways. It is to play b6, but it may seem to drop a piece after knight takes e5. And here black has to exploit the same tactic. Isn't this amazing? First, you exploit the undefended queen to get the knight into f2. Then you exploit it to get the knight back out to e4, simply leaving this knight hanging and then picking it up on the next move. Still not the end of the story. You know, white can play knight e5 and then get the knight around to c6. So it's easy for us. We see the eval bar. For Alua Nurman, she is trying to find a clean conversion here, a way to avoid tactics with her clock dwindling. And, you know, knight a4 was a fantastic move. Alice Lee, she's doing what's in her control. If Alua plays a good technical phase of the game, she wins the game. You take off your hat, but you've got to try to do everything within your power to put your opponent in a position where they can make mistakes.
And we're not going to lie to our audience, that was a one-move error, uncharacteristic of the high-quality chess that Alice Lee has shown in Budapest. But we're not lying to you all. This is still a fight that, with some inaccuracies, with even one like innocuous decision from black, white is right back in this game. So yes, the computer says black is with maybe an insurmountable lead, but finding b6, knight takes knight, then knight back to e4, you've already made use of this tactic once. You probably don't assume that it's there again. And anytime you push the b pawn, Danya, knight e5 or knight d4 to c6, it looks worrisome, even if the engine just scoffs at it and says no problem. So let's zoom out of this game. We know Alua's better. She'll need a convert for Kazakhstan because, Danya, as you look at the other boards, board 1, advantage Tokirionova. Begim for Team USA on the top board, holding on strong. Carissa Yip with the white pieces on the board in blue, second from left. You have to like her position because she's barreling down the center, some clear pressure into black's camp. And then Irina Krush even, the black side of a London system. Danya, I thought the London is supposed to be one of the most solid openings. Balabayeva decided to throw her pawns forward, and Irina's just playing very natural, logical replies and seems to be quite sturdy. So you pick our next destination, Danya, but all of the remaining three boards, they do look quite pleasant for Team USA.
Man, what is with the King's Indian this tournament? It's like every time it's played, it ends up in trouble. And I want to do a very quick look at this game and then move on to the board one affair with Tohir Jonova in the driver's seat. Here, Carissa Yip faces her own favorite opening. And may I rewind a little bit here to this position? So black has adopted a more Benoni-esque setup. This is fine. How does this pawn structure get so bad, Robert? Knight c5. No, but this is already better for... I mean, c takes d4 is a huge concession because you're getting a bad Maroczy bind, actually. I get that he's Hungarian, but that doesn't mean you go into this position. And, okay, I mean, pretty normal. You can tell black does not like her position here. The knight slides in. Carissa expands. F takes c5 was a better move, apparently, but I still think white is better. However, I do like the fact that black has pressure on e4, and I think there's a high possibility for tactics here, Robert. which means Carissa has to be very precise.
And we know Carissa loves tactical play. She plays offbeat openings from the black side, just trying to steer clear of opening prep and then use her calculation ability to outplay her opponents. And Carissa has been phenomenal in this Olympiad. I mean, she has been an absolute star. And I think what the trick is from the opening is black played a King's Indian and now is in a Sicilian. And for a player, as we're talking about with Carissa, who plays all sorts of offbeat variations, changes her opening each and every game, you feel comfortable in the unknown. But for players who stick to a repertoire, that can actually be a source of discomfort for you when now suddenly you're playing the black side of a Morozi bind where your position could fall apart. But I'm with you, Danya. The e4 pawn being loose, the bishop on g7 may even take on c3 at some moment, so you can take on e4 with tempo. This could get really sharp.
I actually do think this previous moment was very significant. I'm starting to change my mind a little bit. I think Meruert has a great deal of potential for counterplay, and I'm not seeing exactly a great move here for Carissa. She's been thinking now for 6 minutes. Lots of annoying little needling possibilities here. And even though white is better, the ball is in Carissa's court. This is a very, very tense position.
That knight on c3 being loose is definitely what keeps black in this tactically. The knight on a7 for black, that's a poor piece. And it can come back to c8 if you want to get ultra defensive, but then you're turtling up. You don't really have activity. So it's about coming up with a useful move for Carissa. The d6 pawn, it looks untouchable at the moment thanks to bishop takes knight on c3, knight takes e4 tactics. So I do think that Carissa, she's the one with the burden squarely on her shoulders. And actually, Mike Klein did catch up with Carissa right before the game. She was nervous. She was panicking a bit. She was feeling the pressure of heading into a final round with gold medal chances. So why don't we take it to that pregame interview with Mike and Carissa.
Well, we are inside the playing hall a few minutes before round 11, and Carissa Yip, you've come in, but you look a little stressed because where are your teammates?
Girl, my team, I lost them. I was going into the security line. Okay, first I had to drop my phone off, and then we got separated a little. And then I was with Melik, and we were where's everyone else? And I go and look for them, and then I don't see anyone, so I go back, and I'm okay, maybe they're just all through security. I walk through and no one's here. I don't know where they are.
Okay, they've got 10 minutes to make it, and I'm going to forgive you for calling me a girl because you are playing for gold on board 1 in the last round. What are your thoughts?
I'm on board 2.
Well, no, it looks like board 1. Looks like board 1. Yes.
I personally am on board 2.
You don't know what board you're on, but okay, you're playing personal board 2, but you're on board 1 USA, your team.
I'm just fighting for gold on both, team, individual. I don't know, we're locked in,
Last question, you've been carrying the team. Can you do it one more round?
Mike, put some respect on my name. What the fuck?
I think I was showing respect. Okay, so right now Carissa is playing a simul on all 4 boards if FIDE lets her, but we're going to hope that her teammates come join her in just a minute. Moments away, USA playing for gold against Kazakhstan in the last round. You need to win. Good luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
What an interview with Carissa Yip. Put some respect on my name, she says. There is a ton of respect on Carissa Yip's name in this Olympiad. She has 9 out of 10. She is playing her 11th round, the entire competition, and currently her performance rating over 2,600. She has only scored 2 draws, including one against Divya Deshmukh, another top performer. So Danya, she has been exceptional. She's been a star, but maybe she's feeling the pressure and the weight of expectations.
And I think she's also either a rising junior or sophomore at some small school in Palo Alto, California, that I don't remember, but I don't stand for those kinds of things. Carissa, very, very impressive young lady with such a long chess career. I mean, she's been on the scene for a long time. She's experienced and a great asset to a fearsome U.S. women's squad. Of course, Irina Krush is a stalwart on that squad for a long time as well. Great stuff by Carissa, but she needs to demonstrate tactical acumen and speed in her sharp affair against Meruert Kamalidinova.
Yeah, she'll need to be very accurate to maintain the edge in her game. And as we look across the 4 boards, Danya, we looked at the Alice Lee position. she can, and she just did. On the board on the right, she picked off that a7 pawn. So Team USA can breathe a slight sigh of relief. She still will be worse, but it does feel like Black's task may require an endgame eventually up just a single pawn. So we will revisit that eventually. But Danya, I mean, if I'm looking at these boards, their top board, Begim took Kiryadova with the black pieces against Bibisara Asabayeva. Bibisara's king is still in the center, and Black just executed a rook lift. So what do you make of the dynamics on the top board in this top board matchup?
Man, just looking at White's rook on G1, Black's rook on A6, this just beggars belief. Begim's belief. You better believe it. And you better believe her chances here for an advantage because they're serious. I think Asabayeva has gotten what she's asked for, and I'm not sure that that's a good thing. So remember that G4 move? Well, the game kind of unfolded along the lines that we thought it might. G4, H6, D3, and D5 up for the task. C takes D5, bishop takes G4, we get a trade-off. Bishop G2, keeping the bishops on the board, Robert. Maybe you have a comment on this move, but just to get us back to the board, H3, bishop back. And how do we understand this position in general terms? I'm more worried about White's king than Black's king. I'm really impressed with Black's piece coordination here, and I'm also looking at this queen on B3. If it moves away, you might lose the pawn on D5. It feels like Asabayeva's position is not held together by too many stable strands here. It might fall apart if she's not careful.
And even the fact that she can't easily castle queenside, it's not even just because of a checkmating attack. The rook a6 move would cause me to pause before castling in that direction. The e2 pawn is just hanging, Danya. So right now, Bibisara has to be very careful. She went for an ambitious line, giving up the g pawn, getting a central pawn, opening up the file in front of her opponent's king. But White is not coordinated, and I really appreciate this last move, rook to a6, because Black's idea at some moment, rook b6, is going to force that white queen away from b3, and I'm just enjoying the tactics when the black king is tucked away and the white king remains in the center.
Yeah, and you have an open g-file. Congratulations, and what are you going to do with it, right? You can move your bishop, but then you create this wimpy threat of bishop takes h6. That's like pinching a dinosaur. Black's going to brush that off and tuck the king into the corner. As for White, castling queenside creates more problems than it solves, Robert. And a move like e4, trying to keep your center together, speaking of creating more problems than you solve, it's a great example of how panic can cause you to lose control of the position. After c6, this may seem stable, but it's a clunker. And the moment you have to give up the d5 pawn, things go from bad to worse. The queen will infiltrate, the rook comes in. Just look at this. All it takes is one panicky move for this to spiral out of control for Asabayeva.
And Team Kazakhstan, they were in the clear lead heading into the 10th round. Now they are tied for the lead with India. And for Asabayeva, she is playing with fire. I mean, she really went for it with his g4 push. It seemed like Begim, with the black pieces, knew the opening a little bit better. This could really backfire for Kazakhstan. And that bishop on b4, Danya, at any moment, it can retreat to f8 to help shore up the king side. So if we talk about Begim's tournament as a whole, she lost a couple games earlier on against Mugzul and Mukherjee from Armenia. In the last two rounds, she beat Vaishali and Osmak from India and Ukraine respectively. If she can get the trifecta of taking down Bibisara Asabayeva, this goes from a shaky start on the top board to an incredible finish. That Turkey winning 3 in a row like that would be incredible for Begim and USA. They rely on her at the top to be a steady force, but they didn't necessarily expect her to start crushing these big names.
Maybe future generations of chess fans will call this type of comeback pulling a Slovenia or, doing a Vaishali after her women's Canada's comeback. So lots of comeback stories here, Robert. It's not all about, getting off to a good start and winning all your games like Arjun Aragaisi and Gukesh tend to do. Sometimes you're off to a rocky start, and even a single performance, right? That one game-winning shot, no one remembers how many of those you missed in that game.
They just remember the last one that you hit to win the team the match. And, well, the USA has gold medal aspirations, and if they can beat Kazakhstan and India does not win, we could be talking about an American gold medal in this Women's Olympiad. So, mentioning India, they're playing against Azerbaijan. They enter the round in a tie for first with Kazakhstan. Just slight difference in tiebreak score, but that can change with their previous opponents scoring a victory here or there. So why don't we look at the Indian matchup against Azerbaijan? It's of equal importance as we look to the eventual gold medal winners. And India, we've talked about them throughout the entire event. Hot start, fizzled a little bit with a match loss and then a match tie against USA. But in this final round, playing against Azerbaijan, they are relying on Harika on the top board to be that stabilizing force. And then they're looking at the three youngsters on boards 2 through 4 and hoping at least one of them can score a win. So Danya, as we're going to pull up our view of this match as a whole, I mean, these games, it looks like it's anyone's contest to me at the moment.
I gotta say, this is as even Steven as it gets. And I really don't say this often. There's usually at least one board where we can talk about momentum for one side. Maybe it's board 2. I mean, that is just objectively the most unbalanced position. But I'm looking at the other boards, and they definitely are even Steven. Top board, we get pieces coming off. We get a very placid position, high draw potential. Board 3, slightly unbalanced with the bishop versus knight position, but also looks very equal. And board 4 also looks very equal, Robert. I don't know what to say.
Dynamic, though. Right? We have sometimes equality where it's just a rook and king versus rook and king, and we know the game will end soon. None of these games look to end soon unless there is a game-changing blunder. So, Danya, we first talked about the board in blue, Vaishali, with her excellent preparation. Look at the clock now. Vaishali's the one spending copious amounts of time. And I have to be honest, I'm worried about her position. That extra pawn for white is still on the board. We have opposite colored bishops, which could just mean a draw deep down in an endgame, but we're so far from that point that I do think that Vaishali's clock, which was initially a good storyline for India, is now a bad one.
Absolutely. I think under the surface, there are some issues for India. Same thing with Vantika's board. I think it looks completely equal, but in fact, she is slightly worse, down on the clock, and in a very passive position. So where do we go first? I think Vaishali's board is the more dynamic one. What do you see here, Robert? I'm counting the pawns. I'm going to be doing that for the next hour or so you got some alone time.
Well, white is up 1
Thank you.
to the earlier sacrifice. But those doubled C pawns, it almost makes it look like white is up 2 pawns because they're alone, they're isolated. And the E pawns, well, those are doubled, sure, but there's also an F pawn. It's a nice support system in the center of the board.
Can I interrupt you, Robert?
Go for it.
I think we need to enter the playing hall and tell Vaishali, or tell Ulvia Fadalieva, she clearly didn't get the memo putting your pawns in the opposite color of her bishop. I don't think this game can continue. She needs to fix this right now.
Well, she can play e4, or pawn to b3 to try to open up that bishop. That's the one problem. If that bishop were on c3, Danya, we may already be talking about an objectively winning position for white. So the fact that the bishop is home on c1, that is the problem piece that you need to solve. So do you play a move like b3 or b4 here for white to try desperately to get bishop to b2? Or as you point out, can you start with e4 just to maybe force black's rook onto an awkward square? Actually, I like it now that you put it on the board. Rook d4, pawn b3. The knight on d3 is pinned.
That is an excellent point. Rook d4, b3, and the rook is on an undefended square. Probably, I'm just trying to get some tactics to work here. Nothing doing just yet, right? You don't have enough gas in the tank. You don't have enough. Maybe you need to bring the other rook here. But Robert, my inclination would be to put the rook on a defended square. Would you still play b3?
B3 definitely is one of the first moves that comes to my mind, but unless you're trying to uncork something on me, which I wasn't expecting.
Well, I'll be uncorking. I don't know what I'll be uncorking. I have a tactic, but I don't know which one. I'm like thinking about some vague knight move after bishop b2.
I think knight takes e5 is a blunder because rook takes d7. Oh,
Yes,
your bishop protects the knight, though.
Wait a second. So takes.
Yeah.
But this looks terrible.
No, but knight d7, rook d1, you can move your rook because the bishop on h3 protects the knight. I missed that completely.
Me too. This looks great, as I said. No, this does look terrible. I stand by what I said, but it's still equal. Robert, you're exactly right. This is what it comes down to. If the rook couldn't move, black would be in huge trouble. Because it can move to b8 and create this very concrete counterplay, this is why black equalizes. This is why the eval bar is so misleading. It's because you don't understand how narrow the path to equality is, and the eval bar will not change just because there's 5 only moves to equalize.
And what a sequence of moves that is, right? To pick the right square for the black rook, to walk into a pin that looks bad with a terrible remaining pawn structure. So these decisions, even if you can find them once you're at the live board and you say, okay, it's a one move idea, but to see them in advance is really the hard part. And the big question now for Azerbaijan and for Fatalieva, is to figure out, how do I get my back rank in the game? I need the bishop out from c1. I need that rook on a1 to hop over to d1, but it's easier said than done because of tactics and black's activity.
Indeed. And that rook on d2, tempting the knight into d3, potentially to the knight's demise, the rook a real femme Fatalieva. But we'll see how this game progresses. I'm also slightly concerned for Vantika Agarwal, who has the black pieces on board 4 against Balabayeva in a very typical Sicilian structure. This is a Maroczy bind that I can get behind.
Yes, I agree with you on board 4. The other 2 boards, 1 and 3, still plenty of life left in them. We will visit them soon. But board 4, I heard you about Vantika's clock. She is well behind on time. And even the position can be very delicate. So if we can go to the board, we can see that for Vantika, she has, I think, the more difficult moves. She might have to shuffle a bunch. And white can make little improving moves that can be difficult to meet.
I couldn't find the game, and that's when I realized I was looking at the USA match. USA Casa, where's Vantika Agarwal versus Balabayeva at 7 a.m.? Cut me a little slack. Okay, so I lost a game in an almost identical position to Li Chao, Chinese Grandmaster, once with black. Literally uncanny similarity. I'll show you during the break, Robert. And it actually was so similar that I might be checking for transpositions.
Well, I guess what you're sort of highlighting is that many of these positions, they resemble one another. To get the Maroczy bind means that black cannot easily push pawns. And white's last move is a clear indication that she wants to prevent b5. So d5 is under white's control, b5 is also under white's control. You laughed, which means, are we in the same exact position?
Well, I found the game, and I found the position that I am sort of was thinking about in my head. Now, this was 2013, so I'm not saying exact transposition. I wish I could project it on the board somehow, but maybe we'll do it after the break. And it's not about my game, it's about this game, and it's all about the d6 pawn, I think, and the slow pressure that white can build up on that pawn by kind of encroaching upon it with her heavy pieces.
And if you gave black 3 free moves that aren't just like, let me go win a piece on the spot, what's black's actual plan? So if you could, dive into the strategy of this position, what is black aiming for?
The reason I brought up my game is because I adopted the waiting strategy. I did nothing, assuming my position is solid. Eventually, the pressure got unbearable on this d6 pawn. Therefore, very often, black has to use these small needling threats in order to keep white's pieces, I would say, unbalanced just enough so that you keep the initiative at bay. Queen to c5 is a move that I tried playing, offering the queen trade. White will likely dodge that queen trade. If you get really desperate, you could try for f5. But I never see that move working out. There's too few pieces on the board, and your king is too weak. I also never really like e5 because it hands over the d5 square. Do not mention that move within earshot of a Soviet coach.
No, because they will immediately say, you're not my student anymore if you push that pawn to e5, handing over the d5 square. So what is more likely to come to e5 is the black queen. It's nicely centralized there. It allows a piece to get to f4, whether it's a queen trade on offer or a knight going into f4. But white's moves are simpler. I think it's just a straightforward play of a rook going to d1, a second rook trying to join on the d file. And you played, as you said in the game, Danya, you just sort of adopted a passive defense. That might be what the position calls for, but white has all these improving moves like g4 at some point to kick the knight back. So white has the entire center under her control, and black is a bit passive, though queen c5 Nice idea, but white is not trading queens here. Queen d2 is what I'd play for white.
Indeed. Queen d2, no chance to trade queens for many reasons, but you don't want to solve the problem of the d6 pawn for black. So definitely white's queen is moving. It's moving to d2, I think, because you keep the pressure on d6. At some point, b4 might become a problem, and you could sometimes make this move work tactically. c4 is usually untouchable because of some discovery.
So tactics could appear at any moment. Black will try to regroup and put some pressure in white center as well. Maybe that knight will get off the rim and back to f6 in the near future. And if black can strike with d5 or b5, you're breathing with some new air because you will gain some much needed space. But for the moment, those rooks for black are going to be passive, and white will try to poke at that d6 pawn. So Danya, I do think we've done this game justice. We should zoom back out to see how the teammates are doing, because in the Olympiad, you can't just count on a single board. You need to win, and 2.5, 1.5 is the goal at minimum. If you can score more than that, you are thrilled. And this is a matchup for the gold medal. So Danya, India knows what's on the line here. They need a win because Kazakhstan may beat Team USA, and then if India doesn't do the same, Kazakhstan gets the gold. So as you look at the other boards, we talked about Vaishali, maybe she has something left to prove. What about Harika on board 1 against Mahmadzada and Divya on board 3? Do you think that they've got some chances to score victory for Team India?
Well, I think Harika has a microscopic edge because of her microscopically better pawn structure. And I think there's a microscopic chance that we delve into that game. Because there's not much of a tactical component, but definitely Harika's a positional wizard, right? She's actually okay with the position she has. She can push it. There's no clear path to a draw for black. And same goes for Divya. I think, okay, she's preparing b4 and f4. You know, it's equal, but it's the kind of structure that she wanted when she played that Botvinnik setup in the English. So I think India needs to be very careful on their blackboards, but they're still doing fine.
I'm with you. Yeah, these games, there's so much life left in them. And for Divya in particular, her position remains closed. And that means that when pawns get traded, then we'll start talking about some tactical and dynamic play. But Danya, if I'm honest, I mean, these games, they look like there's a lot left to them. I just saw Fatalieva, she went knight a5. To go after the black queen. So I actually really like that move on back to board 2 there in the blue. I think that was a good choice by white.
Knight to a5, forcing those horses off the board doesn't mean white is trying to draw the game, because with the rooks on the board, there will be winning chances. Vaishali, she needs some clutch defense here. She knows that things are still under control. There's no reason to panic, but you want to be disciplined and you don't want to let white get that nagging advantage.
Not at all. So this matchup, it remains tense. Both teams will have their chances, but I have to be honest, I've been looking at the top boards, and I've also been looking at this matchup with Spain and Hungary, because one game in particular in the host nations matchup against Spain, Sara Kadem on top board is playing Jokagal, and there has just been some wild tactics, and just the position is incomprehensible.
Wow. I mean, I'm looking at all 4 boards. There's some action on board 2. Huang, the Grandmaster from Hungary. She's playing Marta Garcia from Spain. And honestly, the lifespan of Black's king might be shorter than Team Spain would like. This might be the most unbalanced match thus far, although Kazakhstan-US is close. Yes, Kazakhstan versus US is close behind.
Danya, we were talking about this game on the top board to the left, but as you look at the other games, they're no less interesting, in particular the board in blue. But I think Sara Kadem's position, I mean, just the last move, pawn to f4, that's a square that's the board in brown to the left. Black protects that square one time. White has it under control by 4 different pieces. So it's a interesting try. What do you make of Black's latest move by Sara Kadem? I see the engine gives it a question mark, but it looks like it's letting us enjoy a fun battle.
Well, clearly Sara attended the Chaos Academy, but I'm not sure that this chaos is going to... You still hear me, correct, Robert?
I can hear you. You're just very quiet.
Okay,
for me.
good. It's so funny. Everything just stood still there for a second. Okay, so let's get our tools ready and jump into that game, because F4 the last move, and I have no idea what's going on. Probably neither do the players. But I think a good question to start with, Robert. What happens if he takes F4? My guess would be bishop F5. Sara trying to open up breathing room for her pieces. I don't know why there's a knight on G6, by the way. Can white just continue munching, or does that allow black's pieces to get too active?
Yeah. FG5, knight takes G5, bishop H3 becomes a threat. There may be some exchange sacrifices that black has in her toolkit. So this looks like a position where white could go wrong on any turn, because her king, weirdly, feels a little bit less safe, Danya. I don't know even how I could say that, because black's pawn structure is the way it is. But black has so many of her minor pieces, all of them surrounding her king.
Yeah, and I mean, F takes G5. You can see the eval bar cratering there, and that is because of all the threats that white creates. If I can just go back a couple moves, it's hard for me to understand this position unless we see a more normal version. So it wasn't always this crazy, right? It's like those before and after photos before someone gets a wild haircut. Okay, so this was more or less understandable, and indeed Sara pressed the chaos button. Knight to F7. So the eval bar started screaming and whooping and oohing and ahhing. And now F4 after knight D3. Okay, now I can understand how this was reached. I think Sara got fed up with the bind the black had on the dark squares.
I mean, who couldn't play a move like F4 to gain more space for your pieces? Because black is cramped, and that E5 square is a transit point for white's knights. And Donna, if black didn't play F4, there was a universe where white did it, right? Just to say, the E5 square is mine. I'm going to try to keep the position as close as possible because I currently have more space. And you're drawing the arrows. It's true. That bishop F5, that's a nice idea for black. And their pins, their problems, their loose pieces.
But I just don't buy it. I mean, let's say queen D1. Where is the counterplay going to come from if I don't cooperate, Robert?
I could take on G6 at some moment, right? Knight takes H5 is another opportunity to remove the guard of your knight on G6. So that's at least the first tactic that I'm looking at.
So for Shoka, Gall still threats to deal with. This is a really cool move. Okay, now I'm just thinking about the very primitive approach, take everything and go knight E5, but that is not how you maximize an advantage. Maybe drop, yeah, you can see how messy this gets. I mean, maybe drop the knight back to E5. And what I'm trying to do is, in some situation, to drive the G and F pawns down, but that's going to be hard to achieve. Or maybe not. A lot of calculation here, Robert. Now you have to look at FG. This is going to be an exciting game for many, many moves to come.
And Sara, she has found her form in this Olympiad. She's actually won 3 games in a row. She drew the game before that and then had won a couple games before that draw. So she's really doing well for Team Spain in the Olympiad here. But this game is looking sharp. It can go in either direction. So let's zoom out here because, you know, while Hungary is the host nation, Spain, they've been playing a good Olympiad. These teams aren't playing for the gold medal. And we should just give just a cursory glance at these games. Danya, the second board still looks super sharp to me. A board 3 in red. There's like a black queen on the A file. White looks quite passive, so I would take the black side there. And then all the way to the right on the board in orange, that one looks like pieces are getting traded off, and it's opposite colored bishops, Danya. Those are always drawn games.
Well, the Hungarian women's team, given how tactical these positions are, what they wouldn't give to have Judith Polgar cast her expert glance at these positions and provide her advice, but they will have to trust their own advice, Robert. It's going to be an interesting match here.
So we look at these players, right? They are giving it their all. It doesn't matter to them that their matchup isn't for gold, but this one is. We see Bibisara. She's at the board, and Danya, I'm not sure if she's loving her position because one of her latest decisions was to castle queenside. She's castling into the storm where black has an attack prepared.
Honestly, I was skeptical about Sara Kadem's position. I think Bibisara might prefer Sarah's position over this one because, again, she took the risks in the opening. She played g4. It's admirable when it works. When it doesn't, it just doesn't look great. And Begim is starting to wind her tentacles here around White's king. Okay, Robert, this is only move 16. This is something I pointed out yesterday. We're getting, just percentage-wise, insane amounts of time pressure. And already 26 minutes. And the complex stage of the game, potentially the hardest part of the defensive task, might not have even begun yet.
And
it not have even begin yet.
The last move from Black, Danya, Queen D6, I actually like moves like that. Because if you just go back a half turn, if we can analyze for a moment, that Bishop takes Knight on C3, that was a tempting option. Because once White recaptures on C3, the E2 pawn is hanging. But what Begim probably didn't want here is some kind of tactical skirmish, Rook E1, giving up D3 to win E5, and Black is clearly better, right? Black will gain a pawn, but you could see the makings of an attack for White. The Rook on G1, the Bishop on the dark squares is staring in the direction of the Black king, so maybe this is approximately what Begim didn't want to see appear?
I completely agree, and what I pointed out earlier, Robert, the fact that she plays a ton of tournaments and is experienced, I think it's shining through here. A good practical sense, that's what that gives you, just a good sense of what will make your opponent uncomfortable. And it's these open-ended moves where Bibisara is sitting there saying, what does Black want? What does my opponent want? Does she want to go A4? Does she want to take? It's hard to react to these moves, but I think Rook D1 is the kind of calm reaction that makes the team captain breathe a little bit easier. Team captain's not breathing at all. None of the team captains are even looking at this match.
Too much stress. You know, it's one of those where you have to hide your eyes, look away, read the book that you brought with you. But you're right, Daniel. Rook E1, it's a smart play. It protects your E2 pawn that was under attack. But is there a way for Black to keep it going? I mean, A4 is still a move that catches my eye because White can grab that pawn, but Rooks like it when you start taking pieces in front of them because it opens up the lines, and Bishop takes D2 will be checked. The White king is dragged out into the center, and moves like pawn to B5 and Rook from E8 to A8, they all come to mind as ideas that Black can go for with the White king exposed.
Yeah, A4, that move, irresistible. It's like the last donut in the dorm mess hall. It's like the last cookie in the cookie jar. It's like the chance to commentate with Hess. I mean, you just push that pawn to A3 and then think later. But if White plays B3, right? This is, I'm not saying Sarah would play this. How exactly does this help Black's attacking effort?
Well, the dark squares are compromised. At some moment, I would like to either play for C6 or even pawn to B5. Same. But for the moment, B5 is under White's control, so I'm not quite sure how to make it work.
I'm looking. My brain is. It's working out like, not that it works that fast normally, but it's working 5 times slower than usual. I'm actually tempted by Rook A5 for whatever reason. Watch the eval bar just okay. Rook A5, trying to go to C5 and set up some tactics on the C file. You might not be able to do that immediately, but Robert, in these positions, it's not all about one move threats. You want to put yourself in a position where you will succeed once the chaos starts.
Well, Danya, let me ask you a question. What, after Rook A5, which the engine doesn't love but doesn't hate, what's White's response to that move? Because this actually could be instructive in how difficult White's defensive task is.
Okay, the best move is King to D1.
Okay, that's a joke, right?
No, D as in David, D as in Dvoretsky, D as in destruction, D as in dimpossible. King B1 is also decent. D as in decent. And, okay, I'm looking at the line here. C5, very interesting move. And if White plays en passant, oh my gosh, B5. And now White has to find another insane move, because if you take on B5, boom, Rook takes B5, and then Bishop takes D2. Robert, you know what you have to find here? Knight to E4. Of course, I mean, what else would you play in such a position? Pawn takes, Knight takes, Bishop takes, Rook D1. Yeah, these are the lines you're going to have to calculate if you want to survive this with White.
Casual, you know, that's everyday tactics, no big deal. In all seriousness,
and Black is better.
Right, these positions get really out of control and hard to figure out even a single move. So I wanted to ask you that question because if King D1 is ever suggested, that's so counterintuitive. Like, you're already in the line of fire, so to walk directly into the bishop on h5's diagonal on a4 play, Begum is feeling it right now.
And she senses, she has that rush, that emotional rush, where she can sense she's very, very close, just to flat out crashing through. And there are some incredible lines that I'm seeing here. I'm seeing them listed move by move. I did consult a certain Silicon oracle very briefly, I promise. But maybe we'll let her play a3 because Bibisara still has to choose the move b3. At that point, we can really dive in, Robert. I'll give you the say. Do we stay here? Do we go elsewhere?
Before we leave, I just want to ask you a quick question, Danya. Do you think there's any chance that Bibisara says, look, my position is tough, at least I'm going to grab that a4 pawn for my troubles?
No. The reason why, and I've done this stunt before, haven't I, is that after bishop d2, king takes d2, black is going to open another front with e4. And Bibisara doesn't necessarily have to see this move to refrain from knight takes a4, but this is completely and utterly devastating. Let me just do a sneak preview for the chat. If, in fact, they reach this position, apparently, like, the best move, and even the engine is struggling, is c6, dc, e4, Robert.
So you give up the c-pawn just to play e4. I mean, that is... I want to say this is not human.
Because it's not, and it's not the end of the sacrifices either. I guess I'll just show this line. We might as well. You just smash through as many captures as it takes. You don't care what you're giving up on e4. You're doing it all in order to take on c6 with the rook. And if king to d1, which is forced, queen f6, angling the queen's way to a1. And then this gets even crazier. This is where I'll pause. This is why we really caution people, especially who are newer to chess, to really try to look at the position with their own eyes, right? Try to form a general assessment of which side is easier to play. I say as I show difficult engine lines, right? But I show them to give you fuller perspective. Any human would choose black here, and we know that a single mistake separates white from absolute disaster.
And when white played the g-pawn push so long ago now, she probably expected that she'd be the one going for an attack, not being attacked herself. And the queen did just slide forward to c4. Will we see these crazy sacrificial lines? Or will black say, the other elements of my position are good, I don't need to rush? It's a big question in a match that has many difficult questions to answer. As we zoom out of this particular game and back to our overview of the matchup between Kazakhstan and Team USA, there's so much going on that, John, I'm going to bring you back in here. I mean, fireworks are exploding in this match. So many tactics, so many possibilities. Are you enjoying the action?
I absolutely love this because for every single silicon line that you guys are bringing in, for example, we're watching the players in real time calculate all of this and start playing some of them out. As much as we're going, this is absolutely impossible, we are witnessing the stars of this playing hall figure it out and play them confidently. I cannot wait to see how this is going to end and which player, if any, are going to mess up the incredibly critical lines we see, especially on that board number one. That is absolutely electric. Folks, we will be continuing our coverage of the FIDE Chess Olympiad, the final round of the Olympiad, straight after a 5-6 minute break. So get ready, top up your drinks. Maybe you need to get a little bit of food in. That's all good. And when we're back, we're going to start to see the first games have the clouds lifted as we begin to move towards potentially decisive results. Action left, action right, action everywhere in the Bok Sports and Conference Center. Absolutely delightful scenes here as the women's section, the stakes could not be higher. All of the medal positions are being fought for tooth and nail. We're going to be moving briefly into the open section now to catch you folks up on everything that's been going on over the board on this side of the playing hall, where gold is a lot more settled, but everything else is still very much to play for. We are specifically going to be checking out India's game because, of course, it makes sense. If they are able to win or draw this, they take home all the trimming. So we'll see how much they can squeeze out of this very, very determined Slovenia team in the next hour or so. I leave you in the capable hands of Robert Hess and Daniel Naroditsky.
Thank you, John. Always a fantastic introduction. And as we look at this matchup on the top table between Slovenia and India, Danya, we know that India pretty much locked up the gold medals coming in, but you wouldn't have guessed that given the way they're playing in this match. India seems like they want to take this one too. If you look at board one all the way to our left, Gukesh is performing 30-41. That's 3,041 entering today's action. He's going to leave nearly 3,100. Look at his position, Danya. He is completely winning on the top board against a great player, the big fish, Vladimir Fedoseev.
Let me dive into this in a second, but on the general attitude, we had the team captains Srinath, Narayanan, and Arjun both point out that this match does not differ from the other matches. Maybe in terms of the standings, but not their approach. And the reason Gukesh is playing with the same fire, the same precision, it's not because of the 2,800. Okay, it's because he is a professional. It's because there's a job to do. The tournament is still going, and nothing else matters. Just the fact that there is a round to play means you show up to the board and you play with the same spirit, right? This is just the job of a world champion contender. You need to keep building habits that will serve you well for your career. So even if you can phone it in, make a draw, nobody will blame you for that. You go the extra mile. You take those shots even after the lights go out. The lights might be going out here pretty soon in the castle of White's King because the electricity is going to get unplugged pretty soon.
And it's such an unfortunate timing for Slovenia, who have won 5 matches in a row. But, Danya, there is a discovered check on the table for black. There's a rook on e8. There's a king on e2. So if you pick that bishop up from e7 and you just close your eyes and you pick a square, it's going to be check against the white king. And as you're pointing out, bishop b4, rather than taking the pawn on a3, that seems to be the best move because the knight on e1 will be captured next. And this knight on d3 for white is under attack and pinned. I think this is just pretty much game over. I don't believe that Fedoseev has any chance left, and I usually don't say that because I'm trying to build the tension, trying to say that this player can come back. Isn't it this straightforward, Danya?
Let me put it this way. If Hikaru had the black pieces here, there would be so many arrows. There would literally be an arrow for every square of the chessboard, and then some. And after bishop b4, that bishop lining up like an arrowhead against the knight, okay, what happens? Does white just lose material in the game immediately? Now?
Yes.
Right now?
King f1, bishop takes knight on e1. And
that's even
you
worse.
No, king d1 is everything looks bad, but knight takes e1 looks a bit forced down here, and then bishop takes rook on c2, and you want to take back with the rook on c2, that way you defend this b2 pawn, but Daniel, I think there's a very direct sequence. Pawn d3, rook d2, it looks like, I'm going to get that d3 pawn, my c6 pawn's dangerous.
I'm going to get that d3 pawn, my c6 pawn's dangerous.
Yeah, you know exactly where I'm going. I'll let you finish off the variation. Rook takes e1 is a nasty shot, removing the guard, and the black knight, thankfully, gets back just in time to stop white's passer.
Imagine if white, let's add a pawn, black had a pawn on b6, right? I love pointing this out, how the placement of a single pawn can, define a certain tactical line at the end. Knight b6 is the money move, and black wins the game. Of course, that's not the only way to victory. Gukesh, he's calculating. He spent 3 minutes. There's no other move here. This is over. Fedoseev knows it, and he's just waiting for this move to happen. He is waiting for the death sentence here to be delivered. Is there anything else at all? Any trick at all? How about rook takes c1 in order to blunder more pieces, Robert?
There's nothing. This is completely one-sided. And for Gukesh, he is going to finish the Olympiad 9 out of 10 on board 1. This is one of the best Olympiad performances in chess history. I mean, the way he has played has been nothing short of spectacular, and he's already been considered the favorite heading into the World Championship match. But to play like this, when you're probably hiding your best opening, saving that for the match, and still delivering these kind of results for Team India, they couldn't be blessed with a greater talent. And it's not just him, right? That's the scary part for all of the other teams that hope to get Olympiad gold in future team events. There's Arjun Erigaisi, there's Gukesh, there's Praggnanandhaa, Vidit. He still is super strong, and there are more players waiting in the wings, ready to come up to 2,700. So this team from India is super scary, Danya, and Gukesh is an absolute monster on board 1.
It's honestly beautiful to watch. It's a privilege to watch. And here's what's awesome and really cool about such a well-constructed team. They've got different personalities. They're at different stages of their chess career. Vidit just played his first candidates, but he's nearing 30. I want to spotlight his opponent in a second. But listen, when they come to the board at the Olympiad, right, Vidit might be all about the jokes. Erigaisi's a man of few words, but they coalesce into one single unit with one goal on their mind, and that is to win the next match. And they have done that really, really well at this Olympiad and probably at many Olympiads to come, as we see. I'm hearing moves. Okay, that's on a different board that I have open. Gukesh, he pauses. Oh, you can sense that bishop is about to deliver some carnage on White's remaining hopes.
And this juggernaut, this team from India, they are going to hang gold medals around their necks. The question becomes how many of them will have 2 gold medals, and Gukesh will win gold on board 1 in addition to the team gold that they are securing. So why don't we zoom out of this particular game? We can trust Gukesh's steady hands. If something were to change, we will keep you updated of that. But Gukesh, he looks like he's winning. He is winning for India. And then how about the other boards, Danya? Because at first we were nervous for Arjun Erigaisi. I don't think we're nervous any longer. His opponent down to 5 minutes. Arjun's pawn structure is far better. It looks like Black actually is just about to win a pawn. So for India, it looks like, I'm going to call him young reliable. Arjun Erigaisi, he is going to get it done again.
Unbelievable. Let's go straight there. The transformation on this game, and if you're the team captain for Slovenia, first of all, it's not like you're playing Vidit. But let's say you weren't playing Vidit and you were watching Jan Subel, you're frustrated, right? And on the one hand, you understand that Arjun is a beast. On the other hand, I mean, this was maybe as good a chance as anybody in this tournament had of really putting Arjun on the hot seat and on the ropes early in this game. Not only is it now equal, it's not equal. White is in huge trouble. Let's go to the live position. What do we make of it?
This is the type of position that Capablanca, he loved playing from the black side. You give him this type of endgame, he beats everybody in the planet. And the a5 pawn can already be picked off, and I'm guessing that's not Black's best move, because White's last turn, rook d3, by the way, given an exclamation point, I think it's a great defensive try. The point is that that rook is going to slide to b3, and that could be a weak point in Black's position, and it's kind of that counterattack that keeps White in this game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you mentioned Capablanca. He absolutely would love this position. So would the star of Casablanca, Humphrey Bogart, who was a known chess player. But that bishop, it's definitely on at Black's beck and Bakal. But bishop f8, bishop c5. I'm looking at that maneuver. It's a great one. It's not one of those positions that you win in 3 or 4 moves. You massage it for a long time. Let me put it this way, Robert. If White can get to the time control in one piece, I think White has a serious chance. How would you rank it?
Well, I'm ranking that Bakal reference as one of your best puns ever. I don't think I missed that. That was shocking.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
That was very surprising. But what's not surprising is Arjun Erigaisi recovering from a tough start to this game. But you're asking me these questions, and I think that the questions for Arjun here are like how to ensure that my opponent doesn't get active counterplay. Rook d3 was a great move. I really love that move from Subelj because he's trying to get that rook to b3 ASAP. So Donnie, the question becomes, which pawn does Black want to take? Do you want the a5 pawn or the d4 pawn? And it's not immediately clear to me what the answer is, because if you take a5, you immediately drop b7, and I'm not sure you'll get d4 after that. And the liquidation, if we see all the queenside pawns off the board, Danya, and black does win the d4 pawn, 4 on 3, same side of the board, that looks like it has very good chances to end in a draw.
Yeah, I was just trying to calculate, because there's so many captures and hanging pieces, this gets very tactical. And thank you for those kind words, Robert. You're really luring me in with that kindness. But I'm into these variations. Rook takes a5, rook d to b3, bishop takes d4, loses the game. Okay, I was trying to wrap my head around this. How can this be, Robert? Look at this. Rook takes b7. No problem. I got everything protected. No, you don't. Rook d3. And this is how quickly things can turn around if you assume that there's no risk. Rook d3 and black loses in exchange. Let me tell you who's not going to go into this line. Arjun Erigaisi.
No, he will not, but that's a nice tactical resource available to white. So maybe if you're Arjun, you just make a little move like rook e7 to meet rook b3 with rook back to d7, rook d to d7, that is. I know it's an odd setup. You're getting a bit passive for the time being, but if that black king could maybe venture on over to the queen side to help protect b7, king e8, king d8, and so on, as you're highlighting here, perhaps that's a long-term winning strategy for black, but it does seem to take a long time.
And maybe white could use that time to generate some sort of shenanigans along the lines of king f2, even d5, to activate the bishop would not be out of the question. But your point is very well taken. Arjun has to choose between a tactical strategy, start taking pawns, or a restrained strategy, make a semi-waiting move, and try to force white to make more decisions, which is great because 7 moves in 5 minutes. What you want to do is give white a lot of uncertainty, because that's the hardest thing in time pressure, is a choice.
And that's actually how Arjun beat Shagirov many rounds ago now, where it actually was objectively an even position, not so much material remained, but it was a difficult choice, and Shagirov went down the wrong path, approaching move 40, and just thereafter. So we will zoom out. We will, of course, keep everyone updated on the success, if he can win this game for Arjun Erigaisi, but it does feel like he's about to settle in for a think. So let's zoom out of this one and go to the Team USA matchup against China, because China is the only other team with a theoretical chance to win a gold medal, but those chances, I think, are not even theoretical anymore. They might just be impossible. 2 draws, and as we look at the remaining boards, Wesley So in charge against Wei Yi. Wei Yi has been one of the players of 2024, Danya, and Wesley So has had a lackluster, by his standards, Olympiad, but if he scores 2 wins in the final 2 rounds, getting the white pieces a second game in a row, that usually is helpful, but to beat Pragananda and then have this position against Wei Yi, Wesley is finding his form.
Yeah, he's the player of the last 2 days, that's for sure. And Bushanji, again, such impressive preparation to hold Arjun and now Olavan, but all eyes on this endgame. And look at that hole on d5. This is straight out of, My System by Nimzovich. And that's not a good thing for Wei Yi, because apart from white's rook, which Wesley So has to make sure has evacuation squares, white holds all of the positional assets here.
And you mentioned My System. I was going to mention, I talked about him briefly earlier, Mikhail Shereshevsky, who's the captain of the Azeri women's team. He wrote the Endgame Strategy book, and this is a great example. You could just paste this position into that book, and it would fit perfectly, just like that knight fits like a glove on d5.
Whoa, that was awesome, Robert. That was very elegant.
Appreciate that, but what I think is most elegant is Wesley So's play and that knight on d5, and that is a square that if you capture the knight, you see a passed pawn appear that can push to the 6th rank. This looks very unpleasant for Wei Yi, but Danya, is there a way that Wei Yi can just defend everything, like put a bishop on d8 and...
You won't believe this.
What's that?
I have a hilarious idea, but just to be clear, I'm not saying knight d5 is a mistake. It's been played.
Okay, but what is your idea?
Okay, so here's the thing. I want to trap this rook. I also want, a burger right now, and the restaurants are only serving breakfast. So you start with bishop d8. I'm going to pass moves, okay? King h1. You go king e8. And now, watch. Knight b8. Or actually, for full effect, let me go g3. Knight b8. If rook d6, then Bishop e7, if rook c8, king d7, and the rook is trapped. Look at this arrangement of pieces.
So you're showing that if essentially white does nothing, the rook hiding behind enemy lines will be in trouble. It will be found out, and it will not have room to escape to. So white will not do nothing, as you, I believe, we're just highlighting for effect. So does that mean white will eventually just play pawn to a5 if you try to trap the rook?
Okay, so let's actually put... I was not kidding that bishop d8 is a move I'm considering. Can we actually find a response to this insanely cumbersome plan that will never happen on the board?
a5 for white, just to try to poke at the black queen side over there?
Okay, so let's say I go b5.
You're being a frustrating co-commentator because you're making good moves.
What about
No, but c4. What do you? I guess. Is there some exchange sack on c5? Like, is that the point? c4, b4, rook takes.
I was
c5?
not planning one. I wasn't planning on one, but wait, I'm not getting the memo on why bishop c5 is bad.
It's a free pawn. I was, you got me so worried about the rook getting trapped that I didn't think of the very simple decision to take a free pawn.
Yeah, Robert. I mean, you're really missing your moves here today. It's not like you've seen any tactics today. Whew. Time for puzzle rush. I'm just kidding. Bishop. I think we're doing a pretty darn good job in most of these endgames. Bishop takes a5 is also on deck here as well.
Yeah, actually, pushing that pawn could create some issues for white himself. And Wesley, he has the dominant position. If white does see that pass pawn on d5, I think he'll be happy. There's a reason why Wesley went down this line. But then the question becomes, after bishop takes knight, pawn takes, what is the best response from white after bishop to d8? Because black is just trying to curl up in that ball, trap that rook over there, as you showed. So is it a5, or is there a better first move before you commit to that strategy?
Well, that's one thing I learned from you in our team battle, because you were the driver in all endgames. Sometimes that impulsive first move, you want to keep it in your pocket as an idea, but starting with an improving move, starting with something more flexible, that can sometimes be the secret sauce. Keeping an idea for later, especially in the endgame. You know what the top move is? Just to further your point, it's b3. I have no idea. I have no idea why.
So what if you try to trap the rook like you've been doing? Like, what's the
So I'm going to show people how I determine an idea of a move like this. Let's say black proceeds with his goal. We're going to compare a5, b5, and we're going to ask, what is the pawn on b3 doing? To figure that out, we need to make the move a5 here, and bishop d2 here, and there we go. Here black has the move c4, which really puts this bishop out of commission and grabs a little bit more queenside space. I don't feel like this is crucial, and white is still better in that line. But Robert, here, can you see why the pawn on c5 is such a big liability?
Nope, and I won't pretend to either.
Yeah. Okay. That's why computers suck and make chess boring, and that's why we're going to go kickboxing with our stockfishes after the commentary.
No, and honestly, it's really helpful to see these lines because it doesn't look that bad for black in the live board. He did not take the knight on d5. I mean, white has the fun, white has the more active pieces, but black is holding on to everything, and we could see some transpositions, right? If white starts with a5 now, which looks even more tempting, then we might see the capture on d5. So, yeah, as we look at this position, Wesley is the side for choice, but Wei Yi, he's hanging in tough, and we know that he is a tenacious defender. So, whew. That was mind-boggling. It was eye-opening. But for Wei Yi, his clock, Danya, under 10 minutes remaining with 17 moves to go, it's going to be a struggle.
And he's playing a boa constrictor type, right? You know those chess personality tests? Let me take one for Wesley and say he is a boa constrictor, and he is constricting everything in this position. Black is in perhaps fatal danger. This might be unsalvageable for Wei Yi.
Okay, we'll see if he can do it. Wesley, he would love to score another important victory for Team USA. It wasn't quite enough yesterday, as both Fabiano Caruana and Leonard Dominguez lost, but Wesley, he could be the difference maker and perhaps give the US the inside track to silver medals. So what do you see, Danya? Where should we go next?
Well, I heard I smelled a smell, and it was a rancid smell, or should I say, francid smell? The smell of draws. 3 of them, to be exact, in France versus Uzbekistan. Robert, they all decided to leave and just, hey, Vokitov, Maxime Lagarde, you guys decide the final match.
No pressure at all. But I think for Team Uzbekistan, it is a good strategy, at least by the position that we see all the way to our right. But I won't let the evaluation bar do the full talking, because Black is better according to it, but Black's king is also a bit exposed. What's really the difference maker to me, Danya, is the clock. Maxime Lagarde has under 6 minutes. For this position, it's incredibly sharp. And if he doesn't find the accurate continuations, I mean, Black has a bishop pair, has a pawn advantage on the queen side. White has the extra pawn in the center. So what do you make of this? Do you think that Vokitov really has everything under control?
Well, absolutely. And you're absolutely right. It's Lagarde who might not have everything under control. His light squares, you have this feeling of unease that, you have a good knight on g5, but you pointed out the biggest assets. The pawn majority puts you in a great position for any endgame. If one could even be reached with White's horrendous time pressure. Robert, I am a broken record, but I want to point this out because this is going to be an analyzed trend. 5 minutes for 14 moves. I mean, if I would have this in a game, I would consider just, I don't know, maybe just pausing the clock and adding 10 minutes to my clock and suffering the consequences. Maxime has to try to make use of the D file, and maybe moving the bishop away can help him do that.
But that's such an awkward move. I mean, it does make sense to trade off pieces if you can, but I think that White has a much more difficult task right now. The e4 pawn's loose. Let's not forget about that. The queen, the rook, and the light square bishop all stare at that pawn. So the rook on e1, queen on e3, knight g5, that is a nice configuration of pieces that keeps that pawn for the moment. But there could be a time where a bishop c3 for Black, forces that rook away, and that pawn can just become another thing to worry about.
Tick, tick, tick. 4 minutes on the clock now. Tick, tick, tick.
Oof. I do not envy the task to try to save France in this matchup, and you can see on his face, Lagarde, he's worried. He's hovering over that rook, or is that? I know it's the queen he was hovering over. Excuse me.
Breaking news alert! Breaking news alert! Arjun is completely winning. Just saying. I don't want to make us jump around. He just like Subel made another mistake, and the game is over.
Well, as Lagarde did just make a move, I think his queen moved somewhere to a7. And
my lands.
Speaking of breaking news, it looks like the evaluation bar is about to break. Black is heavily favored. Now, the queen goes to a7, Danya, and I see the blue arrow. e5? I mean, that is a bit of a risky move, but the idea is clear. Bishop establishes up on d4. Is that trapping the white queen over there?
That I said, my lands, the queen's conquering new lands. Not in her favor. Look at this move, Robert. Cold-blooded, establishing. How do you stop this? Because you can't go knight f3. You drop this pawn and everything collapses. You're going to lose the exchange. And maybe more than that. Is this winning?
I think it is, yeah. If e5 is found, then this should just be a win for Vokitov.
This is evil, because now the bishop is lost.
And even if it weren't done, a rook c2, I mean, there's so many threats that Black can go for. But yeah, the bishop is hanging directly as you're showing. So a panicky move from Lagarde, and we'll see if Vokitov, who just took a drink of water, we know what that means, he is getting ready to seize the opportunity and lead Uzbekistan to match victory, which is huge for the overall standings. Uzbekistan wins, and let's say USA can get the job done, Uzbekistan still has a shot at the silver medals, especially given what's happening in Arjun Ergaisti's game. Danya, I mean, we see the standings now. Thank you to our production team for bringing them in. Click on that Arjun game. That's good news for Uzbekistan because they need Slovenia to lose this match, and Arjun is completely in charge right now. He is up a pawn and going after all of White's kingside.
And we pointed this out. Subel was holding, but in time pressure, one mistake away, one misevaluation away from being lost. That's exactly what happened. It wasn't anything super dramatic. He took a wrong pawn. But let's focus on the position we have. Let's focus on White's pawns because he will soon not have a lot of them left. He already doesn't.
And you can see it, 1 minute remaining for the 40th move, the final one as you reach time control. So white will gain 30 minutes, but unfortunately it will not be enough. Those pawns are gone, Danya. G2 falls, H2 falls, and that G4 passer, it's quite fast.
And here's the thing, white can take a6, but while white's A and B pawns will be busy stumbling and bumbling over each other, that rook on a6, like an awkward teenager, will be winding its way out. By the time you do 1/5 of that, black's G pawn, or the H pawn, or the F pawn, probably the G pawn will likely promote. And that's, I think, what's likely going to happen here as rook b6 is played.
Okay, so white made the 40th move. That means Arjun, he is not just the 38 minutes that we currently see. He'll gain 30 more on the clock. So he is leading India right now from board 3. He'll win a gold medal on his board. We can't congratulate him and the team of India enough, but Uzbekistan is very happy. They're rooting for Arjun because Slovenia, they can't score any match points if they lose this one, and that means that Uzbekistan has a chance at silver. So we can leave this one behind for the moment. We promise to keep everyone as updated as we can, given that India looks like they are in charge and ready to officially secure the gold medals. So why don't we head back to the women's, where things are wide open, because Team India, the women, they were leading at the start. They were beaten by Poland, tied by Team USA, and now USA playing Kazakhstan on the top board, Danya. And this matchup, I mean, it seemed shaky for USA on board 4. Danya, I don't know if you're going to believe it, but Alice Lee, in a theoretically drawn position, she blundered the F2 pawn. That is the pawn she remains down, but all the pieces are off the board. So as we look at our 4-board view here, all the way to the right, Danya, both players know that is a theoretical draw. Alice Lee should hold this for Team USA.
I'm not going to believe it, but then I see it, and now I believe it. And Robert, I got to give credit to you, because after knight takes f2, it's so easy to start writing the obituary, to start spinning the grand narrative. Alice Lee hunkered down. She found some moves, and immediately we saw that black's task was extremely difficult. Alua has kept her extra pawn, and that is the cruelty of it. That's not enough. That's the only part of her advantage that she's kept. Robert, as far as difficulty goes, I want your input, but this is a fairly straightforward draw. You don't need to really do anything if you're Alice Lee.
Especially for a player of the caliber that we're seeing in this matchup. Yeah, this is a relatively straightforward draw for the players. You just make sure that you don't blunder anything, but it's hard to blunder, honestly. Black will try to create a passed pawn. In doing so, you're going to initiate some trades, and rook and one pawn against rook, that's just going to be a draw. We will look at game 4 in detail if we need to, but for now, I think our attention is better served elsewhere. Danya, board 1, very sharp, despite the queens being off the board. Bibisara Asabieva has a pass pawn, a scary-looking pass pawn on d6, but white's king is still exposed, and black is very active. So Begim Tokirinova, she is up a pawn right now with the black pieces, about to be up a second, potentially. I mean, this is sharp on board 1, and board 2, it's all Carissa Yip for Team USA.
Wow, Carissa Yip, the way she's turned that game around. As in the other section, Vakitov has found e5 against Lagarde, likely a win for Uzbekistan, and Carissa Yip trying to make it a win for Team USA. This is complete domination. Black basically now has all of the weaknesses that she had at the start and none of the strengths.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. And look at white's just control across the board. The bishop on g7, a passive piece, is just protecting the f6 pawn. That's what its assignment is. And can you think of a single plan for black?
I hate looking at this because it's my favorite opening, and to see this miserable position is painful. White literally has... I'm answering the opposite question. White has so many ways to tighten the screws here. c5 is a tactical move, bishop g3, rook d1. Something's going to collapse, and when one pawn falls, the whole position is going to turn to dust. Black needs desperate... Maybe g5 and knight f4 is, I suppose, what I would try.
I guess g5, bishop g3, and that takes knight f4 away from black. Or you're going to have to sacrifice a pawn to get there. It just looks brutal.
And look at this, knight f4. What did I say? Oh no, and there's this. Yeah, okay, enough. Enough. We get it, yes.
Yeah, you made me scrunch my face there. It looks unpleasant. Look at the move played in the game, Danya. Pawn to a4, and you attack a bishop, That's the one move threat. The bishop moves away, and then that a4 pawn is a weakness that white will likely pick off later, right? You can imagine a scenario down to bishop c2, queen d1, and black may be stuck, overloaded. You can't just put all your forces to defend that little pawn over there. So white is spoiled for choice.
Yeah, I mean, black's position is crumbling. I think that's the best way to put it. And it's crumbling because of all the pawn weaknesses. Carissa Yip, she doesn't need to do anything special. She doesn't need to reinvent the wheel. She just needs to put pressure on black's weaknesses and keep an eagle eye on the knight. The knight is always a tricky piece in any position.
It is, and I actually want to zoom out quickly from this game because you mentioned how tricky a knight can be. And within this match, we do have the dynamic of knight versus bishop on board 3 in red. We see that Irina Krush just brought her knight forward, and white, Balabayeva, is kicking that knight. Agreed with that featured chat from Sean Hunter. What a boss. Carissa Yip has had an amazing tourney. She has been an unstoppable force. But as we look at Irina Krush's game, Danya, she's had a very shaky Olympiad thus far. She's lost 2 games in a row heading into the final round. But the best news for Team USA is her opponent has 2 minutes and the position is only on move 24. Now that is just, I mean, how do you save or even just like try to improve your position more realistically as white when you're down 2 minutes here?
I love it. It just shows that the players want to play blitz and they're just accelerating the blitz game. But no, I'm kidding, of course. Doesn't matter the position. This is very dangerous. She has to keep one eye on the clock at all times. Queen takes c5 is exactly what you do in time pressure. Simplify and create a roadmap that allows you to play fast. I don't exaggerate. I think she's got this completely under control, Robert, even with 2 minutes. But you never know.
But Danya, it's not just about the control. She needs to win this game, right? Let's say it just remains equal. The queens come off and they shake hands. That's great for Team USA, given what's happening with Carissa Yip and Begim Tokiranova's game. So white needs to win this game. And the dark squares are vulnerable. That's clear. Black should not blunder checkmate in 1. Don't play queen d6. You want to trade queens, but not when you hang checkmate on g7. So to my eyes, Danya, rook c7 comes to mind because it sets up queen d6. And if you can successfully play queen d6 after rook c7, the queens come off by force.
See, you think of classy moves. I think of the one-move threats. I'm thinking about c4 also, trying to goad white into closing down the queen side. And we might get a situation not unlike what we saw in Hotenashvili's game against Norman, where black has a single file, but eventually you break down white's resistance. However, given the match situation, I agree with you. I think Irina needs to make sure she's got her bases covered and her position remains solid.
You know, Donna, this is one of those huge moments that in Olympiads you think, I want my team to win. Full stop. So 2.5, 1.5 is the desired outcome. But then you start to think, like, what's happening in my match? What's happening in the other match? If India only ties and it comes down to tie-break points because USA wins this match, does Irina need to win as well? Like, you can't focus on that. Of course, she's only going to be paying attention to the moves that are happening on her board and her teammates' positions. But it's one of those stressful moments where you just want to win the match, but you also need the biggest margin to secure the best tiebreaks. It gets complicated here. But for Irina Krush, Danya, do you think she's going to complicate matters because she does have much more time?
Well, there is a simple prescription in these situations. Trust your gut. Okay, you can, again, slicing and dicing. It's like, what are the chances my teammate wins her game? I talked about the bystander effect. You can't pin all of your hopes on a certain result if the position is sharp. Irina has played c4. I think she is trying first and foremost to play cautiously. And you know what? You cannot blame her as long as there's a potential for checkmate on g7. Does Ksenia Balabayeva have some insane ideas of going e4? No, because she has 90 seconds and no time to calculate it.
But great call by you with c4 for black. And we see b4 played by white. And that means that the queen side is locked down. And Danya, without queens on the board, I was just thinking about a draw, but there could be opportunities if you could open up some files for the rooks. We're pretty late in this game. Not a single pawn has been traded. That means that the rooks are just staring into their own pawns. But for Irina, you're right. She is just trying to simplify as best she can. Now feels like it's the time for rook c7, queen d6 to follow before white can strike with your plan f3, e4.
15 minutes to 1 minute. And the reason I keep pointing it out is because it cannot be ignored, because Irina has the luxury of pausing. Say, wait a second, this smells fishy. Let me take 5 minutes to calculate. That could, or it could not be a game changer. I think Irina should make a draw here at the least, Robert. I just don't see this. I just don't see this going astray for her. Do you?
No, Irina's doing a great job, and maybe she'll have a moment to also look at her teammates' games, and we should do that as well, because as we look at this top table matchup between Kazakhstan, who is in first place with India, and USA just 1 match point behind, look at these boards. Carissa Yip now is completely winning. She has been able to coordinate her pieces, and Black is just stumbling across the board here. And on board 1, Begim Tokirinova is taking care of that pass D pawn for Bibisara, and now it seems like Black is up that healthy extra pawn. So chances for Bibisara to come back at some point, that's for sure, but you see the advantage growing for the player on board 1 for Team USA.
It is beyond chaotic. That is an understatement. It is anarchy on the board. Black pawn on a3, potential for check. White pawn on d6. For Bibisara, that is consolation. It means chances of a blunder remain high. But for Begim, I think if she can make time control, keep the d pawn at bay, she has all the chances here with Black.
And look at this footer here. USA, it's the second time that they're up for gold in the final round, and they want to make the most of this moment. So it's just an important matchup. The players, they know it. They're probably not so focused on gold, just trying to win this match, and then they'll see where the rest of the pieces fall, because India, if they win, then USA doesn't have a chance at gold no matter what. So, I mean, Danya, this matchup, C5, you called it, played by Carissa Yip on board 2. Carissa is just winning, and she is completely unstoppable in this Olympiad.
God, it's like a medieval torture. I mean, it's like Black's position falls apart, and it's not a process. It happens in one moment. That moment has arrived, and now Carissa will start collecting the harvests and just taking pawn after pawn. And if she can take the first point for Team USA, that sets the tone. It relieves the assignment for her teammates, and all the momentum is on the side of USA right now. But things remain extremely messy.
And I actually think that Irina Krush, the board in red that we were just looking at, she's doing a good job. She is taking her time, not rushing the decision, because she knows that she is staved off an attack and she can try to trade those queens in the future. So good work, good mature play from the veteran Irina Krush. And maybe we should dive into board 1, Danya, because we can trust Carissa. She's well ahead. I mean, she has plenty of time on her clock. But board 1, I mean, if Begim can even just hold this game, right? If there's a draw that's clear, maybe she'll think about it. But right now, we see the blue arrow, and it's the only move that leaves Black with this sizable advantage.
And I'm not going to pretend that I know why. I mean, knight to d5 has to be an idea that is set up by this move. I'm not sure. Rook to d2. Robert, it's obviously not to stop d7. You've got enough eyes on that square already. And she's about to make a move. Speaking of d7 square.
I don't really know why that would be necessary to cover that square another time. The knight and bishop already have it under control. She brought her knight back to d7, and we see the evaluation. It has changed completely, and it's suggesting that white is not really worse anymore. But Danya, we can throw the evaluation bar out the window.
Though.
White is 5.5 minutes. Black has a bit more time. So many moves to make before time control. It's anyone's game.
Yeah, but now suddenly I saw this tactical potential and I got worried. Maybe I'm making a mountain out of a molehill, but you know, I'm looking at rook to g3, and I'm always keeping an eye on the enemy king. Always. I'm also keeping an eye on the a3 pawn. Let's not forget about this b4 rook takes a3 idea, which could be rather nasty. Because, listen, white is only down a pawn. It looks like black is up more than that because you've got a 4-on-1 here. But it's not that simple, Robert. What catches your eye here? And what will catch Bibisara's eye with 5 minutes now?
I think she just made a move. It will come on the live board in a second. And I think it's b4. The camera is, far away from that queen side, and there it is. b4 was played. It's a good call and a great move from Bibisara. I think that if you're Begim, you have to go after the b4 pawn now. Like, you're going to lose a3. You can't protect it. Go rook f4 and try to trade queenside pawn for queenside pawn. Black is very stable with that knight on d7. But if you're not careful and white takes a3, Danya, that's a second pass pawn that white can try to use over there on the queen side. So black also will need to use her pass pawn, the e, and maybe the f pawn soon.
Begim overlooked this move. It's the fringes of the board that are so hard to keep an eye on sometimes as she tries to readjust herself. b4, you got to go after that pawn before it's too late. I completely agree, Robert. If white plays rook takes a3 and rook a5 and sets these guys in motion, bishop to c6 is a devastating move, which means black's bishop is frozen in place as well. Melikachian, let me tell you, that man, his heart beating real fast and even faster after this unfortunate development. Bibisara is doing well right now. I would prefer white here.
Nerve-wracking moment for Team USA and Kazakhstan, because if Bibisar can win this game, maybe we're looking at a more likely 2-2 tie, and Kazakhstan will remain ahead of the Americans. So just when things were starting to look right for USA, Alice Lee saving her game, Irina Krush stabilizing, and Carissa Yip, well on her way to victory. For Begim, who's played such a great game, I have to say, Dunn, that's a great move by Begim. I mean, she was about to get herself in trouble. e4, giving up that central pawn, but also distracting white's forces. And you see that only move for white is rook e1? Are you kidding?
e4 is why she was invited to this team and why she belongs here, right? That is experience speaking. Yeah, I missed a move. Okay, let's think about it calmly. White wants to go rook takes a3. Yeah, here's my e-pawn. You're not going anywhere, Mr. Rook.
And I don't even get it. Like, why can't white just take on e4? Is the point that after the rook trades, black trades her less active rook, and the rook on f2 is very strong, and the f-pawn can go?
And also bishop c4. I agree, f5. And let's not forget, this construction is super solid, right? It holds both of white's passers. So your goal here is to get rid of this rook one way or the other, and rook no further than this beautiful deflection. Rook g to e1 is not easy.
How does the move even make sense? You're inviting f7 to f5. Like, just intuitively, this is such a strange move, especially when you're 4 minutes on the clock.
Maybe there you can play rook takes a3.
So you stop black from... Okay, that is all the difference, but really difficult to buy into.
But even there, I mean, knight e5, and e4 is a double exclam move. It's not going to get the accolades, definitely not, from this computer. Maybe it'll get an accolade from Robert Hess, but I think you'll co-sign this point. If Begim takes this game, this is the money move right here.
Well, Danya, I'm coming into the live board for a second.
Let me
do it. e4, double exclamation point. This could win Team USA the match, and it could also potentially win them a gold medal if India were to falter against Azerbaijan. What a find by Begim. We were just saying, oh, she's dropping a3, things are getting out of hand. Danya, e4 just threw a spanner in the works, and you could see Bibisara down to 3 minutes. She may be a 2-time World Blitz champion, but she is nervous.
Rook g1 will get 2 exclams as well. I didn't see for it. I wasn't even in my airspace, this move. What move has been with bishop d5? Let's wait. It's hard to see.
I can't wait to find out what move has been played, because it didn't look like rook g to e1. And no, she took on e4 with the rook. That was the logical move. Like, that's the obvious move. But Danya, after the swap of rooks, black plays f5. And it seems like black's pieces, they're coming to life. And the a3 pawn is defended. And Danya, that pawn we know is important, because there'll be back-ranked checkmate ideas against the white king.
But there's landmines to avoid, aplenty, even after the trade, Robert. I was initially tempted by the prospect of bishop c4, but that's one move-itis. It's a one-move threat. The white bishop can slide back to b1, and that is counterproductive for black. Work to do for Begim. Lots of work to do.
For sure. I mean, this game, it still is so sharp, and the players, they're getting into blitz time controls. They gain 30 seconds with every move made, so that can help you restore some of that much-needed time. And when they reach move 40, 10 moves from now, they will gain an extra 30 minutes and be able to calculate fully. But this is the pressure zone. For Team USA, Carissa Yip, she's in charge. Alice Lee surviving after a terrible blunder. in what has been a great event for her. Irina Krush, it seems like she has shown her just veteran experience. She is holding on and trying to trade queens right now. She should be able to hold the balance. And that means that Begum, she can not just save Team USA, she could potentially lead them to a 3-1 match victory. Their tiebreaks will benefit, and we'll see where the rest of the pieces fall. Let's take a quick step away from this game. We promise to come back soon. But Georgia and Poland. Poland, they have been in a great shape throughout this event. They beat the team from India. Will they have a chance, Danya? Quick look at these 4 boards. I see the EVA bar all the way up for Georgia. That would, looking at the rest of the boards, probably eliminate Poland from medal contention.
Yeah, and of course, you say time control. We're so far away from time control. I'll call it Budapest syndrome. Just an unnatural desire to bring on time pressure as soon as possible. We don't have the time, I think, to go too deep into any of these boards. Alina Koshlinskaya is worse against Zagnidze, but has tactical chances. Monika Sojko, Javahishvili, very sharp position. I think White has the upper hand. Okay, Nino Batsiashvili versus Alexander Moltsevskaya. Would be nice if I knew who was White. Okay, Moltsevskaya has the white pieces, and she's up a pawn, but with a very weak king. Hard to say who's got the momentum here, Robert. I'm kind of overwhelmed by all the positions.
There's too much to take in, and not just for us, but in the playing hall. I mean, just so much action, so many critical decisions, and so little time. So we will come back if things change in this match. I mean, Poland is the only team here that's really striving for those top medals. Maybe Georgia, has an outside chance, but it's unrealistic given what's happening elsewhere. We, of course, will keep everyone up to date. But why don't we quickly go to the game between Divya Deshmukh in her match against Azerbaijan, because Divya, just like Carissa, has been a star of this Olympiad. There's Vantika Agrawal on the bottom board trying to hold on in that Maroczy bind. But Danya, Divya, if you could pull up her board, she is about to win. She's a piece ahead. And what an Olympiad it has been for her. 8.5 out of 10 heading into the final round. It's going to be 9.5 out of 11.
Incredible. And one quick Budapest syndrome report. In that Poland match, Moltsevska has 30 seconds for 11 moves. Okay, now Divya is up a piece with Black's remaining pawns falling like flies. Robert, if Gofar cannot save these pawns, she's busted. If she plays c4, rook b8, she's mated. I don't see a move.
No. This one is too straightforward now. Even d2, rook b8, same idea. Back rank checkmate. The black king has no luft, which means that you have to play move like h6, and queen takes d3, and then the rest is just mop-up duty. Danya, Divya Deshmukh, she's been a star for this Indian team.
Absolutely destructive, destructive. This is crushing for White. Up a piece. That bishop on g2, just chilling there, right? Preventing the fork on a2, very, very important. Loose pieces drop off, and for Divya, you got work to do. There's no relaxing right now. You got to make use of those 12 minutes. And we got to move, and it's queen d8. And this is as good as it gets for Black. This is an excellent move. She will fight to the end.
But queen takes c5, you can pick off that pawn, and then probably
I missed that move. I missed queen c5.
I think there are many ways for White from here, but taking one pawn will probably lead to the second falling. So I think we should zoom back out to the match view overall, because Divya, she looks like she's going to get the job done. And importantly, Harika on board 1 for India. Look to our left here. I'm almost losing my voice in the excitement. She is with a much better, if not strategically winning endgame. I don't think I've seen a bar that high, Danya, for an equal rook and 5 versus rook and 5 in terms of material. But White has all the advantages. Healthier pawn structure, king activity, and that could lead India to match victory if Divya won. Oh, and then Vantika on board 4. Something just changed. There's a blunder.
Oh, my lands. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my godness. Oh, my Vantika. Oh, my Dronavali. She is winning because Black has a million weaknesses. That's not interesting. Harika is winning because Black has way too many weaknesses to babysit. We got to go to board 4 right now. Pronto, right quick. Okay, can we get it there?
Let us try to get into the board 4
No, there's nothing to look at. White has blundered a full rook in one move.
Okay, well, we see on the right-hand side, the queen is kicked back. We'll just have to describe it in terms of the details here. The white queen is only one square on the orange board to the right. The queen slides diagonally back to g3. The black knight takes the e4 pawn with a fork. It hits the queen and the rook. And Danya, it's not just an exchange, it's a full rook.
No, that's it. This is the end of the line. And if white plays rook g3, black has a choice of moves, but king to h6, and the queen is trapped. Clearly this move was overlooked by Vantika, right? Because she's the one with 30 seconds. No, by Balabayeva, who's got 10 minutes on her clock. We have to see how this happened, and we'll get that board up. But I think the fact that this is a one-mover, Robert, in the clutch match is unfathomable. This is incredible.
Wow. And the problem on that board is that for Azerbaijan, I'm actually going to pull it up real quickly here. Our four-board view is looking quite beautiful for Team India, and unfortunately for Azerbaijan, I mean, board 3 was already winning for Divya, and a queen trade is on offer. Board 4 is simply great for black because of the fork. So we look at the live position, if we can, just bring it up for everyone to see. G5 played, and it is forcing the white queen back where there is fork territory for black. So this is just a problem for Team Azerbaijan. It looks like, Danya, this could be 3.5 the way the boards are looking.
So many times Judith pointed this out. When there's a one-move blunder, it's so easy to overhype it or to oversimplify it, because there's more to it than meets the eye. There's more behind the scenes that the players had calculated, not here. And sad for Balabayeva, because I was hyping up her position earlier, right? Her pressure on the d6 pawn. Forget the d6 pawn. It's still there. It's alive. White's queen, barely alive. White's rook on d2. Not long for this board. Heartbreak city right now for board 4. This is a difficult moment, and this might be the fatal blow.
And actually, I think the oversight for white, on that fourth board in the orange all the way to our right is that knight f5 check, cutting off the black queen. That doesn't work, as the queen can sacrifice itself and black would end up a piece ahead. So there's a lot to take in. We have so many games going on, but we do see that Team India is well on their way to victory. And I think, Danya, if they win this match, they just win the gold medal in both the open and now the women's.
And right now on that camera view, right, we see Vantika unscrewing the water. I won't repeat for the millionth time what that means. Her opponents, it's hard to watch. Mikhail Shuroshevsky, the team captain, he wrote endgame strategy. Maybe was looking forward to one of the members of his team devising an endgame strategy, but there will be no endgame because G5 is the end of the game.
Okay, and as we look, we see Divya has officially won. That's already good news for India. It's going to get better because G5 played, and we see, we've been talking about tactics. Sorry, we just have no, the position isn't equal. There, the evaluation bar changed. It drops in black's favor because the queen is under attack. I was saying just before, knight f5 check could be one idea to try to slice the queen off from the defense of the g5 pawn. But after knight f5, I'm going to quickly show this. Queen takes f5. You give up the queen for the greater good. White can take a queen and then loses her own. Black is a knight ahead. So Danya, these are the tactics that are on full display here. And we see after g5, what else we've been talking about?
Rook g3.
Rook g3, we see that can be played. Pinning this pawn here. Danya, the queen is trapped on h4, so king h6. Is that the game ender?
I'm going to take matters into my own hands, says the monarch. And knight f5 check, still queen takes f5. That's cruel. The king can shift from g7 to h6, changes nothing.
Oh, it just defends this pawn here. Give up the queen, get one in return. You are up a knight on f6. And Danya, I don't think enough can be said about Vantika Agarwal, her chess overall, but the ability to pull this off. She made that last move with 5 seconds on her clock.
Can we see the last 3 moves just in an instant? How bad was this before the blunder? Maybe the stage. Oh, no. And it appears that white was knocking on the door here. Are you kidding me?
She didn't infiltrate. Queen h6 was the needed move, just taking complete control of the king side. There would be some ideas with a rook shift over to g3. Instead, the queen slid there. Black brought her king up, and then after rook f3, Danya, knight f6. The only move for white that kept a slight edge was rook e3, but she just moved her rook over. So she plays queen h4, thinking tactically speaking. She's hitting a knight, she's protecting her pawn. Completely missed g5 as a game-changing, an Olympiad-changing resource.
This is one, if you're Khanim Balayaeva at the start of your career, that will haunt you. This is one that will cause sleepless nights. This is one that you'll be thinking about for a long time to come. This is one that can make you stronger in the end. It happens. You're under insane amounts of pressure. You miss a move, it's chess. A very cruel game, a game that we sometimes love and sometimes hate. All credit to Vantika Agarwal, but Robert, you feel the heartbreak and you feel the happiness at the same time, and that's what makes these moments special.
I mean, it's a special team full of special players, and it's just a special country. India, they have already secured that open. I mean, perhaps there's still one little mathematical wrinkle. I don't think so at this point. India wins gold in the open. We're not even going to pretend otherwise. And now in the women's, they're knocking on the door. Let's zoom out quickly from this game. I know Black has 35 seconds, but if Vantika is indeed to win this game, the great news is on board one, all the way to our left, the board in brown, Harika has a winning rook endgame because of her active king. Her rook now can infiltrate on the 7th rank, hit pawns in both directions. Danya, Harika, when it mattered most here in this final round, she's also helping Team India try to secure the gold.
Indeed, and I was just texting John. See what I do when I'm supposed to be working and commenting the time scramble phase? I text John Sargent. I'll tell you what it was about, Robert, I promise. I'll keep you in the loop. But India just on all boards simultaneously. This has been crazy. This is like a display of fireworks as rook takes f7 check. Not the kind of fireworks you want to see. That rook is going to be lost. The endgame is going to be lost. There's no endgame strategy that will save Black on the leftmost board.
Okay, so we can maybe see if there's any hope whatsoever for White in this position, because Balabayeva, she is going after the Black King. It was desperation rather than desire, but still the Black King maybe lacking in defenders. That's her last hope. And as we look at the board on the right, Vantika is quite low on the clock, so maybe we should see how she handles things as they're on move 37. They need to reach move 40.
Remember Van Forest, Sarana, right? It doesn't matter how much material you're up. Those 3 moves, if you're Khanim Balayaeva, you need a miracle to happen right now, and you need to produce one, and she's putting herself in as good of a position as she can be in, but knight f6, Robert blunders e6. That's an example of a move you don't make. What move do you make? Queen
Maybe
e5?
Queen
Knight
e5,
f3?
but knight f3. Exactly. There are going to be some tactics there.
Oh, my land's 10 seconds on the clock.
She should play queen e5 because after knight f3, she's queen a1 check.
Or
and she could pick
d5.
d5 as well. That's just a solidified move, but you do keep your queen out from the king side. She has, in fact, brought her queen to e5. If knight f3 is played, that last-ditch effort, queen a1 check. Danya, it seems like Vantika, that ambulance is not for her. She has this under control.
And she could have taken the rook on d2. That would have led a perpetual. She is laying down the wood here. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, doesn't matter. She's got it under control, but rook e2 maybe. Rook e2 maybe.
That keeps the game alive. After rook e2, you have to find a move, maybe knight back to f6 anyway, but yeah, things are getting a little bit more challenging.
Queen d3 there. Queen d3 there is actually quite dangerous, I think.
Exactly, and look at the clock, 34 seconds. She's been making her last few turns with 4 or 5 seconds remaining. Danya, this could go wrong for Black. One slip and the balance changes.
3 moves is an eternity, okay, when you've got 30 seconds per move. Rook e2 has to happen on the board pronto because Black is thinking on White's turn. Rook e2 d5, and she has played...
So rook e2, d5 are on the board is what you're saying? I can't really see the...
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. Sorry, then I won't make any moves.
No, I don't see. I didn't say anything. I didn't see what move was played. Yes, rook e2 has been played.
Yes, it has. So d5 is what you're calling for here. That protects the knight on e4. But then, even f3, this remains a little bit complicated.
After d5, a lot complicated. And knight f6 has been played.
Okay, so queen d3, you're stepping out of the way. That was your idea. And e6 is going to fall.
And with what do you capture it? That is White's question. Queen d3, queen f4, knight takes e6, and rook takes e6. Rook takes e6 is a huge resource there. Black's queen could get trapped with knight e2. Oh my gosh.
And still in favor for black. We see that it's creeping up a bit. And I think more importantly, Danya, the practical elements of this position, you could see on Vantika's face. She is nervous. She's making these moves. That move she made with 3 seconds remaining.
Oh
so
my
nerves of
gosh.
steel. She's playing great. But Danya, what's up?
And the great thing is after queen d3, queen f4, if White plays rook takes c6, guess what? Black can give the check on c1. Why is that important? Because it is move 40, and you can repeat with queen c1, queen f4, and then think with 30 minutes. That the fact that there exists this repetition is what might give Vantika the win here. But
Well,
first
we
you
see
got
her-
her queen.
She has played queen to f4, so I will put that on the board because I can see it's her opponent on the clock. And it's such a good call that you give this check. You can always repeat the position, and it gains you some time if needed. This was the 39th move. Queen f4 is officially there, and that means that White will try to challenge Black for one more turn. Donna, would you consider rook e3, for example? Because then what's Black's response to that?
Or a5, one of those wily, cagey moves. I love that decision, rook e3. g4 maybe?
Oh, nice find by you, just trying to stop the rook from getting there. She has
But then knight
captured
e6.
on e6. Well, we just see the e6 was captured. I think rook takes e6 play. Oh, knight takes e6 instead, Danya.
Does that just force queen c? I mean, listen, if it's the best move, it's the best move. But you're basically forcing Black to make her 40th move. So you better be sure that this is the best chance you got, and maybe it is.
Well, the queen protects the pawn on g5. That's super important, Danya.
But this is not easy, Robert. Queen c1, king h2. White's next move is queen f5.
Yep.
And we got a game, ladies and gentlemen, here, which is pretty incredible. But Vantika can go to the bathroom, she can breathe a sigh of relief, and she's going to be doing neither because she knows what's at stake here.
Well, what a moment this is for Team India. Vantika gains 30 extra minutes, so she can sit in and calculate. Maybe she'll use the next 2 minutes just to breathe for the first time in a while. And we are going to take a breath as well. Let's look at the match overview here. India, they're in charge. They should be winning with objectively best play on this board. But we're going to bring John back in because, John, I know you've been enjoying this action. It's been stressful for the players. It's been stressful for us as commentators. But for Team India, maybe the stress is about to subside and they can obtain the gold medal.
Whoa.
You guys are absolutely killing it on the commentary. Thank you. I wish I could say I was taking a break here. I'm glued to every single move, every single line of analysis, and we finally reached a position where we can breathe a small sigh, not necessarily of relief, but at least there's a little bit of time to analyze the position now and take stock of what's going on. We've just hit the time control, folks. And by the way, the India women's team is poised, if they can win this match, to potentially bring home the gold medal as well. However, we have an exclusive interview, especially if you're a subscriber. You'll be able to see an exclusive interview with Pentala Harikrishna that we are going to be playing during this break. So if you haven't chucked a subscribe down yet, now is an excellent time to do it. We'll be playing that interview for you now. And when we come back, we resume to see if the India women's team will also clinch their gold medal. See you after this.
Thanks, guys. Well, I'm here with Grandmaster Pentala Harikrishna. I know no one's celebrating yet, but you had the round off. So is there a little bit of you that's celebrating on the inside, or are you going to be totally professional like your playing teammates?
Totally professional here. I mean, I saw some tweets and stuff like that, but for me and all my team members, for seconds and everybody, only after we complete today's match and after we win the game, we are going to celebrate. And that's how we decided, and that's how it's going to be.
That makes sense. This is your 11th Olympiad. We'll have to use the future tense. What will it mean to you if India take team gold?
Well, the first time I played at the Chess Olympiad was when I was 14 years old. I mean, it's still a special moment for me as a 14-year-old kid entering into the playing hall where stars were there and so on. So for me, it was a dream to not just be on the podium but to win the gold medal. And well, the match is still going on, and the positions look pretty good. And this is a dream of any chess player to be part of the team which wins the Olympic gold. And it took 11 Olympiads, but from here on, I think Indian team will win more golds.
It seems that way. Now, for our viewers that are a little bit newer to chess and to the Olympiad, we should remind them that while Viswanand is the godfather of Indian chess, for many years you and him were 1-2 and then 2-1. And so if he's the godfather, are you like the uncle of Indian chess, or what do we call you?
Well, I think there is a huge difference between Anand and me in terms of everything. There was a moment where we were close in terms of ratings, and I briefly overtook him on the live rating list. But as a chess players, we do understand the strength and various other things. So I'm not really, even though our ratings were similar at that point, I didn't really consider in terms of chess strength yet there. But I don't know what I would be for the juniors. You should probably ask them. So they still got some respect. So
it's a very respectful young team. I want to ask you, you only played 3 games, but you did just fine. You beat 2 loaded players. You drew Wang Yue. So were you hoping to play a little bit more? Was it a little bit of a struggle to only play 3 games?
Not really. Actually, I have to say that having me on board 5, it's not really a bragging, but let's say that's already good to have, And when I had a brief call with my captain a couple of weeks ago before we came here, I explained to him, I played relatively less, but at the same time I am still, in touch with the game, and I'm doing good. And at the same time I said, look, you see how it's going, and whenever you need me, in the sense I'm not going to say I want to play 4 games, 5 games just because I played so many Olympiads. Whenever you need, I'm ready. So even if I rest 3 games or 4 games, it doesn't matter. I still be in the routine as I'm going to play the next day. So that's what I told him at that moment, and that's what I followed. So I played actually against China, against the Chinese team after 4 rest days plus the main rest day. Well, probably everyone was a little bit scared, but actually I was pretty fine with it, and I'm actually used to play even after rest days because I don't switch my focus to something else. So I'm happy that I could contribute in the China match plus the 2 matches at the beginning, and that gave Vidit some rest. I don't know if he needed or not, but at least it was good for the next 4 games. And then when we have 2 players scoring that well against any opposition and any color, I guess it's natural that we dominated the way we did.
Yeah, I was wondering if Coach Grandmaster Srinath Narayan was going to play you in the final round as kind of an honorific, but he's been pushing all the right buttons. There's no ego in the Indian team. Maybe your job is to get the dinner reservations for tonight for the celebration, but we do appreciate your time and for all you've done for Indian chess. Grandmaster Pantala Harikrishna, thanks for your time.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
Huge excitement, and it doesn't stop here at the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad. It's the final round, and it's all to play for in the women's section of the competition. I just topped up my tea, and apparently I shouldn't have, because we are going straight into drama, continuing from the Tokichanova Asabaeva. I was reading a first name. I should have just said Bibiseva there. Position where we have some huge developments. I'm going to bow out straight away. Robert, Danya, take it away.
Danya, I think you should start, given John's excellent pun there. So we see this position was what we had several turns ago, excuse me, Danya. But since then, things have been problematic for Begim Tokiryanova.
Wow, so much to chew on there. And first of all, John showing it's not about the quantity of passed pawns or puns, but rather the quality. Speaking of quantity of passed pawns, it's the reduced quantity which started Black's problems. There's going to be two narratives on this game, Robert. One is that Begim blundered a piece. The other is the correct one, that she made several smaller mistakes that taken together got her where she was. This is where it started. She took on b4, allowing White to eliminate her biggest asset and leaving only one passer on the board. Then, knight f6, rook e3, Bibisaro attacking a3, rook f4, another inaccuracy, allowing White to simply take the pawn for free. And the wheels have already come off, Robert, but they come off further after bishop d7 blunders a piece to bishop to d8. Rook a7 is unstoppable, simply skewering the bishop. And Begim is thinking here, right? The problem is she's not thinking about what to do in this position. She's thinking about how this occurred, how this happened, where it started. Where it's going to end, Robert, is right here after bishop b5.
It's straightforward now. I mean, White is simply winning a piece. And for Begim, this is really going to hurt because Team USA, they need her to at least hold a draw. And for Kazakhstan, they are going to be applauding Bibisar Asabaeva. Now, they already love her. She won the Women's World Blitz Championship 2 times in a row. And to help lead Kazakhstan to the podium, to the medals, they are just going to be ecstatic because, Danya, it looked like Kazakhstan was going to lose this match. But now, with this victory, it seems suddenly like maybe they're the side for choice. Alice Lee is making a draw against Lua Nerman. And we already saw Carissa Yip win her game. Irina Krush, if anything, is worse. So Kazakhstan can actually win this match and maybe even win the Olympiad. I'm shocked to say that.
Unreal. I was playing up Begim's experience, and let's take off our hats for her. This was a phenomenal game, and the mistakes she made in a complicated position and time pressure don't change that. Robert, Bibisara learned chess at 4. She got the Women's FIDE Master title at 7. Yes, I still know my numbers, and she is 20 now. She has learned over the course of her career how to survive under pressure. She survived a position where she could have gotten mated 7 ways till Sunday. It's actually finally Sunday when I use that phrase for the first time. And this is terrible news for Team USA. That means we need to look at what else is going on.
And for Begim, it's going to sting. For Bibisara, it's going to feel so good to get this win and help Kazakhstan looking like at least a match tie. Because if we can zoom out or if we can go to another game, and let's look at the game with Irina Krush. She's the black pieces against Belabayeva. And Danya, look at the position. Belabayeva with the white pieces up a pawn right now. Maybe Irina can force a draw at some point because if she doesn't, if she can't find a way out, she could be in huge trouble.
Yeah, I think I spent too long during the break trying to figure out if it's Balabayeva or Balayeva or Balazayeva, but one thing is clear, she is in the driver's seat. Alice Lee, by the way, has held things just as if she's, been defending these for 15 years. No problem at all. I think she will hold. She's not the issue. Irina needs... I'm sure she can draw this game, Robert, but I hate queen endgames. And I hate them because the moment you think you know where you're going, that's when you make the decisive mistake.
I think we should actually dive in right now because I see the blue arrow appearing, which means that Irina has only one move that keeps the slightly worse position for black. But Danya, what's the difference between queen e1 check, which I think is probably the most appealing, getting us close to that king on the same first rank, and queen e3? Why is queen e3 check better?
First of all, Balayaeva making the time control in this position when she had time pressure that I don't even want to speak of is unbelievable. Second of all, do you want me to repeat what I said? I hate queen endgames. And this is why. So this obviously loses. And watch this. So white plays king g2. And you immediately ask, but if black plays the quote-unquote correct move, what does black have here? Black has king e7, of course.
What?
And why doesn't black have king e7? Not that I understand king e7. No, this is... I'm not even going to continue this because this is actually counterproductive. This is eeny, meeny, miny, mo. But let me tell you the bigger problem, Robert. The bigger problem is that whichever check Irina chooses, this is a very tempting move, and this actually loses. Because if you keep the lateral checks going, they're not going very far. They turn into diagonal checks, which turn into lateral checks, which turn into no checks pretty soon.
Yeah, the white king is going to sprint into the heart of the black queen side and also could go to the king side, as you're pointing out. So you could choose your own direction, but either way, the white king hides and may pick up some pawns along the way. So Danya, if we go back, so queen e3 or queen e1, right? That must mean that queen takes c3 is a bad move from black. And if we go to the live position and we give a check and take on c3, because it wouldn't make a difference what square you go to. So queen takes c3 is wrong no matter what, but let's show why. It seems to be that, queen g8 check takes h7 with check. That should lead white's pass pawns first. Is that the point?
It is the point, and very important, the role played by a queen interposition with check, right? What do you do in this position? I have no idea. But the engine does. It's queen g6 check, and here we go. If the king steps to the 7th rank, queen g7 check is a terrible blunder, Robert, because the king can stop the pawn. You only do that if black goes to d7. If black goes here, centralize your queen and patiently push your pawns with the understanding that your king is going to escape black's checks.
So still, I think
hate
what we're
queen
getting
endgames.
at, I've heard you the last 7 times you said it, and I get why. But look at this game. Like, she played queen e3 check, so it's the correct first move. But it, to me, is incredibly unlikely that king e7 is the follow. It just doesn't seem natural. Queen takes c3. You hope that you'll get enough play against the white king, enough checks. But, I mean, even in this moment, king g2 is not forced, but king f1 can be played by white. So, tough choices here. And I think that Irina Krush, she is in some serious danger, Danya. I would not be surprised if Kazakhstan takes this game and takes the match.
Yeah, and she's made time control, but that's just one part of the mission, right? She was in time pressure for 15 moves. She made 0 big mistakes or inaccuracies, and now she's got the hardest part of the process. She might not even realize what's at stake here, that she's playing for one. It's crazy. I mean, the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune.
You're right, because you could be tempted to just make a draw from the white side, thinking, all right, our team is going to at least secure a tie, and I've been struggling with time trouble, but this has been an impressive display in what has been a blitz time control, Danya. She had just a couple minutes to make 15 moves, and we have seen some great play from Balabayeva. So I'm very impressed with how she's done thus far. Will she be able to turn this into a full point? That's what remains to be seen. But if we do zoom out from this game, what I think there's little life left in, and what doesn't really need to be discussed too much, is Alice Lee has put up perfect defense on board 4 against Alua Nurman. So that's a big save for Team USA. They just need Irina Krush to do the same, because it's been been a problematic series of events lately for the U.S. squad.
Yeah, and Begum has not recaptured the bishop. Never a good thing when you have to not recapture a minor piece. She has left white with 2 bishops and herself with 1. It doesn't matter. As long as white has one more bishop than black, this game is over with the presence of that passed a-pawn. It's a done deal there on board 1. This means it's all down to the elder statesman, the veteran of the American team, Irina Krush. King e7. Are you kidding me? And she has played queen e3 check. I forgot if that was the right move or the wrong move. I think that tells you all you need to know. It's the right move.
What a game. What a match. We are seeing so much action. But I think that, if we maybe either look away to Team India, have they secured their match? That's a big question, because if India wins and they win by a big margin, it may not even matter if Kazakhstan wins, because the tiebreaks going into the round were 18 tiebreak points ahead for India. If they win by a big score, they will really benefit, although USA had more points than Azerbaijan. So we're getting into mathematical territory, Danya, and a lot will depend on some of the previous opponents, and it gets weird. It gets complicated, but what's not complicated is that India, they're in charge right now.
And slightly complicated is Vantika Agarwal's winning process, but well within her powers, especially given all that additional time, some of which she spent on several moves played. I think Vaishali is not just holding, but holding from a position of strength. Harika is still completely winning. Really, the only zesty position is board 4, still, I think.
There is room for black to go wrong, that's for sure, because pieces are on delicate squares. And Harika has played a great game. We kind of have given it a quick glance a couple times, but she's currently up a pawn, make that 2 pawns with a very active and aggressive king. So Harika, she has not had the best Olympiad, that's been quite clear. But Danya, she stepped up to the plate at the moment that India needed it most.
She has been her positional, masterful self, just putting through a cold-blooded, no drama, calm session, outplaying her opponent from, let's not forget, the tiniest of advantages, Robert. It was a color insipid position. You could easily wave that off as a draw, trade some pieces, trust your teammates. That's not what champions do, and that's not what Harika did.
Great team strategy, I'll add, because Harika, she just played for the smallest of advantages, and it didn't matter. She was able to outclass her opponent throughout this game. So Harika, she is winning. India is, I think, going to win double gold. We already know that in the open section, they have won. I mean, their players also are unstoppable, and they're up 2-0 against Slovenia, and it looks like they'll secure at least another half point. So India, we knew was going to win the open, but they're going to win the women's as well, Danya. I mean, look at this match victory overall. Even if it's 2.5 half instead of 3.5, 2.5 1/2, excuse me, instead of 3.5, they are going to take the double gold.
And so much to talk about in process. Too early to kind of summarize the pathway, and we'll do that properly when the moment is right. But their comeback after that incredibly painful loss, a loss that would have sent a less well-made-up team, a team with less team chemistry and spirit, perhaps away from the podium forever. Not the Indian women's team, not by a long shot.
And the fans from India, they will get to rejoice doubly so if these few women remaining in this match can get the job done. And well, we know what has happened in the open section. Mike Klein caught up with, at long last, a smiling Gukesh who was nervous coming into the round.
Thanks, guys. We finally get to catch up with Grandmaster Gukesh, who is a leader in every way. And fittingly, India has now officially won gold due to Arjun Erigaisi's win, and Gukesh followed up. They can do no worse than a tie in this match. You guys have won gold. So tell me, going into today, was it hard to keep focus in any way? I see you smiling now.
Yeah. I mean, yesterday we were in the team meeting, we were already quite already in the celebrations mood.
So you admit it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I must admit, after yesterday's game, I was super excited and I didn't even want to play today. No, I mean, I wanted to play, but I hoped there would be no game. But But yeah, we were all very happy. But I mean, we forced ourselves to focus and come here, do the job, and then celebrate. So.
You got the job done. It looks like you're going to have the highest performance rating of any player in the Olympiad. So were you thinking at all about individual accolades yesterday? Because if you had sat, you would have protected your performance rating. Although probably even if you lost today, you would have won individual gold on performance. So were you thinking about individual honors at all?
Not really. This tournament for me, especially since what happened last time, we were so close as the team to win gold. This time I thought, no matter what, I'm going to do whatever it takes to win the team goal. So I did not really think about the individual performance much. I just wanted the team to win this time.
Is this your last tune-up before the World Championship? Last classical chess?
Not sure yet, probably, but yeah, it was a good experience for the match.
Did you have to save any of your World Championship prep for that match? Did you hold anything back? It must be kind of hard. You know, traditionally in a World Championship match, people that are about to play, they don't play a lot of classical chess for this exact reason. So was that an issue at all for you?
I guess there should be a balance. Like I mean, there are some things that you have to think about before playing. There are some things you just play. I wouldn't say it was such a big problem. I mean, in the Olympiad, I just wanted this, like a very important one for sure. Not as important as the match, but a very important one for me personally. So I just wanted to give it my all and win this tournament.
Historic day for Indian chess, and of course if you win the match, 21 points I believe will be a record for any 11-round Olympiad, so your team is still going for that. You said you'll do anything it takes to win. Now 2 years ago, famously Grandmaster Ivan Sokolov would not let his Uzbekistan team go to the Bermuda party. You're a bunch of young guys. Did Grandmaster Srinath give you any instructions about your social life in this event?
Well, actually, I, Prag and Hari did not go.
Okay.
The others actually went to the Bermuda party. But I mean, it's a very personal thing. I think it's very hard to generalize for everyone that this is wrong and this is right. For me, I thought I perform best when I'm like away from all the partying. And Arjun and Vidit, I mean all the others, maybe it helped them to perform better. So I guess you just do what works for you.
Can't argue with success. Everything worked out perfectly. The World Championship match, have you already built your team for who's going to help you? I know you won't say who, but have you already finalized your team?
Yeah, pretty much. We are doing some work and we are having fun together. It's a nice experience, and there's still like around 2 months left. So looking forward to more fun and more learning.
And finally, we'll get you out of here with a fun question. I know you play tennis. I played at the Chess and Tennis World Championship in Germany in August. I didn't see you there. There was a chess and tennis tournament. You should dominate that next year. You thinking about maybe going pro in tennis?
No, I'm like actually I'm so bad at tennis that I actually stopped playing.
I thought maybe since the last time I talked, you might have improved.
No, not really. I don't play squash much. I'm trying some different sports like pickleball, for example, and squash. So yeah, I mean, it's like I keep changing whatever I feel like in the moment. Yeah.
All right, well, as a tennis player, I'm not so happy to hear you say pickleball, but you just made the CEO of Chess.com happy. He loves pickleball. He's not here, but if he listens, he'll be very happy. So anyway, Grandmaster Gukesh, highest performance rating, gold medal, probably 2 gold medals, going for a world championship in a few months. It's been quite a 2024. Gukesh, we hope you keep it going.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Well, we heard from Gukesh, the best performer in the 2024 Olympiad. 30.56 performance. That is a joke, except he is not kidding. That is one of the best performances of all time. He said he saved some prep for the World Championship. He already knows his team, and he has been working hard. He said this is not quite as important as the World Championship, but of course he cared quite deeply about the event. Danya, hearing from Gukesh is awesome. We also see that Team USA is about to win their match against China and perhaps win the silver medal. But hearing from Gukesh like that, finally a smile on his face, what do you make of it for Team India?
God, so many things that I could point to. There's too many things about Gukesh to praise, and we have more games to look at, but I will limit myself to 2 comments. First of all, a performance rating of over 3,000 in any tournament but the Bullet Brawl is absolutely ridiculous. In the Bullet Brawl, it's kind of mediocre. Second of all, you watch that interview, you watch any interaction with Gukesh, and here's something to consider. If you're any of the opponents that Gukesh defeated and you're watching that interview, there's nobody who you would rather have beating you. Nobody who exudes less arrogance and rub-it-in mentality and more, I want to get my job done, let the moves do the talking, and just the class and professionalism. We've said it many times. It's inspiring. He's a role model for anybody who watches him and wants to emulate the violence and monstrosity on the board, but the pure class off the board, and he's got both in full quantity. Of course, his parents deserve a lot of the credit. My mom would be mad if I didn't say that.
Well, it is true, and you can see for the Indian team as a whole, they have role models no matter which board you look at. They may be young, but they have this maturity to them. They have this grace, and for Gukesh to finally smile, he is always stoic. He wins his games, and he's won many of them in the Olympiad. He resets the boards. He does not even flash any emotion, save for a game or two. He just is professional, he's respectful, and so are the rest of his teammates. We talk about Gukesh, there's Arjun Erigaisi with a monster performance himself. So it's great to hear from the World Chess Championship challenger. Will he be the world champion come the end of the year? That's the big question in the chess world. Now that India has locked up the Olympiad, I think all eyes will turn to that match in Singapore, Danya.
Indeed, and the preparations, they haven't just begun. They've been underway for a long time, and Gukesh does not have time to celebrate. He'll celebrate. He will not start or do any World Champ preparation today, I think it's safe to say. But those preparations will resume soon enough because Ding has shown moments of brilliance, okay? He hasn't put it together. It's been a disappointment, Robert. The storyline will be the missed wins and the mistakes. But as I said yesterday, the bones are there for Ding. And Gukesh will take him just as seriously as if he was in his 2800 form, because he just might be.
And for Gukesh, he seems like tennis, but I hope he's been doing his neck exercises because the weight of double gold, individual and team, on his neck, that is quite something to carry. So he has carried his great chess into Budapest, the momentum he'd hoped to carry to the World Championship. And Team India, they deserve just so much applause because they have been amazing throughout. All of their boards have played a part. We also heard from Hari Danya. That was great to hear. He's like, I played a few games. That's not a big deal. Like, I'm going to help my team in any way possible. I don't think that's. I don't think he has suddenly gained a Russian accent. But Danya, it is incredible to hear the selflessness, no matter where you turn on the Indian team.
And it's not performative selflessness. It's not this, I'm going to say it's not about me. They understand that it's truly not about them. They are a unit. It was always about the team. You heard Arjun saying 2,800, not on his mind. That's because it wasn't. Gold medal, what? Maybe now he's thinking about 2,800. But now he's earned the right to do that. Robert, you really can't praise it enough. And it's these skills that lead to success. Speaking of success, we got more games to cover.
We do, but we've seen Divya Deshmukh win. Vaishali made a draw because she sees her teammates, and Vantika now is winning with 2 rooks against a queen. You see, still the evaluation has not changed. Her king on g6 actually very safe on the right-hand board. And on the left side, Danya, now we're getting into sort of basic territory where king has been cut off. And you see Harika. She just brought her king forward. That's the board in the brown. She is ready to... The game's over. Actually, handshakes are there. And you can see Harika. Look at how emotional she is for Team India. It's been a tough event for her, but her emotions are finally let loose. I think she's crying.
Unbelievable. Real. Okay? Authentic, raw. And listen, 11 rounds back and forth. Keeping it all bottled in because you got a game to play the next day. You got a game that might decide gold medal. This game might just have decided the gold medal match. The emotions spilling out and the moves were impressive. I don't even know what to say. This is a moment that just does the talking on its own.
What a clean game from Harika. I think that's a good way to describe it. It was actually quite smooth sailing, just the tiniest of advantages that she turned into a full point. And for Team India, now they are officially the winners of this match. We'll have to await some tie breaks, but India had the better tie breaks heading in. They're now winning 2.5. It's likely to be 3.5. And Harika, think about all the work she has put in, Danya. She has played for the Indian team in so many Olympiads. She gives it her all. There's been so much attention on her, and the attention has kind of gone to the younger players, like Vaishali, who made it to the candidates, like Divya, who's been the girls under 21 champion, like Vantika, who is playing so well in this Olympiad. But Harika, I mean, she is a mainstay. She's one of the main reasons India has seen so much success here with the women's team, and it hasn't been her event, but she came through in the clutch in this 11th hour and 11th round.
She played the 2022 Olympiad while pregnant, okay? That tells you the level of dedication. I can stay home, nobody will blame me, but I got a job to do, I gotta help my team. And you're not always gonna be in the best form. Harika was not, but as we've been talking about round after round, Robert, it's not each individual loss, it's how you do in the big moments, how you do when it truly matters, that sets the champions apart. And we know how each of these players did when it truly mattered.
And India is not just going to stop there, Danya. You would think 2.5 points, we've won the match. Vantika now completely winning. There's not a single useful check against her king. Any check would lose the white queen, and that means that this game is pretty much over. I think
Prague won. Prague won in the Open. They're up 3-0 on Slovenia. I mean, this is a statement win, maybe more so than any other on both sides.
Just unbelievable the way that they've handled the pressure of coming into a last round with so much individually and as a team on the line. And you look at Vantika right now. You can see her on camera. Maybe we can zoom in on this board. But I mean, she senses the moment, Danya, and she knows that India can use every single tie break point possible, even ignoring what happens in Kazakhstan versus USA, to make this a 3.5 win. That's incredible.
And trust me, she is looking at the position on the board. She is calculating variations. The wheels are turning furiously. The reality has not settled in, and it will not until the score sheets are signed. And she only wants them signed one way, Robert, and it's not peacefully.
No, but what a tournament, what a performance from Vantika Agrawal. I mean, she's done so well for this Indian roster that, you know, in all honesty, we haven't had to talk much about our frequent co-commentator, Tanya Sachdev. Tanya did play 5 rounds and did well in those 5 games, but because Vantika has been 6.5 out of 8, about to go to 7.5 out of 9, and the rest of the team has been so powerful, just like Hari in the Open, Tanya hasn't played so many games, but is, you know, of course, supporting her teammates, working hard if they need anything. And Vantika Agrawal, that's a name that you should not forget.
And let me tell you another reason you shouldn't forget it. Vantika might have been responsible for the move that saved this Olympiad. I try to avoid, Robert, these overly simplistic storylines because this was a team effort, and this would be a great disservice to each and every member of this team. But remember that loss to Poland? The subsequent match against the US, Vantika had a must-win against Irina Krush to draw that match. The position was equal in a time scramble, 5 moves to play until the time control. Vantika sacrifices her pawn. It's not clear. She muddies the waters, and she's able to swindle Irina Krush in the complications. That save, that 2-2 result, allowed India to win the final 3 matches and now claim gold. Honestly, as I said, the Russian expression, ants up your spine, that's what I'm feeling when I think about just the grandness of these storylines.
And that's such a good call out from you, Danya, because it's easy to look at the overall record and think, oh, smooth sailing, didn't lose a game, maybe winning a gold or silver medal on the individual board. But to save that team tie by beating Irina Krush from what was a position that looked like not too much life at the moment, she had to sacrifice a pawn and go for that kind of wild sequence. So Danya, it's so true that Vantika, she saved the match against Team USA, and India might not be here to be playing for first place if they had lost that battle.
staying ready. I've referred to that concept so many times. Even when you've had a bad result, your coach says, hey, you lost, you drew, you're disappointed, but tomorrow we need you to perform. And the team members who can do that regularly, they comprise part of the winning teams. Wow, this is starting to wind down, Robert. I can feel it. Like the machinery slowly starting to wind down. Vantika Agarwal's machinery has not wound down yet. She needs to find a checkmate in this position.
Where is it? We're all looking for it. The white king only has the square it's on and the square directly in front of it. So it feels like a checkmate should be there. And Danya, I guess, I can always rely on you when it comes to game-ending tactics.
Yeah, but I spent the entire time staring at this position. I think king h6 is... I'm sure there are multiple wins. I'm 95% sure king h6 is the fastest mate. I've checked every legal move for white in that position.
Well, you see, Vantika, she's just about ready, and she's about to grab a piece. It looked like maybe she moved a rook, but yeah, it is winning for her. Maybe just a matter of minutes. But while we have a second, and we're talking about some fantastic play from this talent in the Olympiad stage, Vantika going to 7.5 out of 9, but the overall best performer in the Women's Olympiad, Carissa Yip, 10 out of 11. We heard her nerves when she talked with Mike Klein before the game. Let's hear how happy she is after her win.
All right, friends, I'm here with International Master Carissa Yip. You played all 11 rounds. You won 10 points. Could you have imagined such a result 2 weeks ago?
I mean, honestly, no, but as I was playing the tournament, it was just clear that I was really in form. And then at that point, it was nothing less than double digits. Can't have 9, no 9.5, has to be 10.
You got there. Now, quite an exciting round so far. On board 4, your little sister, Alice Lee, dropped a pawn with knight takes f2. Simple tactic for her. What were your thoughts when you saw that live?
I mean, yeah, I think I saw it, or I didn't see it happen live, but I walked over to her board. Knight takes f2 was just played, and I was like, oh my god.
What was her demeanor when that happened?
No, she was stressed. She was so chill before. We were wandering around, letting our ops know that we were on the ups. But then we were no longer on the ups.
Ops on the ups. Give me some Gen Z translation here.
Okay, ops, opponents, and on the ups, just we're on the ups. It's pretty self-explanatory.
All right, I'm picking up what you're throwing down. That sounds like maybe a Gen X to a Gen Z. Okay, now you have a secret weapon. You have a grandmaster in charge of your phone. This grandmaster, I presume, was also in charge of some of your prep. Are you going to reveal the secret grandmaster you brought here?
Mike, why would I do that? Especially not to you.
Okay.
You're gossipy.
Well, if you play a world championship match, maybe you'll use the same grandmaster, so we'll sort of keep that. Now, speaking of feelings, Melek Kashian has brought the same book with him the entire event. John Grisham book. He's not been able to finish it. I think his record was 20 pages in any given round. Has he opened up his book once today?
Oh, man, I don't think so. But, every day we tease Melek for even bringing a book. Because, of course he's not going to read it. That boy's stressed out of his mind.
All right, finally, the round is still going on. What does it look like? Do you think USA has a good chance for a medal? Are you still thinking gold? What are you going to do in the next couple of hours to watch the results come in?
I don't really know. I think I did my job. My teammates know I won. Hopefully Kazakhstan is a little demoralized. But I think it's looking a little bit shaky. I believe in our girls, so I think we're going to pull it through.
All right, thank you. And we got to the entire interview without you calling me girl or bro. You have one last chance.
Sorry, baby girl.
All right. From one baby girl to a grown-up girl who got 10 out of 11. Her coach played her every round. She came through. Now we sit and wait the results for all of the women's division. And Carissa, I'm sure, will be watching her teammates. Back to you guys.
Team USA has to sit and wait. It was good to hear from Carissa Yip, but India no longer has to wait. Vantika Agarwal wins. You see some excitement there. Look at that. There's the team captains in the open. Yeah, the two captains shake hands. The arbiter shakes hands because the Indian women, I think they know, Danya, that gold medals will be hanging around their necks later today.
There's just what I saw Vantika and Abhijit, the captain, right? And they were smiling very subtly. And as he was putting his suit on, that smile grew, and it grew. And then when Srinath Narayanan came on, that is when you can just tell these are very, very happy people who will have a very happy evening, and deservedly so. And then they will sleep many, many hours together with every other participant and perhaps several commentators.
Well, I think for the women, they had all the stress, right? The open team, they knew that they were winning gold. We heard it from Gukesh. They started their celebration last night. But look at that. There is just pure joy. And honestly, I think that the captain, Abhijit, he is so proud of his team. Look, I can see them. They're leaving, and he puts his arm around Vantika's shoulder. And it's so great to see that in a game that is often and almost always based on individual play, to see a team come together like that, and not just one, but two. It is to show that Vishwanathan Anand, the legendary world champion, he has truly inspired a nation, and they will not stop. These youngsters, they may be winning Olympiad gold for the first time, perhaps, but it probably will not be their last, given how talented they are and how much more depth there is in the reserve.
And team chemistry, we talk about a lot of concepts that might sound like cliches. They might sound like they have no practical application. We saw in the last week that they do. And Irina Krush, another cliche that we have given life to, experience and class, right? She has played so many Olympiads. She found an impossible move just now with King E7. And that might save the match for Team USA. But her task is a long and arduous one. This game is not over, and Balabayeva will try to keep her on her feet.
This game will go on, especially because Kazakhstan, they know the result of the Indian matchup, so they need wins, and they need them badly to fight for gold. Danya, there's probably a part of these players for Kazakhstan that may just want to settle, not to risk anything, because in the Queen End game with Krush and Balabayeva, there's not much risk, that's true, but you can't imagine a future where if you just try too hard, you can overlook something, and then that's the worst case scenario for Kazakhstan.
Yeah, white pawn on g6. Can you tell me, if they draw, and Alice Lee draws, and of course Asabayeva will win, in the event of a draw, how does that impact the standings versus a 2.5, 1.5 win? So what is the additional value added by taking a risk?
That is the essential question. So coming into the round, Kazakhstan trailed India by 18 tiebreak points. India just had a monster score. And you have to look at the teams that were trailing by 2. US and Poland. And they're playing US, so a tie would keep the US behind. And Poland, they were not doing very well. So it does appear that a tied match and a one match may do the same thing. Silver medals for Kazakhstan. Of course, tie breaks, they get crazy. You'd have to calculate them, but I do think that a silver medal would be theirs either way. And if that's the case, Danya, maybe their players would be best served to make draws on the bottom 2 boards, of course.
Poland is done for because they've lost one board. Kashlinska is moments away from losing to Dagnidze. That's already 2 points, but very likely Maltsevskaya will also lose, and that's 3 losses. So if you see a perpetual, take it. If your team captain Sharashevsky, no, he's the Azerbaijani team captain. I don't know who whoever the Kazakhstani team captain is. You're sitting there, draw, get that king back, and this game, sign the score sheets. Because, Robert, we emphasize gold medal winners, and for very good reason. It is India's moment, and so deservedly, everybody really should take a moment and just take inspiration from this journey. But the silver medalists, the bronze medalists, especially those who were the dark horses coming in, their storylines should be recognized too. And Team Kazakhstan, an unforgettable journey that just needs to be capped off with a little accuracy.
And what an accomplishment this will be. As you said, we often look at just the gold medalists and forget about others, but that's not the case when you are looking at your country's pride. You see that for Kazakhstan, they came into this event as, Danya, the 10th seed. They, at least on paper, were facing an uphill battle to get to the podium, yet they've been near the top throughout. They did lose an earlier matchup against India that was in the 5th round, But since then, they've been on an absolute tear, winning close matches against France and Poland, when Poland looked like they were the favorites at that stage. They also tied Georgia yesterday. That was a nervy matchup, but draws on all 4 boards. So for Kazakhstan, an Olympiad silver, that is a fantastic achievement.
And right now, it's Irina Krush who is thinking about which tech to deliver. That's a deja vu. She had exactly the same scenario. She solved that decision, and she gets it again. That is her reward. And again, no, Robert, the cruel irony. The correct move now is the other check. Remember, it was Queen E3? Now Queen E3 is wrong and Queen E1 is right.
Wow, so there's only one move apparently for black. As we mentioned, Balabayeva is not taking any risk, so all of our conversation of should they just make a match draw if it's the same as a match win. If you can win the game, you go for it. And if there is no risk and white is not risking at this stage, of course she should play on. So I think that, as you said, Queen E1, it's a board in red. The only move for Irina, come on, Danya, when a pawn was just pushed to G6, so you can take that pawn if you want. You can check up instead of down on E1. These are difficult decisions to make.
And there's fatigue that comes from being on the 6 hour of an 11th round game at the Olympiad. There's also decision fatigue. That's an actual concept in its own, right? And we experience it on a daily basis. By the end of the day, I mean, I can't decide which side of the bed to sleep on. I can't decide whether to play 30-second chess or 1-minute chess. Irina has had so many of these individual comparative decisions. Queen can go to 2 different squares. At some point, you just get fed up. You choose a square at random. Irina is not going to do that. She is a proud player. She's been a stalwart for so many years, and she'll try her best. She will give it the old college try.
And for Balabayeva here, she's down to 4 minutes 28 seconds. So it's good that players gain 30 seconds with each move that they make, because otherwise this could be a scramble at an inopportune moment. So this is a key position, an absolutely key position for Irina. She needs to find the check on the first rank, the diagonal check. It's often more tempting to check along a rank or a file versus the diagonal. But Irina, the only move that keeps this level is a check on E1 Danya. That's not easy to find.
Man, and I'm just looking at the right side at Alice Lee's game. That's like a business that's existed since the 1600s. It survived world wars and revolutions, but they're still making their bread. Alice Lee's position hasn't changed in an eternity. We are still just as much in awe of her defensive prowess, her composure, Robert, given her youth. The fact that it's her first Olympiad, a huge blunder in the last round. She survives, no problem at all, and that deserves to be shouted out in its own right, regardless of result.
The effort that everyone is putting in, I mean, you just can't even imagine. You can't fathom how exhausted they must be, starting 4 hours earlier than usual, trying to the very last pawn push to get a decisive game. I mean, there's just so much at stake here at this late round, the last round of the Olympiad. So Team USA currently leads 1-0. We see that for Irina Krush, she's one move. Oh, she found the first move, Danya, but we know queen endgames are tricky. So maybe there will be other only moves that she'll have to follow up with.
God, zig and zag, one decision, another, check this way, check that way, diagonal, lateral, and she's got 14 minutes somehow, despite all of the impossible decisions she's already successfully navigated. Irina is a hero for getting this far. She needs a little bit further, but it looks like silver medal, barring a crazy blunder, is in Kazakhstan's hands.
And then the question becomes for Team USA. If this match is a tie, will they get the bronze medal? That's the big question, because Irina Krush, she needs to save this game for the team to tie, and then USA will hope that their tie breaks are superior to many other teams. So we will see so much more life left here in this game. We go back to our view of the match overall. It does look like USA is doomed on board 1. Begum, she slipped after a great start. And on board 4, it looks like Alice Lee, she continues to hold perfectly. Plenty of time remaining there. So, we can breathe. We know that India has won their match. Kazakhstan trying desperately to do the same. John, You've been checking out everything. You saw Team USA in the Open get the job done against China. I mean, India is cruising in the Open after already winning in the women's. What do you make of all we're seeing?
I love that we're still seeing fighting chess, like you guys said, till the very last pawn push. India, we have to congratulate them, right? They've done a phenomenal job in the Open. And Danya, I think it was you that said that this final round win is a statement win from them. It certainly is. But the India women as well, the amount of emotion, the amount of effort that was all left out on the chessboard and continues to be all over the playing hall is absolutely phenomenal to see. Just because the players know some of the other results, it does not mean they are taking their feet off the gas at all, and it's fantastic to see everybody fight till the very end of the tournament. Folks, we're going to be taking a quick break now as we continue and mid-games rage on all through the BIC Sports Hall and Conference Center, and we'll be back with the concluding games of the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad in just a bit.
Want more chess on the go? Check out all of our essential chess apps. Turn your phone into a chess clock. Learn with Dr. Wolf. Tackle new chess challenges. Entertain your kids with Chess Kid, and level up with fun and adventure. Download them all at chess.com/apps.
Chess with friends is fun, and Discord is your place to talk with friends. This month only, Discord is joining forces with chess.com. Win a game against Wumpus, Nelly, or Clyde, and you'll win a free month of Discord Nitro. And watch out for a super secret opponent later in the month. Play them all only on chess.com.
I played in many Olympiads, and my final tournament of my sporting career was the Olympiad in Tromsø, 2014. I went there already knowing that I'm going to be announcing my retirement. It was not at all an overnight decision. I'm not that kind of person, and it wouldn't be responsible at all. So I was looking for an opportunity how to do it the way that I will feel good about it, and also to make the people and the world know that I have other plans in the future. And I somehow wanted to do it in a nice way. So it was a very difficult event for me from this perspective, that I was not sharing it with people, only with my very close friends and of course my family. I remember giving the interview. It was exactly on the birthday of my son that it was published. Of course it was kind of very strange, right, that after 33 years of a career I started to play chess when I was 5. So chess is like my mother language, and stopped to compete. It was something that I was not afraid of saying this and announcing this, but definitely I knew that I'm going to have a different life. And what was interesting that other players were very surprised, but also couldn't believe it. Like I had a talk with someone discussing that, yeah, I heard it, you're really retiring. I said, yes, I do, I'm serious about it. And then we were chatting for like 5 minutes. And just before saying goodbye, he says, where are you playing next? So it was very much the fact that I was part of the chess community on different events, especially on the biggest events like the Olympiad. But of course, I'm staying around, but I'm not competing anymore. Chess Olympiads are always fun. I've been in 10 Olympiads. I was playing for a women's team. I was playing in the open section. I was a captain also, and I was a commentator. So I have very different perspectives to the Olympiad. Of course, when I'm a player, when I played for the first time, it was a very special moment to see such an amount of people in a big hall, so many legends there playing. It is something that you will always remember. My other most memorable Olympiad, of course, was my last tournament of my career in 2014. So this too was mainly the two end of it. And in between, I had many interesting memories. Maybe I can say that Istanbul, where we didn't win a medal, but we were so close to it. And I played incredible games, which up to today I'm very happy to share with people. And I played different kind of games of tactics, positional, different style. I remember I have a very good feeling there when I was winning one game after another. Of course, little bitterness that came home without a medal. And of course, the first time in 2002 when we won in the open section the silver medal, that was very memorable. So every Olympiad has its charm, stories, ups and downs, and treasured moments.
Hello everyone, welcome back to our coverage of the final round of the 45th World Chess Olympiad. Huge congratulations to India, who are securing themselves gold medals in both the open and women's sections. And we have Mike Klein live with the India women's team celebrating their victory outside the venue. Let's have a look.
Thanks, guys. Wow, the Indian women have 3.5 to 1/2. They will finish in at least a tie for first. Now they await the results. I haven't even asked them if they want to do an interview, but I think they're so excited they're going to say yes. We have all the ladies here. We have the team mom. We have the coaches in the background. I don't know who to ask the first question to. I'll just start with you, Divya. What are you going to do? Are you going to watch a television screen for the next couple of hours?
No. We are... Actually, I don't have plans. I think we'll have lunch and just wait for the results, hopefully.
Okay. Yeah. Amazing if India were to manage to win double gold. Would that blow the roof off of your house at home? Harikrishna.
Yeah, I mean, I really hope. I think it's almost, but I'm just waiting for the result. I'm extremely happy that finally I made it on the last day. It's been a roller coaster ride for me during this tournament, and I'm glad in crucial games the girls picked up, and finally we all came as a team and we won the last game. So that means a lot. We played all the strongest teams here, and I think we deserved it.
Grandmaster Vaishali, your thoughts on your performance here?
Yeah, very happy that we have finally won. I still remember how painful it was in the last year when we lost the last round. I could not sleep last night thinking about those things. But I'm very happy the team, we played as a team, and everyone, like especially Divya, Vantika, they played so well, and I'm very happy.
Vantika, did you play every round?
No, I didn't play 2 rounds.
Okay, and tell me about your thoughts right now.
I'm just feeling so happy and relieved. Last 2 days I was so stressed, like what's going to happen. But now that we have won this match with such a high score, feeling really happy.
Tanya, you did not get the luxury of playing to get the stress out today. What have the last 4 hours been like for you?
They've been amazing to watch them, and honestly I'm so overwhelmed right now. I'm so proud of my team and just everything that we've done in the open, in the women. I think now when I look back, I think this was the moment that we were meant for this, and I think last time it didn't happen. Like Vaishali said, it was a very, very difficult, it was hard to celebrate the bronze last time, and I'm just so happy right now.
A historic day for Indian chess here in Budapest. They've now become the biggest fans of USA. But even if Kazakhstan wins, they will get no worse than silver. Their tie breaks are looking good. All will be revealed in the next hour or two. Thank you so much. Congratulations, and we'll see you at the awards. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Mike, and a huge thank you to the India women's team for giving us that interview. That was absolutely fantastic. They're all extremely happy. I'm sure we're going to see more and more scenes of jubilation from their camp as celebrations, no doubt, will be lasting long into this evening. But Mike is also right. The next hour or two are going to reveal how the rest of the medals table is going to look. The action is not yet done here in Budapest. We're going to head back on over because it's so important to the game United States versus Kazakhstan. This match could well determine all of the rest of the medals positions. So, Robert, Danya, I leave it in your very capable hands. We're going to head back now to Danya's favorite endgame.
Danya, I know you're happy that we have a queen endgame, which I know you love, but I just want to give a quick shout out to the Indian women's team because you could see how happy they are, how supportive they've been. You could hear even the top rated players who may have struggled a little bit. They said, we did it as a team, but also thanks to Divya and to Vantika for their great successes. And Tanya, she didn't play as many games as the others, but she was there in full support, and she did have a big part. I mean, she had a draw with Black against Armenia earlier on, and Danya, I see a result come in. It's official. Asabayeva takes down Tokiryanova. It's going to be disappointing for her and Team USA.
And then, as we see the pieces getting reset, I want to join you in saluting the India women's team and the same sort of comments that I delivered on the men's team, and I'll say more as we conclude, can be said in full in regards to the women's team. No group of players that they're vanquished would rather lose to. Not a shred of, I'm happy we beat these guys or I'm happy we beat those guys. They're happy that they won, that they did their job and they did it well. And it's just heartwarming to have a group of people who act in that way and who show that attitude translates to excellent chess most of the time, if not all the time.
There will be some blips, some blunders, but as we see here in the 2024 Olympiad, unlike 2022 when India at the last hurdle lost to the team from the USA, now they're rooting for Team USA to hold off Kazakhstan. It might not even matter because of India's tiebreaks, but they want to be clear first. And Danya, you didn't like the Queen Endgame earlier. Now I think this is more manageable for us to break down.
And Irina Crush, she is just moments away. The sun is finally up in Charlotte. It was dark when I started. The sky was gray, and I thought it was going to rain. Instead, the sun dialed in. Why do I keep mentioning this? Because there is a technique known as the sundial. It's one of my favorite concepts in Queen Endgames. See, love-hate relationship. Now I love them. And let me show it. It's a forced draw. Queen G2. And the basic idea is the queen pursues the king, rotating around the axis of the queen. It's like a planetary orbit kind of situation. No matter where the king goes, the queen goes in a kind of congruent manner in the same direction. That's an easy way to understand it, right? The queen simply follows the king at a distance, trailing it no matter where it goes, except if it goes back to E3. I'm not going to say what happens. There's no more sundial. Supernova explodes, and this is a forced draw.
So it's that simple right now. Earlier, we were talking about that King E7 move that Irina Crush found. So if she does hold this game, that King E7 move done is stepping up when she could have given more checks. She could have taken pawns. Just really a wonderful idea by her.
But wait, there's more. Black can play for a win. Irina is not trying to find the sundial. She knows this. She learned this with Boris Golko in 1993. I can't believe I'm saying this, but just wait a second. Forget the eval bar. Let me try a check on H4, Robert, and ask you what you're going to do, Grandmaster Hess, if I check you on H4.
Oh, you want to take my pawns off with check. So actually, if you put that there, King F3 loses on the spot to a skewer. Back to H1 you go. That would be sad. So King E3, I hang H6 with check. That looks bad. So King E5, can I get away with that?
Check.
King. Oh.
You see what I'm getting at here?
Are you just going to take all the pawns?
I'm going to take this with check. And, okay, first of all, it's still a draw. But this is ridiculous because if Irina takes the pawn on h6, even if it's a draw, she has the outside passer. And I cannot overemphasize how big of an asset that is with the chances of a queen trade this high.
So if Kazakhstan on this board,
loses,
we
by
see...
the way.
Yeah, but Balabayeva, I mean, that is going to be a problem. Everything falls with check. But she's been playing for a win, and she's been playing very well. This is a question I posed a while ago. I said there was no risk. Suddenly, you've just introduced risk into this position. And if Irina plays queen h4 check, look at the clocks. White has 1 minute. Queen h4 play, Danya. White has 1 minute, and now suddenly pawns may fall with check, and we get pawn race on each side.
Robert, I'm giving you the credit because you did point this out. In queen endgames, if you basically close your eyes and start running your king up, what ends up happening is you start dropping pawns with check, right? We pointed out when white played g6, you can't just ignore the fact that both of these pawns are hanging. And if black mops them up with her queen, I'm just going to pause here for a second because I can't believe this. Balabayeva suddenly has to be careful. She's been careful all game long. And she just needs to compose herself. The draw is not that hard if she can avoid the landmines with her king. Or is it?
She went back to e3, if I'm seeing this correctly. That allows queen h6 with check. And there are many landmines that you're talking about. That black doesn't have to pick up the g6 pawn right away, Danya. You can position your queen after giving a bunch of checks on the exact square you want it to be. And so this is really dangerous territory for white all of a sudden. I cannot believe we're saying that. Given
this is insane.
That white was a pawn.
And the landmines.
Look at her, Danya. Look at her body language. She now is up. She's feeling good about herself. She's not in any danger of losing anymore. And suddenly it's her opponent under a minute.
And it's not just skewers that white has to watch out for as we look at Irina. It's the forced queen trade, Robert. Imagine a black queen landing on d3 when a white king is on e2. Even if you haven't captured this pawn yet, that could force a pawn endgame where white has to find only moves, even if it's a draw. Irina Krush looks like Richard Report when he had that chance against Caruana. The engine is back on. The car is on the highway. Irina has 4 minutes, and she's like, wait a second. The chapter that is yet to be written might be the craziest chapter yet. But Balabayeva, so far so good, in a very, very bad situation.
Danya,
Queen
there's already many traps laid. Queen f4 check looks good. Even queen takes g6, because if white takes on c4, black plays queen f7 with check, and the queen trade leads to a winning king and pawn in game for Irina. So she gives the check on h2, which I think is the best decision, but she could have even taken on g6 and asked her opponent, how are you going to proceed?
Walking on hot coals. White's king, avoiding f3, but it's not just that. And the wide-eyed, incredulous expression, how am I running to save my life? Balabayeva up a pawn. Irina Krush narrowing her eyes, looking like a hunter stalking its prey. That is what the black queen is doing to the white king.
And I mean, I'm just looking at this board here. There could be a square that is incorrect. I think the king slid back to f1. You see the pen twirling or a piece in hand, and that is a typical chess player move. You know, they just always have a piece in hand. But white's kind of running out of pieces, Danya. And at this moment, queen h3 check. Where is the white king going to go to? Because king e2, I'm not sure, but there could be queen d3 check with a queen trade on tap, and black has an outside pass pawn.
And Irina can't just indiscriminately continue giving checks. Well, she can do that largely, but she has to give a check on a smart square, where it limits the number of squares the white king can go to. Queen f4 check, she could repeat a few times. Robert, I think that if she doesn't get anywhere with the checks, can we safely assume that she will ultimately travel back and take g6?
That is the goal, yes. And I think with the king on the f-file, there's a bunch of counter checks, right? Like, you take a pawn and I check you, hit your queen, hit your king, force them off the board, and black wants to keep the pawn on the h-file. So the ideal situation, everyone, is that black picks off the g-pawn with the queen so that you have an outside pass pawn that in king and pawn endgames, white will be tied down to stopping that passer, and the black king will just say, you know what, have the h-pawn, I'm going to go for your queen side.
Oh my goodness. And right now, it's all about the result of this game, because if Balabayeva draws, they get silver, all is forgotten. if disaster strikes, then that decision to run her king up, that decision will be the one that haunts them and that haunts the team captain. But right now, we're not jumping the gun. We're watching Irina Krush menacingly pursue the white king with a series of checks, looking up at her opponent down at the board. Where does the next check come from? She's only got two options. F4 and H3.
I think F4 speaks to me, but maybe that allows the white king to slither away. So H3, perhaps that ultimately is the destination. Yes, indeed. So good call, Danya. Queen H3 check. And here's a question for you. You're a monster at the quickest time controls. 30 seconds are added with each and every move played, but that's not that much time. At some moment, if you're Irina, do you play like a quick decision, hoping to use the clock against your opponent?
I err on the side of caution, believe it or not, in these situations, because the most dangerous thing to do is to set a cheap trap, hoping and underestimating the amount of time your opponent has. A minute is a long time. Balayeva has demonstrated just composure throughout 30, 40 moves. You know she's good at this, so you have to play objectively, and if you're Irina, you're taking some risks at this point. You have a golden opportunity to pull off the unimaginable, Robert. You have an option of taking on G6 and keeping the game going. Go for that.
I would take on G6. You're so right. Because black does have the outermost pawn. It will potentially be material equality with black having that distraction, that decoy. And Danya, there is so much riding on this game. For everyone watching, this is the final round of the Olympiad. India, they've locked up the gold medal, we assume. Not even assume, we just pretty much know. And you see Melik Khachian, the captain for Team USA, the women's squad. He's been the captain for so many years now. He's nervous because if Irina wins, USA, they'll take silver. If this game is a draw, they will likely get the bronze, but it is a close one with Armenia, who has already won their match. Armenia did defeat Germany 3-1, so you'll come down to tie breaks. And if USA can win this game, Danya, silver medals for them.
Put yourself in the captain's shoes. Just imagine standing there in the playing hall. How much effort you have spent coaching, motivating, encouraging, sometimes consoling, congratulating your players over the last 2 weeks. You have put everything, every bit of emotional gas left in the tank you've expended on putting your players in position to win. You're disappointed. Looks like the match isn't going your way. Suddenly, a chance manifests itself. It's a slim chance. Can your elder statesman perform? Can she drive this unimaginable turnaround home? It's a draw. Let's be clear, Robert. Right now, if Balayeva makes the right king moves, she should be able to hold, but that is a very big if.
And Danya, we should look beneath the scene here, the lower part of this very view. 1.5, 1.5. Alice Lee, despite blundering that pawn near her king very early on, she holds a draw. We see Begum there. I mean, she looks quite upset given her loss and the position that she had. But Alice Lee, she was in trouble. She survives. That's giving Team USA the chance that they have.
And again, Begum, we talk about good team chemistry. She's not upset because she lost. She's upset because she feels like she has added to the burden of her teammates, but she hasn't. She has performed heroically. She played a phenomenal game. And in those sharp positions, they go your way sometimes. They don't go your way other times. Speaking of sharp positions, everyone is watching. More checks on the board. Irina, is she repeating?
That's what I'm wondering. You see, a look at the score sheets now. Have we seen this position for a third time? I don't think so yet.
No.
But Irina, I mean, she has this big question. Does she take the draw?
No, we have, I think, yeah? Or not?
I don't think so. The arbiter has not... Well, now that I think is the third time.
And Irina doesn't seem to... She isn't doing this accidentally. She's doing this deliberately. She decides not to pursue that final line of attack to take on G6. Robert?
I think it's a draw. Look at the players. I mean, Irina is the one who's deciding to make it. And with this, it will be a tied match that will officially give the Indian woman the gold, which it was all but locked up anyway. But that gives Kazakhstan the silver. The clock is stopped. The arbiter is called. You look at Irina, she agrees to it. A draw is in the books. Kazakhstan is your silver medalist, and we await to see the tiebreaks if USA can get the bronze. Look at Irina immediately talking to team captain Melikhachian. She's like, did we get the bronze? What's it looking like? There's so much nerve still left for Team USA, Danya, but Kazakhstan, they can breathe. They can be happy. Look at the smile there. This is a silver medal for a team that was ranked 10th heading in.
Like I said, everything is forgotten. Balayaeva's mistakes, the fact that she had to be careful at the end, all forgotten. The team captain, Pavel Kotzer, an experienced grandmaster. Relief supplants every other emotion. Happiness supplants relief. All credit to Ksenia Balaeva. Not only did she do this, she was in acute time pressure. She held on. She played a clean, crisp game, holding Irina Krush to a draw. Can I ask you, Robert, are you surprised that Irina didn't try to open up that last Pandora's box?
Yeah, I think Melik is talking to her about that, and you and I both know Melikhachian, the team captain for the USA Women, very well. I've been the coach of the US Women's team while he was the captain. He is such a important figure for this squad. He's talking to her, saying, was there an option? But that's neither here nor there, Danya, because as we look at the current tiebreaks, USA slides into third place. They're ahead of Armenia on tiebreaks. But as I've mentioned earlier in the show, this comes down to what happens in other boards, maybe even on board 50. Is this team you played earlier going to win? But Danya, we see Poland and Georgia. Their match is still ongoing.
It is indeed. And let's take a look at those final stages. And I will say, Robert, in closing, I am surprised that Irina didn't play H. In my estimation, that was a risk-free position for Black. And objectively, at that point, a fairly difficult hold for White. But 11 rounds in, hours and hours spent at the table. You just got to hold your criticism back. And you just have to put yourself in the player's shoes. So Melik and Irina, they'll discuss it. But bronze, nothing to sneeze at, especially given all of the difficult matches that the U.S. found themselves in. Let's get down to business. And, well, Georgia says to defeat the Poles.
I mean, I'm looking at the overall standings here, and while USA currently is third in tiebreaks, just ahead of Armenia, if Georgia wins this match, we may be looking at a Georgian squad, and it could be 4-0. That will be tremendous for their tiebreaks, Danya, and they would catch up to both Armenia and USA, and then it comes down to that math. Will Georgia do enough by winning by this big margin? You look at these boards.
Wait, bronze is in question for USA?
Bronze is in question, and Danya, look at this. Board 3 is winning for Georgia. Nino Batsiashvili getting the job done. And board 2 is crazy in blue. There are pass pawns for both sides.
And I'm looking at it, and Monaco Sochko, I thought she was winning earlier in this game. This has gotten unbelievably chaotic. I cannot believe anything that is going on right now. So that is the critical game. If Lela Javakishvili pulls off the unimaginable and defeats Sochko, it is a 4-0 victory. What in the world? E8 equals knight is a move here. I mean, this is just off the wall. Girl, this is crazy.
Wait, bishop a4. So the point is that if white were to queen, are you playing rook takes bishop on d5 with check? Is that where we're going?
Yes, and not rook c7 because then you lose the whole rook.
Wow, and then we're getting a very
Should I put
weird
it on the
position.
board?
I think very quickly we can show rook takes bishop. It frees up the bishop on a4 to take the queen. And Danya, somehow this is just equal? Like, why is this just a draw?
I think it's understandable because white's going to give up the rook for the pawn and then use this pawn as a decoy. Either push it, I don't have time to calculate it right now, or immediately hunt down these pawns. Black's bishop will handle white's remaining pawns, and we will get total clearance here. But a lot of ifs, right? The great ifs accumulates as Churchill, but we need to just pause on the live board because nothing has been as predicted. Robert, when Vantika won, I said things were winding down. The factory was closing. The factory's open. The factory never closes at the Olympiad until the last move is played. Unbelievable action here happening right now in the final round.
And there's some breaking news that Spain took down Hungary 3.5 to catch up to USA and actually go ahead of Armenia in the live standings. So there is so much at stake, Danya. This match will not just say Georgia can catch up, it may impact Spain's tiebreaks, US's tiebreaks. Well, we have to see how this match concludes. And I mean, this game, it looks like it is heading towards a draw because of the line you just showed. White will grab that A pawn, the white king, will grab the kingside pawns, and that should mean that we have a balanced game here. And Georgia looking to win 3.5 half. It's incredible.
And the most relieved person is Irina. And I said, if this happens, well, it's happened, at least the first stage of it. And I don't see them heading down a different path. I mean, king d6, king b2. I think that this is now, I mean, the plane is flying clear to land, flying toward the runway, clear visibility. Do you see anything insane happening, or will we get a 3.5 half victory? Still insanely impressive for Georgia.
Now, this looks like it's a draw at this point. Not too much to speak of because of the very direct path the white king has on over to the g7 and h6 pawns. The d5 pawn, an important distraction, as you called it. So, Leila Jevakashvili, she survived a difficult game against Monika Sachko. This is going to be very hard pill to swallow for Team Poland. Remember, they had the lead. They took down Team India, but they lost the match to Kazakhstan, and now they're losing this last round to Georgia, and that's going to eliminate them from any medical contention whatsoever.
Maltsevskaya resigned. Maltsevskaya resigns. It's 3-0, and Poland defeated India. See, this is how crazy the Olympiad is. The team defeats the undefeatable. The next day, they're defeated 3.5 half. And Irina Krush's decision to draw could have been based on a miscalculation. It doesn't matter now, as you said, Robert. It's neither here nor there. It's written in the history books. It's part of the tie breaks. And the tie breaks might be the most interested I've ever been in tie breaks, other than Title Tuesday, except there I know that Magnus will always have better tie breaks than me. Here, I have no clue what the final standings will look like.
And I'm just getting nervous for all of the teams that are right up there. USA, Spain, Armenia. Now we have Georgia joining the mix. And they're all so close. I'm not exaggerating. There are like 20 board points that separate these teams, which means that if a match finishes down on board 50, like I said, and the team that you beat 4-0 wins 2-0, you see that you get an extra point because it's the points you scored against the team times their overall match points at the end of the Olympiad. So let's say a team goes from 10 to 12, you multiply by that 4, that's 48 points instead of 40. Right? This is 8 points in the balance if you blank the team earlier. So, I can't even calculate as quickly as I would like to on the chessboard in terms of the tie breaks. Danya, this game here, if somehow Monika Sachko were to lose it, that would be just a disaster for the teams vying for bronze.
And I wanted to make one more comment on tie breaks, and that's about as popular a topic as taxes, and for good reason. But let me just give people a very broad overview because I'm not an expert. I think a lot of players get confused, but in general, Sonneborn-Berger is the oldest tiebreak system in use since the late 1870s. Yeah, that's how long people have debated tiebreaks. About as long as people have debated how good Robert Hess is. Not very long because that was settled quickly. Sonneborn-Berger, in its conventional form, the sum of the scores of all of your opponents. In a team tournament, it works the same way. Each team is comprised of, X players, 5 players. You take all of their scores, and then you add all of them together, and you do that for all of the teams that you played against. And so you're praying for results in the final round that suit your tiebreaks.
This is coming down to the wire. USA still looking good with their tiebreaks. So Irina Krush's decision not to play on, it could pay off if the tiebreaks remain the way they currently are. But Spain slightly ahead of Armenia, that's in 4th place. I mean, it's just all coming down to the wire. And even this game, not just for Georgia, plays a part for Spain, for USA in terms of their tiebreaks. I mean, it's just wild to think that a draw versus a win on an already decided match can make all the difference.
And kind of symbolic, one of the guys who devised the Sonneborn-Berger, Berger, was also a chess player. He also wrote the first major work on practical endgames. And what is it that decides that final half point, full point of Sonneborn-Berger score? It's often endgames that can be so unpredictable, where the evaluation can swing and the result is never what you think it will be.
And we see that pawn captured on a2. So the rook is gone. So is that imposing passer on the queen side. And this exact variation that you highlighted, Danya, it's on the board. We are heading right towards that draw. I'm getting the feeling that it's not going to be enough for Georgia. I'm just looking, trying to do that math off to the side. But the Georgian team, they did everything they possibly could. 3.5 against this Poland team that beat India earlier. I mean, what more could you ask for? 4-0, of course, but that was an unfathomable goal to begin the round with.
Well, the team captain asked for a lot. He's in the room. He's in our sights. That is Vladimir Tukhmakov, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to take a moment to shout out him at 79 years old, from Ukraine, a legend in playing and in coaching. He gained his GM title in 1972. That already tells you all you need to know. And along with Dvoretsky, one of the most well-respected in sort of the Soviet pedagogical canon. And you don't rise to that status unless you're really good at what you do.
And I think one of his most famous students, if I'm remembering correctly, Anish Giri, amongst many others. And this Georgian women's team, they have benefited from his tutelage. But there you see him pacing away. And just like him, it seems like the medal opportunities have run away from Team Georgia. It's a lot to ask for, winning 3.5 over Poland, but it's a lot that came too late, even though they won this match quite handily.
What a performance in the last round. Everywhere we look, it's almost like the ability to handle pressure. We can take it for granted sometimes, but it's just a treat to see these players dealing with the fatigue and exhaustion, coming to the board and just performing. It's just awesome to be a part of this in any way.
And while we're talking about tie breaks, I'm seeing that the latest update in the Olympiad, the open section, is that Uzbekistan just snuck by Team USA for the moment, and USA is tied with China on overall tiebreak points. This is absolutely wild to discuss. I mean, there's still games going on that will change the tiebreaks for these teams. So just amazing to see. And we are going to see, Danya, a draw in this game unless there's some kind of uncharacteristic
Can you repeat
blunder.
in which section what you just said?
Look at this. Look right here. The USA now ahead. Some results have
in the open.
Trickled in.
Oh my god.
Yeah, in the open. Some results trickle in. And
serious?
USA back ahead of Uzbek. It's going back and forth.
I'm just wrapping my head around this. So let's recap the result. The reason this is happening is because how did the US do today?
They beat China 2.5, 1.5.
They won. Oh, it's because of Wesley So. The guy who was making all the draws. He might be the instigator of this absolute craziness. Everything gets flipped on its head.
And I was just saying that USA was behind Uzbekistan. A match result comes in, USA is ahead, but that doesn't mean it's the final story. You know, John Donaldson, just like Tukhmakov here for the Georgian women, he is going to be giving all of his positive energy to his team, hoping that the job that they've done is enough. And we see in this game, the players, they're still going at it. White can go after the king side now. First, she pushes her pawn, Danya. The bishop captures that on d7, and I guess the white king is just a little bit too quick. Sometimes we assume that getting the bishop off the board is the main task, and you could make a mistake here, but not Leila Jabakashvili.
No, this is petering out. And by the way, both for Uzbekistan, Shamsuddin Vokidov on board for winning the game with 3 draws. Wesley So winning his game with 3 draws. I don't mean to lay it on too thick here in terms of the symbolism, Robert, because you can find it in anything. But I'm just stunned at how many individual acts of heroism we have in the last round, as both of them win for their teams, and now their teams are vying with each other, by which we mean they are praying for their opponents to win.
And while this game, I don't think we have much doubt in terms of the result here, the overall tie breaks, it still remains favorable for Team USA in the women's to get the bronze medal. We already know 2 medal winners. Team India wins in the women's, just like they did in the Open. Kazakhstan, they had an amazing event. They defied expectations. They end up with the silver. And now the big question is, can USA get the bronze? Will Georgia's tiebreaks be enough? I don't think so. Nor will Armenia's or Spain's. It looks like USA has the inside track.
Incredible. Bronze medal for Team USA, who had such an interesting mix of just young first Olympiad, and of course Irina Krush, the team leader, who performed when they needed her. Just amazing. And Alice Lee, that save. Robert, that save. Are you kidding me? Not a single loss in her first Olympiad performance?
And it's amazing that she didn't lose after a one-move tactical blunder. And, well, we may just be a couple moves away from the completion of this game. But the standings, I mean, the results, they'll trickle in. And that's where you can never say it's over until literally the last board finishes, Danya. We know, which teams will be in the top, say, 10 places, but you don't know what the order will be for those squads. And it's all about getting into the top 3. You want those medals around your neck. And for Georgia, they had the second highest rated lineup. They stumbled at some critical moments, even as early as their match against Romania. They tied 2-2. It didn't seem like they could be in full force, and it's coming at the end of the Olympiad, a resounding victory over Poland, but just not quite enough. And just like this endgame, it's this one's going to be a tie for this individual game, but not in the match.
And the stern expression of the team captain, who has seen so much, who has just undergone all of the emotions of a professional chess player, and some discussion there, Monika Sachko. She scored some impressive wins. She is another stalwart on this Polish team. By the way, Robert, fun fact, 1998, first year, Irina played her Olympiad. 2009, Alice Lee is born. How about that?
It is amazing. John, you are back. We just saw the finishing moves in this match between Georgia and Poland. The players still talking. Unbelievable that they have the strength to do that. But the endurance, these players, they are ready for any challenge in their path. But John, we don't know who's going to win the bronze medal in the women's.
I don't know who it was that just exhaled. It might have been Danya, but I feel like that sums up how I feel right now more than words possibly can. I mean, this has been an absolute slog. We knew some time ago the gold medal results, or the most likely gold medal results, in both the open and the women's section, and that has not stopped the fighting chess coming in. It's been an absolutely wonderful afternoon, and even now, the tie breaks might still get updated. We could still see shenanigans going on in the open, but what's not in doubt is the fighting spirit of all of these players. We have just witnessed some phenomenal stuff.
I was me who exhaled before. I have to do it again because I am out of breath. This Olympiad has been breathtaking. The play has been spectacular. There have been some dazzling performances. There have been some clutch saves. And John, there's still games going, and they matter. Even if we're talking about deep down into the end of the playing hall, it can impact the teams at the top.
It really can. Let's take a look and take stock of the standings in the women's section. We've just been covering some of those super, super important end games heading. Oh, I beg your pardon. There's that's still being updated because we have got some tie-break results coming in. So first, let's go ahead and hop over to Mike Klein, who was able to grab the United States women's team a short while ago.
Thanks, guys. We're here with most of the U.S. women's team. They drew their match day against Kazakhstan. Now they await results, even some results on much lower boards. We're going to ask them all a little something. Grandmaster Irina Krush, longtime leader of the team. You had to struggle to hold the draw today. How nervous were you, or were you just focused on the chess?
Yeah, well, I was just focused on the position. But of course, it occurred to me at some point that I was screwing up again. So that was unpleasant.
You weren't the only one to give your coach a heart attack. More on Melik later. Alice, you really gave him a heart attack. You hung a pawn, but somehow you were able to liquidate into a drawn rook ending. How scared were you after knight takes f2?
I thought I was like, oh shoot, I'm losing now. But then I thought knight a4, and then I didn't think it was so easy because I was tackling in variations where I do win the a7 pawn, so I get some counterplay. And honestly, 3/4 of the game was rook and 3 versus rook and 2. So, after I reached that, I was pretty confident I would be able to draw.
Yeah, no doubt. Once you got to rook and 3 versus rook and 2, Begum didn't go your way today, missed some chances. But you were the leader for the last couple of rounds. So, what are you going to take away from this Olympiad?
Well, I need to handle the better positions better, I just unfortunately today we had huge time trouble, both of us, but I was completely winning and it just didn't go my way.
Malik, you had a lot to worry about today. You had that same John Grisham book the entire tournament. How many pages did you read today?
One. Today, there's one new book, one page. I think it's more than enough.
The same one over and over?
Yeah. So there's deja vu, you're reading on the same place.
He never remembers the page.
I couldn't
one page.
Wait, well, can you explain what you were reading? Like,
no clue.
Some book, John gave it to me.
He doesn't even remember. Okay, now I do have to ask, we're awaiting results. Who is the mathematician of the team? Who is the one that's going to get in there with the pencil and paper and keep real-time stats?
Yeah, I don't think anybody.
Not me.
I think we're just going to wait.
We're just going to wait and hope. We do believe that we perform well enough to deserve a medal.
Such are the intricacies of Sonnenberg-Berger. USA trying to win double medals. 2008 Dresden, it happened. Maybe it'll happen again. All eyes are on some lower boards right now to see the results. Whether you get bronze or not, great result, and thanks for your time.
Welcome back, everybody. What an incredible series of games, and thank you, Mike, for that fantastic interview with the United States women's team. We are live now with the final round standings. I stress these are provisional because subject to the final games ending, it is entirely possible that these change in the coming minutes. So do not be surprised if we end up in a scenario where some of these numbers change. But Robert, there's absolutely no question who's at the top of these.
We see India. We know they've won double gold. Kazakhstan. With this match, some games went their way on board one. Bibisara, she not just saves it, but wins it. And then some other games where they had advantages, that slipped. But either way, they slot in as the silver medalist. And now we await to see, will it be Team USA? We heard from them. Team captain couldn't even remember a single page that he read, and he read it over and over again. That's because he was so nervous. But John, I think it is going to be Team USA. Just looking at the numbers right now, I don't know how Spain or the rest of those teams will make up the difference.
Yeah, the tiebreak sort of plus 12 there from Spain to overhaul the USA feels difficult at best. Georgia, we know we're fighting on, but Danya, I feel like that might be a bridge too far as a last gasp.
I mean, listen, everything is possible, and yet not everything is possible. We've seen so many twists and turns, but there's obviously a limit, and no limits have been crossed. All limits have been crossed. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm exhausted. But the players, I can't even imagine how they must feel, this medley of emotions. And for Team India, it's all about them, but it's also all about everybody, each team. I wanted to share one other vignette from the World Team Championship that I played, but I'll wait until the end of the show.
All right. Well, provisionally at least, India, the United States, India, Kazakhstan, I should say, and the United States looking like they might medal in the women's section. Let's take a look at the Open now. It's a similar story with India on top, but a slightly different order here, where the United States are currently in second and Uzbekistan, last year's champions, are in the final medaling position. Robert, I mean, defending champions into a bronze medal, considering you needed to take tiebreaks into account and that India were so dominant, that wouldn't be a bad result at all, if we're being perfectly honest.
Well, India ran away with it, so the gold medal repeat, that was never really up for grabs. It was all Team India. Congratulations again to them. But now we look at all the teams with 17 match points, and it is so close between USA, Uzbekistan, and China there. A single match that's decided on the lower boards could allow China to leapfrog not just Uzbekistan, but maybe even if another result goes away over USA. So with these provisional standings, USA is looking good to at least secure the bronze, has the inside track at the silver, but the players, they're going to be biting their nails. They're going to be nervous until the final scores are in every single match.
And Danya, one more, maybe a word of encouragement and a round of applause for some of the teams that might not be immediately chasing that medal position. Slovenia, of course, only end up being 1 point behind a potential medal position. We had Vietnam earlier on in the tournament, wowing all of us. There were so many different stories here that aren't just told by the top three.
Listen, I can't even scratch the surface. We're closing the show, and I could spend hours, not today, but at some later time, just properly, capturing the spirit of this tournament and everything that we saw. There's just too much to talk about, but I just want to limit myself to a hearty congratulations to India, who are really role models for the rest of the world in more ways than one, but also to the silver and bronze medalists, to all the teams who make this such a magical event. And I experienced that at the 2016 World Team Championship. And I experienced that more than anything when I lost a game. And I lost the match for our team against Armenia. And I was expecting, excoriation and angry faces. But at the team dinner, not a single word was exchanged the entire time. Nobody spoke. Nobody. Not team captain John Donaldson. Nobody. But I felt that they had my back. I knew that not a single person, not a single teammate was thinking, man, if we do badly, it's because, Daniel lost this game. That's what helped me get into a positive attitude and win the next day. And that right there is the attitude that good teams have. That is the role of team chemistry. And that's what we saw with India more than anything. It's been a great privilege to watch all of this unfold. Finally, the Olympiad factory is closing down.
So we're going to go, believe it or not, to one final break, just when you thought I was closing the show, folks, because what we want to do actually is take a couple of minutes to calculate the final standings to see if we can get them a little bit more concrete for you. So maybe get out the party poppers and some of the celebration food as well as your beverage of choice. In a couple of minutes, we'll be back with the final tables. See you in a second. You are here with the final round of the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad. I've got some great news for you folks. We were in the process of ending the stream. We then realized the tie breaks are actually a little bit too close to call right now. So what we're going to do is keep going, and we're going to keep watching some of the games. Whether or not they affect things or not almost doesn't matter at this point. We want to focus on the chess, focus on some of the great games being played in the playing hall, and then we'll give you an update at the end rather than sit here and speculate. I love that we're extending the broadcast. I love that we're going to get to see more faces and more games on the show today. I hope you guys will join us and support some of the titanic work that the players are doing in this playing hall right now. So without further ado, we're going to hop into Romania, Moldova. Two names you might not have heard of on the broadcast today, but Robert, Daniel, plenty of stuff to talk about still as we work out what the final standings are.
Absolutely. And also this position. We don't know what the final result will be because, Danya, at least at first glance, it looks like Black almost has a fortress. How is White going to get those pawns going?
Oh my goodness. Romania and Moldova, they're neighbors. And again, nothing about this match makes sense. Yeah, Kirill Shevchenko, he's White. No, he's Black. The 2670 player is on the ropes here trying to hold the Maginot line, a fortress, an improbable fortress, Robert. Usually when you have an extra pawn on top of your queen, it's always winning. Here's two things. I think it's winning. I also think Yegor Lashkin knows what's on the line. If he wins, he takes the match. He draws the match. If he doesn't, Romania wins. Oh my gosh. That's what you need 6 hours into a round. This kind of tension.
And for Lashkin, he's made it a Grandmaster norm, so he may have the FM title to start the competition. I think he's about to become a Grandmaster, so huge round of applause are deserved for Lashkin. Except if you're Shevchenko, you do not want to give your opponent any credit, and he is not going down without a huge fight here, Danya. Look at this defense. Rook d6, knight on e8, just making sure that you have the f6 square covered. So is White's winning plan somehow to bring the king back around to e5?
Lashkin's about to pull a Larry Christensen, go from FM to GM without IM. People ask if it's possible. Of course it's possible. Who needs to be an international master anyway? That's lame. But you know what else is lame? This king placement on g5. Here's how you win, Robert. You don't win with a tactic. You win by slowly turning up the pressure dial. You huff and you puff, and eventually the house is brought down. By putting the king on e5, you're adding an extra layer of pressure on the two squares that the rook will inhabit. And that, I think, should set up a potential for a queen giving itself up for the rook and getting a winning pawn in game. Do you think I'm accurate here?
I think that's the goal, but I'm wondering that even if the white king goes to e5, there are other squares on the 6th rank, namely c6 and h6. Like, how can you actually chase this rook down?
Look at Lashkin. Look at how he changes the sit. He cannot sit still. He's like, every body part is shaking.
Well, it's important to these players. I mean, this may not be for these teams getting a medal, but you know how much they care. They're representing their countries proudly. And if Moldova can tie Romania, that's a huge upset. Romania is so much higher rated than them.
All credit to you, Robert. Yegor Lashkin, what a tournament he's had. He's given Lashkings to several GMs, Stepan Zilka. He's drawn Ariantari. This FIDE master has performed. To beat a 2700 in the last round to save a match for your underdog country, yeah, just put yourself in his shoes for a second. Now, you don't want to do that. It's nerves. You don't want to miss a fork. Can you step onto e5? And Robert, important, do you give up f5 for b6 or no?
I think you would if Black allows it, but I guess, is Black going to keep up the 6th rank defense and say, my rook will just slide on over back and forth, and I'm not going to take your pawn f5 even if I can?
Ooh, placing the white king under Bucharest. Is Kirill Shevchenko. I mean, look at how he has constructed this fortress. Literally the 8th rank. There's no 9th rank. This is the last spot the knight can be to keep a square for the black rook. King e5 played. Pause.
Oh,
check.
I think I see a second winning plan, Danya. Is it if rook h6 is played here, does white have like a queen a6 followed by pawn to a5?
Robert.
Is that available in some lines?
Oh my, I'm so sorry. Can you say that again? I interrupted you.
No, you go ahead. I think I answered my own question that it's not actually a winning plan. So what are you looking at?
Queen a6 followed by a5. Your contribution is much weightier than mine. I was going to propose rook c5 and rook a5 because if you can trade off the queenside pawns, I think that should be a draw because then black can focus on the single enemy on f5. So rook c5, Robert, king to d4. No, there the problem is rook takes f5, rook takes f4, and a skewer. Oh my goodness. Shevchenko needs to find it with 10 seconds.
Oh my goodness, I wasn't even looking at the clock. Both players down under a minute. And for Shevchenko, where did he go?
Gotta
He
go.
made a move.
Gotta move.
He went
rook d6.
Rook d6. And apparently the bar says white's now winning.
Can you just... My instinct in a bullet game, in a bullet brawl, I go queen h7.
That seems like a very smart try because you're trying to give up a check on h8, take the knight with your queen, and win the black rook. And he grabs it, but only goes one square over to b7.
Also good. Encroaching on the rook's territory. Oh my gosh, rook f6, queen d7. Black is running out of oxygen. And that Maginot line might have to shift further downward. That means giving up another pawn, and that means losing the game. Queen d7, is that the secret sauce?
That would be my first temptation, and the black rook has to go to h6. Danya, what's so frustrating about this position, if you're thinking about it from Lashkin's perspective, is this rook has just enough squares, right? It goes d6, c6, back to f6, back to h6. You're playing a game of keep away.
And you keep pushing and pushing, but how do you push the rook off of h6? Sometimes the rook has one too many squares, like the pigeonhole principle, right? It's like you can keep two squares under control at the same time, but there's always going to be a little third square that's there to annoy the heck out of you. Rook h6, queen d8. Robert, rook c6? And that's what he'll say while he plays it.
I'm getting frustrated just looking at this position. You know, you can sense that you're winning. If you're Lashkin, we see that the engine suggests that white should be winning. But where is the actual breakthrough going to come from?
Oh, that's Ivan Sokolov, I believe. It's an unmistakable expression. Head tilted forward, hands over the mouth, thinking, I had this position 1983. Lubomir Lubovich in Tilburg.
Where did that white queen seem like it went to a square like d5 or nice centralization?
It dropped off the map.
But Danya, how do you actually stop? Oh, it's a b5, and the bar slips down.
But even the computer, like the computer needs to have a high. I don't know what the winning plan is. Knight? Are you kidding me?
Oh my goodness! If that knight slides out, there could be knight f7 check is available to black, and maybe that's a better defensive construction.
But he keeps the status quo, and let's calm down just for anybody who's jumping up and down together with the eval bar. Kirill Shevchenko says, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, Robert. I don't see the plan with the engine. I don't know. I don't know what the plan is because black has 3 squares. How do you keep them controlled?
And he didn't play knight d6 as queen b4 would have pinned the knight. But now, I guess knight d6 is the recommended move. And Danya, the plan might be rook f6 next, and rook takes f5. Like, that pawn on f5 is stuck in place.
This is like the 4 color problem in math. It's a very simple statement made in the 1600s. I think that took 400 years to prove. This is like, black has 3 squares, okay? There's no way to fork the black rook or to win the a-pawn. Why in the heck is this winning?
I guess it's not anymore, and why the heck is this a draw is a next good question. But I guess knight d6, what a difficult move to play when you're this exhausted. You've been playing for countless hours throughout the entire Olympiad. Danya, what are the chances he plays knight d6 as black right now?
I mean, that involves calculating a variation or detecting a threat, neither of which I am able to do at this moment. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yeah, but if you think you see a forced draw, that takes precedence. I'm trying to look with my heavy-duty stockfish now, just the cheat code, but like I got to be careful with my word choice. I'm not playing this game. It's Kirill Shevchenko. I see. You're not. Oh my gosh, Robert. Of course, it's obvious when you put the target position. Black king on f8, white queen on d7.
Okay, so
that's it. That's the target position. Wait, queen f8. Rook c6.
Queen... See, the black king is just going to, instead of being on f8, it will
like
hang out on d8.
Like a cockroach. It's like the cockroaches in South Carolina. You swat at them and they end up on the other side. That little rook right there.
And it's a roving rook. And I just want to give a quick shout out to the arbiter's tie. I don't know if you've seen it. That's a chess tie. I don't know if that's team captain or arbiter. I guess you said team captain right there, right? For Moldova. But I see a chess tie. And that is I think, distracting me from the specifics of this endgame that seems like an impenetrable fortress, but it apparently isn't a fortress because white is supposed to be winning.
Okay, queen g4. Queen f7 check was winning on the spot because of king d8. Oh my gosh, here it is. Can I quickly show 2 seconds? 2 seconds. Just so people
I'm happy
know.
to see stuff.
Oh, but the queen was on b4. I thought the queen was on c4. Ay, ay, ay. No, back to the live board. Let's wait until the next instance. He'll have another chance to put the target position on the board. I guarantee it.
Okay, so I don't even know what the target is. I'm not sure the players know what the target is at this late hour in the Olympiad. But Danya, you have to give a round of applause to these players. They're really giving it their all. The queen going back and forth. Rook f6. Danya, how are we kicking this darn rook knight construction
What's black's move?
out?
Rook f6. Queen g2 is the move here, apparently.
Okay, but then you have to calculate things like rook c6, and it looks like he went elsewhere. Hard to see. Queen g.
I need to show this. Can we bring up an analysis board? You need to see this idea, like right now. Queen g2.
Yes.
This is how insane this is. Really quickly, rook h6, check. If this position was with black to move, it's Zugzwang, so you check, and triangulate with the queen. Why is this important? Black's rook has 2 squares. No matter where it goes, the queen gives itself up for the knight, transitioning into a winning pawn endgame.
And now I get why I was winning even with the king on f8. There would be queen h7 ideas in the exact same vein, it's likely. Ooh. So that is wild to see that there's triangulation. The players, they're exhausting all options. And Danya, I mean, no time on the clock. So it's not like you could sit there and think for 20 minutes. Now I see Ivan Sokolov in the background. Whoa. He pushed his pawn?
But I don't know if you want to because you might lose that pawn. Lashkin has to calculate. I wouldn't push it.
He did push it. He's still pressing for a win after f6
Pushing
check. But maybe it is a winning plan, Danya, because the white queen can deliver a bunch of checks and the black king might have to step on an awkward square.
I wouldn't do it, and that's why I'm not sitting on that chair, and Yegor Lashkin is. Oh my lands. Queen d3, that should be the winning move. Rook d7. Queen b3, just hit the b6 pawn.
Ah, you're going after that second weakness. And you see that Lashkin's on the clock. He's trying to come up with his reply. King d8 for black on the board, and queen d3 check it is.
He's one move away. He is forcing the black rook over to d7 because if king c8, there's actually several winning moves such as queen a6 or queen c4, Robert. Rook d7, having deflected the rook, you set up a double attack on the b6 pawn while simultaneously threatening to push the pawn further toward paradise.
That is really nice because pawns are pieces you can't take those moves back from, right? f6, that's a committal move. It's a consequential move, but it came at the exact right moment, Danya, because of these double attacks. And the black king now is checked across the board. The rook blocks, but queen b3, your idea, that should win Lashkin the game.
Do not take the rook. Don't try to be fancy because the king can stop that pawn, and the corner pawn is a draw. Do it the meat and potatoes way. He's done it, I think. I think I see a queen on b3.
Well, give all the trimmings to Lashkin, not just the meat and the potatoes, because he's doing it all for Moldova. I mean, the performance he's had, grandmaster norm, and then some, especially if he wins this game.
For these smaller countries with teams that are not playing for gold, right? How much it must mean to win a match like this. The time is Chisinau. He's got enough time on his clock, checks his score sheet, no 50 move rule. Not even close. Kirill Shevchenko is a beast. To beat him on demand and tie the match, this is what's going through his head. He needs a few more moves, though.
So after queen b3, it looks like the black king is on c7 at the moment.
Tricks? Still tricks?
Is there some kind of fork available that...
I'm afraid to ask the question, why can't you play f7? And he's
resigned. He resigns. And you know what, Danya? Moldova ties Romania. And that's not just important for the Moldovans, who are thrilled to secure this match tie. The only team at the top who played Moldova, Uzbekistan. This will be great for the Uzbekistan tiebreaks. It's going to be bad for both USA and China, who played Romania. They were hoping that Romania would win this match, as that would give them more tiebreaks to speak of. So it's getting closer and closer as the final games in the Olympiad are coming to a close.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Wild, Noterbeck, another Noterbeck, Vladimir, all of they come down just to give this man a hug. And not really because he got his GM norm and saved Moldova the match, but because that half point might have changed the standings. It also might not have. Holy smokes. Holy mokes. Holy, I don't know what to say.
John, you got any words?
I'm trying to figure out what this means for the overall picture. What I'm taking away from where I'm currently sat is that Queen End games are difficult. It's not like we didn't know that before going into this board. And also, to some teams and to many teams, the fact that the medal positions are more or less decided, it makes absolutely no difference to if you're objectively trying to push to win a chess game. So I'd like to give a special shout out and a special kudos to all of the players that were fighting so hard right up until the end. They might not necessarily be at the sharp end of the standings, but what matters is they have a chess game in front of them. They have a position that they're trying to win. They've been training to do this for decades. Why would you suddenly switch off now because something else is happening somewhere else in the hall? Full credit to them. What an absolutely wonderful way to end the games in the playing hall. Obviously, we've got some number crunching to do now, but Danya, just because your team isn't medaling, for example, you don't switch off at that point.
I think we've crunched the numbers, John, and the factory, right? I don't know why I came up with this analogy, but I keep saying it's closing, the Olympiad factory. The machines starting to slow down their operations. No, it goes, and for all of these teams, so many layers to the storylines. Look at Moldova, what it must mean for them, and what it must mean for one of the team leaders, Uzbekistan. Just keeping all of that in mind is an Olympiad in and of itself, and there we go. We need to stare at this for a second. Are these the final standings?
It looks like they are. I'm always, of course, going to caveat with this is subject to confirmation by FIDE for obvious reasons, but we believe we have done the maths right and these numbers are provisionally correct. Robert, your thoughts? India, USA, Uzbekistan.
USA takes the silver by taking down China. We saw them a bit ahead. It's not surprising to see them there. Their tiebreaks were great. But for Uzbekistan, that Moldova tie against Romania, that could have been the difference maker. Instead of Romania winning, who Uzbekistan did not play, but US and China did, instead the team that Uzbekistan played secured more match points, and Uzbekistan beat them earlier on. So that could have been the decider. Of course, so much was up in the air, but huge credit to all these teams at the top, particularly India for dominating, and then I guess by a bit of luck, Team USA and Team Uzbekistan getting silver and bronze respectively.
Look, the top teams did finish at the sharp end of the table, so it's not a massive shock, for example, that the top four are the top four. The question was always going to be in what order. We don't just have the team results for you, folks. Because all of the games are finished now, we can also show you the individual board medals. So let's go ahead and take a look at this first for the open section. Danya, any surprises here?
Well, no surprise there on board 3, Arjun Erigaisi. That man is just a beast. And on board 1, he should try playing for the World Championship sometime. I think he's got the performance under pressure. I've been thinking, and this guy Gukesh Demiraju, I mean, he's not fully there, but some of those skills, he really needs to take a stab at the big stage at the world title. Just kidding, of course. 3056. That can't be a chess rating. That can't be a performance rating against 11 GMs. That's a performance rating against 11 GMs. And let's just spotlight some of the players, John, Robert, that we didn't get to talk about as much. Not because we don't respect them or because they're not the heroes of their own story, but just because there's only so much that we can cover and talk about. Frederick Svein, Rasmus Svein's brother, who is now close to surpassing him, Shamsuddin Vokidov from Uzbekistan. We talked about him plenty. And Tai Nguyen from the Czech Republic. He was giving a lot of checks and apparently quite a few mates as well.
Doing an absolutely incredible job there. I mean, 9 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 10 out of 11, 8 out of 9. There's absolutely no question that these players are at the tip top of their game. At the end of the day, they're playing some of the best players on the planet. Speaking of some of the best players on the planet, we want to take a look at the women's standings as well, with the games finalized there. So let's go ahead and check that out. We can bring that to you. Again, all of these are provisional, subject to confirmation from FIDE, but we believe we have done the maths correctly. And in this case, Robert, we have India, Kazakhstan, USA.
This was less of a surprise. India, we saw how happy they were. There was an interview. My client saw them outside and they were just so supportive and smiling. And then Kazakhstan, they earned the silver medal thanks to a 2-2 tie with USA. And that tie, it left the US squad. They were taking notes, doing some quick calculations. But when all is said and done, there is a bronze medal awaiting USA women. And it's unfortunate for Spain, Armenia, and Georgia. Their last round results weren't quite enough to place them ahead. But Team USA felt like they earned every bit of that bronze medal. They tied India, they tied Kazakhstan in the last round, and their great performances in particular from Carissa Yip and Alice Lee, it helped them to secure the bronze.
What an amazing 11 days, 12 if you count the rest day, which we sort of semi-spent preparing anyway. This is going to be the end of our broadcast for a 2-week-long Olympiad. It's been a bit of a journey. It's been a lot of fun as well. Danya, your closing thoughts on the entirety of this event and what we've done.
Well, I'm going to keep this short, not because I want to, but because I have nothing left in the tank at all. And I'll just try to hit on 2 points, the first of which is originally doing the commentary for SEC. I wasn't supposed to do the Olympiad. I turned it down at first, but then I found out Robert Hess was doing it. John, I didn't know you at the time, but now I do, and I'm so happy that I did. You pulled off an incredibly professional job. Arjun Erigaisi, that's the level of professionalism that you demonstrated. And so I didn't want to pass this opportunity up. Robert, I have no idea how you did the entire event, but my hats are off. My stamina, hopefully one day, will be at that level. But I was planning a break just because I have worked myself to the bone with the SEC and the Olympiad. I've given absolutely everything to each show, as of you, and as of the players, right? I do that because ultimately the players, they do that, and they do that under the most difficult conditions. And so it's just always a privilege to watch the game that I love, and the Olympiad is just a magical event. And I think any skeptics are convinced of that. So thank you, guys. It's been a wild ride, an insanely exhausting ride, but a ride that I would go on without a second thought.
Thank you so much, Danya, and thank you for your kind words as well. I really appreciate it. Honestly, the players, the viewers, everyone who makes this event possible, just an incredible couple of weeks. Robert, your thoughts before we sign off for the last time.
Well, I said before, and I'll say again, I'm a bit sad to see the Olympiad end, but I'm thrilled that we just witnessed greatness on full display. The teams from India, they showed their might. In the Open, they were dominant from start to finish. In the women's, they recovered from some setbacks to still win the gold. And you could see on Harika, on Tanya, on the younger players in Vaishali, Divya, and Vantika how much it meant to them. And then just across the board, we were delighted. We were treated to amazing play. The endurance, the stamina from all of the players, the tactics, the mistakes, recovering from said mistakes like Alice Lee did in this final round. Alua Nurman throughout the entire event was able to overcome even the toughest of tough positions. So I just want to give a huge shout out to the players, to the coaches working behind the scenes, to all the brilliant, tiny decisions that don't get double exclamation points, because so much goes into an Olympiad. The host country of Hungary, they should be very proud of their teams and of their hosting, because the Olympiad, it seemed to go with great success. So John, I just want to conclude by congratulating all the medal winners, both team and individual, to thanking the fans for sticking with their favorite squads and players, and just you two both, because it was a very fun job for me to cover this Olympiad. I'm going to treasure these memories, and I cannot wait for the 2026 Olympiad, where we'll see if India can repeat a double gold.
And so concludes our coverage for the 45th FIDE World Chess Olympiad, folks. Remember, 374 teams representing 193 countries fought tooth and nail for almost 2 weeks for only 6 places. 6 medal places up for grabs. India win the Open for the first time and join the Double Winners Club, that exclusive Double Winners Club, with India women also triumphing in an incredible 11 rounds of grit and determination. A huge thank you to the players, everybody at the tournament venue, for putting on such a great show. Thank you so much to the Chess.com and Chess24 team, Mike Klein at the venue, Photo Chess, all of the media, all of the photographers, all of the back-end staff that have made this production possible. Everybody behind the camera you don't get to see. They've worked their butts off for nearly 2 weeks. And a big thank you as well to Robert, Daniel, and Judith for making this event an absolutely enjoyable one and a pleasure to commentate. We hope you folks have enjoyed our coverage here, and we will see you all on September the 25th for the Julius Baer Cup. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend wherever you are. Take care.